Greetings and salutations. Welcome to Magic Bloodline. We are thrilled to present today's story, What If Snape Was Reborn with All His Memories After Death? If these stories bring joy to your day, please consider liking and subscribing. Every bit of support helps us continue this passion project. Now, prepare yourself for an amazing tale. Chapter 1, The Second Life. Darkness gave way to blinding light. Not the gentle, welcoming warmth Severus Snape had imagined might greet him in death, if anything greeted him at all, but harsh, clinical brightness that assaulted his consciousness. The pain in his neck where Nagini's fangs had torn through flesh and vein was gone, replaced by a curious weightlessness. His first coherent thought was of Potter's eyes. Green. Like hers. The last thing he'd seen before darkness claimed him. Had the boy understood? Had Severus managed to fulfill Dumbledore's final commands? He would never know. Except, he was thinking. Feeling. How was that possible? Sensations bombarded him, unfamiliar and overwhelming. Sounds came muffled as though underwater. Giant shapes loomed overhead, indistinct through vision that refused to focus properly. His body felt wrong, weak, unresponsive, not his own. "He's beautiful, Eleanor." A deep voice rumbled, sending vibrations through whatever surface held Severus. "Look at those eyes. So alert already." A woman's voice, wavering with emotion, "Hello, Alexander. We've been waiting for you." Panic surged through Severus as realization dawned with horrifying clarity. The small, useless limbs. The overwhelming sensations. The giants hovering above him. He was an infant. A bloody, newborn infant. The absurdity of it nearly made him laugh, except his body didn't obey that command either. Instead, to his mortification, he began to cry, high-pitched wails that seemed to please rather than concern the enormous figures. Strong lungs, the man, his father, chuckled. "Here, let me hold him." Gentle hands lifted him, and Severus found himself cradled against a woman's chest, her heartbeat steady against his ear. "Alexander Thomas Nightwood. You're going to do remarkable things." Alexander. Not Severus. He had a new name, a new body, a new life. But why did he retain his memories? Why was he conscious of this transition? What cosmic joke was being played at his expense? As the woman, his mother, began to hum a quiet lullaby, Severus Snape, now Alexander Nightwood, made a decision. He would observe. He would learn. And he would determine why fate had thrust him into this second chance he neither wanted nor deserved. The first 3 years passed in a frustrating blur of developmental limitations. Alexander learned quickly that revealing his true nature would be catastrophic. When he tried speaking full sentences at 10 months old, the resulting panic had nearly landed him at St. Mungo's for testing. He'd learned his lesson and began a careful performance, being precocious enough to satisfy his intellectual needs but not so advanced as to raise suspicions. His new parents were both magical. Eleanor Nightwood, née Selwyn, came from an old pure-blood family but had rejected their blood supremacist views. Thomas Nightwood was half-blood, his mother a Muggle-born witch who'd married into a minor magical family. They lived in a modest cottage on the outskirts of a village in the North York moors, far from the shadows of Spinner's End or the grandeur of Hogwarts. By age 4, Alexander had established a workable pattern. He read voraciously but hid his comprehension levels. He practiced wandless magic in secret, frustrated by how his undeveloped magical core limited him to the simplest spells. He observed the world around him with the sharp eyes of a spy-turned-child. "Alexander," his mother called from the kitchen. "Come down for breakfast." He closed the advanced potions text he'd been studying, hidden inside a children's book about magical creatures, and headed downstairs. Eleanor Nightwood looked nothing like Lily Evans, for which Severus was grateful. With her dark hair and grey eyes, she resembled a softer version of his own mother, Eileen Prince. Currently, she stood at the stove, Wand directing the preparation of eggs and toast. "Did you sleep well?" she asked, studying him with that perceptive gaze that always made him wonder how much she suspected. Yes, he answered, keeping his voice childlike but not cloying. I had dreams about potions again. It was a calculated risk, mentioning potions. He'd been laying groundwork for his interests for months, introducing elements of his true knowledge as though discovering them anew. Did you? Eleanor smiled. Like your father, then. He's brilliant with brewing. She set a plate before him. Perhaps we can set up a simple brewing station for your birthday. Something safe, of course. Alexander allowed himself a small smile. I'd like that. Thomas Nightwood entered, tall and broad-shouldered where Severus had been lean, his dark blonde hair tousled from sleep. Morning, you two. He dropped a kiss on Eleanor's cheek and ruffled Alexander's hair, a gesture Severus had learned to tolerate despite his instinctive aversion to physical affection. Alexander wants a potion set for his birthday, Eleanor informed him. Starting early. Excellent. Thomas sat down with his tea. I've got some child-safe equipment in storage from educational demonstrations at work. Thomas worked for the ministry's Department of Magical Education, developing curricula for young witches and wizards before Hogwarts age. A fitting father for Severus's second life, he supposed, though the man's cheerful optimism sometimes grated on his nerves. Will Aunt Cordelia visit for my birthday? Alexander asked, genuinely curious. His mother's sister was the family member he found most interesting, sharp-tongued, observant, and possessing connections throughout the wizarding world. Eleanor's expression tightened slightly. I've invited her, but you know your aunt. Always busy with her research. What's she researching now? Alexander asked innocently, though he suspected he knew. Cordelia Selwyn had made cryptic comments about the veil and the boundaries between worlds during her last visit. Adult matters, Eleanor said dismissively. Finish your breakfast. We're visiting the Clearwaters today. Alexander suppressed a grimace. Playdates were the bane of his existence. Pretending to enjoy childish games while trapped in a 4-year-old body was its own special torture. By his 8th birthday, Alexander had established himself as a prodigy, but not suspiciously so. He excelled at early potion-making and showed talent for magical theory, but balanced this with deliberate weaknesses, struggling with children's broom flight lessons and showing no aptitude for divination games. His birthday gathering included several children from local magical families, most of whom he barely tolerated. The adults were more interesting, particularly those with Hogwarts connections who occasionally let slip information about the current state of the school. More cake, Alex? Thomas offered, using the nickname Alexander had reluctantly accepted. No thank you, he replied, eyes fixed on the conversation between his Aunt Cordelia and Nathaniel Clearwater, a ministry official in the Department of Mysteries. Unusual magical disturbances, Cordelia was saying quietly. Reminiscent of the patterns before, not appropriate discussion for today, Nathaniel cut her off, nodding toward the children. Alexander drifted closer, pretending to examine a magical toy someone had gifted him. You've always been overcautious, Nat, Cordelia countered. It's been 17 years. We should be prepared if you're referring to the Blackwood Forest incident, Nathaniel interrupted again, voice barely above a whisper, that was conclusively linked to residual dark magic, not anything new. 17 years. Alexander did the mental calculation. 17 years since the Battle of Hogwarts. Since his death. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the autumn breeze. Alex? His mother's voice pulled him from his eavesdropping. Professor Alderwood has arrived and wants to meet you. Alexander turned to see a tall man with a neatly trimmed beard and robes that, while not as dramatic as Severus's had once been, still carried the subtle staining of a dedicated potioneer. Marcus Alderwood, the man introduced himself, crouching to Alexander's level. Your father tells me you're quite the brewing enthusiast. Professor Alderwood teaches potions at Hogwarts, Thomas explained, beaming with paternal pride. I mentioned your copper cauldron experiment, and he was most impressed. Alexander studied the man who now occupied what had once been his position. It was a simple oxidation demonstration, he said modestly, though part of him, the part that would always be Severus Snape, wanted to quiz the man on his brewing credentials. Simple, perhaps, but showing intuitive understanding, Alderwood replied, his eyes sharp with assessment. Most children your age are still working with color-changing potions and basic floating solutions. Alexander shrugged. Those are boring. Thomas laughed nervously. Alex has strong opinions about educational approaches. As do I, Alderwood said, not looking away from Alexander. I believe in challenging students according to their abilities, not their age. Tell me, young man, have you read Arsenius Jigger's Magical Drafts and Potions? Yes, Alexander answered truthfully. And Libatius Borgia's Advanced Potion Making, though mother doesn't know about that one. He added the last part to sound more childlike, though in fact he practically memorized Borgia's text in his previous life, along with his own extensive annotations. Alderwood raised an eyebrow, impressed. Ambitious reading. I'd be interested to continue this conversation when you're a bit older. Perhaps I could mentor you informally before you reach Hogwarts age. That would be wonderful, Eleanor interjected, having overheard. Though we don't want to impose on your time, Professor. Not at all. Alderwood straightened. Talent should be nurtured. The wizarding world needs brilliant minds now more than ever. Because of the magical disturbances? Alexander asked innocently. The adults exchanged quick glances. What an imagination you have, Eleanor said with forced lightness. Professor, would you care for some refreshment? As they moved away, Alexander caught Alderwood muttering, perceptive child, isn't he? Indeed, he was. And increasingly concerned about what he was perceiving. At age 10, Alexander sat in his bedroom, a piece of parchment before him. On it, he'd written key dates and events he remembered from the years following the Battle of Hogwarts, those he'd gleaned from Potter's memories and Dumbledore's discussions. Most had occurred as expected, the reformation of the ministry, Potter becoming an Auror, Minerva's tenure as headmistress. But lately, discrepancies had begun to emerge. Small ones, but worrying nonetheless. The magical disturbances in Blackwood Forest hadn't happened in his timeline. The disappearance of 3 prominent potioneers over the past year was new. And most concerning was the whispered revival of interest in Voldemort's more obscure magical research, not among Death Eaters, but academic circles. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. He quickly covered the parchment with a star chart. Come in. His mother entered, carrying a stack of freshly laundered robes. Getting a head start on your astronomy homework? Professor Alderwood had indeed become his informal mentor, assigning him increasingly complex work that, ironically, Severus himself might have assigned to 6th-year students. Just reviewing, he said. Eleanor set down the robes and sat on the edge of his bed. Alex, there's something we need to discuss. Her serious tone made him wary. What is it? Your father and I. She hesitated. We've noticed certain inconsistencies. Alexander's heart rate increased. What do you mean? You talk in your sleep sometimes, she said carefully. Names we don't recognize. Events we've never heard of. Places you couldn't possibly know. Just dreams, he said dismissively. And your knowledge of magic far exceeds what you should know, even as a prodigy. Her gray eyes fixed on him. Last week, you mentioned a specific variation of the draft of living death that isn't in any published text. Careless, Severus chided himself. He'd grown too comfortable. Professor Alderwood mentioned it, he lied. I asked him. He was quite surprised by your knowledge. She reached for his hand. Alexander, we love you. Whatever is happening, whatever makes you different, we want to help you. For a brief, wild moment, he considered telling her everything. How would she react to learning her son's body housed the soul and memories of Severus Snape, former Death Eater, spy, and ultimately, defender of Hogwarts. "I'm fine, Mother," he said instead. "Perhaps I'm a seer. Aunt Cordelia says intuitive magic can manifest in unusual ways." Eleanor didn't look convinced, but she nodded. "If you ever want to talk about anything at all, we're here." After she left, Alexander sat for a long time, staring at his reflection in the small mirror above his desk. The face that looked back was not his, not Severus Snape's sallow, hook-nosed visage, but a child's face with Eleanor's grey eyes and Thomas's straight nose. Only the expression, serious, calculating, belonged to Severus. Who was he becoming? And what purpose did this second life serve? The Hogwarts letter arrived exactly as expected on Alexander's 11th birthday. Though he'd anticipated this moment for years, actually holding the parchment envelope brought a rush of complex emotions. Last time, the letter had represented escape from Spinner's End and the promise of a world where he might belong. This time, it marked his return to the site of both his greatest achievements and most profound failures. "It's here." Thomas called unnecessarily, waving the envelope as though Alexander hadn't noticed the tawny owl swooping through their open kitchen window. "Your Hogwarts letter." Eleanor wiped her hands on a tea towel, smiling. "Well, open it, then." Alexander broke the familiar seal and unfolded the parchment. The text was virtually unchanged from his day, though the signature at the bottom now read Minerva McGonagall, headmistress, instead of Dumbledore's name. "Congratulations, son," Thomas said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Though we never doubted, of course. When can we go to Diagon Alley?" Alexander asked, thinking of the wand he would need. His wandless abilities had improved over the years, but he was eager to have a proper instrument again, though he doubted any wand would suit him as well as his old blackthorn and dragon heartstring had. "This weekend," Eleanor promised. "Professor Alderwood offered to accompany us, said he needs to pick up some rare ingredients from Mr. Mulpepper's anyway." 2 days later, Alexander found himself once again walking the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley. It had changed since his time, more international influence in the shops, magical technology integrated with traditional methods, and a general brightness that had been absent during the war years. "Flourish and blots first," Thomas suggested. "Ollivanders," Alexander countered firmly. The wand was most important. The wand shop looked much as it had for centuries, though now a sign indicated that Garrick Ollivander, master wandmaker, had been joined by Olesia Ollivander, apprentice wandmaker. A bell tinkled as they entered. Professor Alderwood followed behind, having joined them at the leaky cauldron. "Welcome," said a voice, and a woman in her 30s emerged from behind the shelves. She had Garrick's pale, unsettling eyes but darker hair tied back in a practical knot. "First year at Hogwarts?" "Yes," Eleanor answered. "This is Alexander." "Interesting," Olesia Ollivander murmured, studying him with that same penetrating gaze her father had always used. "Very interesting. I sense an old soul here." Alexander stiffened. Professor Alderwood chuckled, but Eleanor's hand tightened on Alexander's shoulder. "Well, let's find you a wand, shall we?" Olesia continued, pulling down boxes. "Or rather, let the wand find you." The process took longer than Alexander had expected. Wand after wand produced either no reaction or destructive results. One cedar wand nearly set Ollivander's desk ablaze. "Tricky customer," Olesia mused, looking increasingly intrigued rather than frustrated. "Just like, She disappeared into the back room, returning with a dusty box. "My grandfather made this one. Very unusual combination, blackthorn and phoenix feather, 12 inches exactly. Rigid. Powerful for defensive magic and particularly suited to those with secrets." Alexander's breath caught. Blackthorn, like his old wand, but with a phoenix core, like Potter's. When she placed it in his hand, there was no dramatic shower of sparks, no sudden wind. Instead, a profound sense of rightness settled over him, a warm recognition like reuniting with an old friend. "Curious," Olesia whispered. Very curious indeed. What is? Thomas asked. This wand has refused every owner who's tried it for nearly 40 years. My grandfather believed it was waiting for someone specific. Her pale eyes bored into Alexander's. It seems it was waiting for your son, Mr. Nightwood. As they completed their purchases, cauldron, robes, books, Alexander caught Professor Alderwood watching him with heightened interest. That was quite a wand selection, the professor commented as they left Madame Malkin's. Ollivander seemed most intrigued. Wand makers are naturally dramatic, Alexander replied dismissively. Makes for better business. Perhaps, Alderwood conceded. Though I've always found there's truth in wand lore. The wand choosing the wizard reveals something fundamental about the wizard himself. Alexander met his gaze evenly. And what does my wand reveal about me, Professor? That you're far more complicated than you appear, young Mr. Nightwood. Alderwood smiled slightly. I look forward to discovering just how complicated when term begins. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with the usual chaos of tearful parents, excited children, and hooting owls. Alexander had opted for a sleek black cat as his familiar, a practical choice, and one that wouldn't constantly remind him of Potter's snowy owl. Remember to write, Eleanor said, smoothing his robes unnecessarily. And mind your manners with the professors. Just because Professor Alderwood has been mentoring you doesn't mean you should expect special treatment. I know, Mother, Alexander said, fighting the urge to roll his eyes. How many first years had he terrified over the years with his opening speech about brewing glory and stopping death? Now he was back on the receiving end. And try to make friends, Thomas added earnestly. School is about more than just academics. That was debatable, in Severus's opinion, but Alexander nodded dutifully. There's the Weasleys, Eleanor noted, glancing down the platform. And, is that Harry Potter with them? Alexander turned sharply, following her gaze. Indeed, there stood Potter, older, more confident, his resemblance to James now tempered by maturity. Beside him was a red-haired woman Alexander recognized as the youngest Weasley sibling, and between them stood a girl who looked about Alexander's age, with her mother's red hair but her father's unmistakable green eyes. Something twisted painfully in Alexander's chest. Lily's eyes, in yet another face. That would be their daughter, Thomas said. Cassandra, I believe. She'll be in your year. Before Alexander could process this information, a voice called out, Thomas. Eleanor. Over here. The Clearwaters approached, their son Philip looking nervous in his new robes. All ready for the big day? Mrs. Clearwater asked, while the adults fell into conversation. Alexander took the opportunity to observe the platform more carefully. He recognized descendants of his former students everywhere, a long-bottom boy with his father's round face but not his timidity, twin Zabini girls with their mother's striking beauty, a Malfoy heir, white blonde hair slicked back in the same style Draco had favored. The Hogwarts Express whistle blew. Time to board, Thomas said, giving Alexander a quick hug. We're proud of you, son. Eleanor embraced him longer. Be safe, she whispered, and something in her tone suggested she meant more than the usual parental concern. Alexander nodded, then boarded the train, finding an empty compartment. As the train pulled away from the platform, he allowed himself a moment of reflection. 23 years he'd been dead, and now he was returning to Hogwarts. What would the castle make of him now? The compartment door slid open, interrupting his thoughts. A girl with red hair and green eyes stood in the doorway. Do you mind? Everywhere else is getting full, she said. Fate, it seemed, had a particular sense of humor. Alexander gestured to the empty seat across from him. Not at all. She settled in, extending her hand. I'm Cassie Potter. He took it briefly. Alexander Nightwood. Nice to meet you. Are you a first year too? Yes. What house do you think you'll be in? My whole family's been in Gryffindor for generations, so I'll probably end up there too, though Dad says the Sorting Hat considers what you want as well. Just like her father, talking too much, making assumptions. Yet her eyes. Severus pushed the thought away. I don't have a preference, he lied. In truth, he was intensely curious where the hat would place him this time. Not Slytherin, surely, he was no longer the desperate, ambitious boy from Spinner's End. But neither did he feel particularly brave, wise, or loyal after everything he'd done. The compartment door opened again, and a boy with sandy hair poked his head in. Cassie. Been looking all over for you. Oh, hello, he added, noticing Alexander. This is Alexander, Cassie said. Alexander, this is Hugo Granger Weasley. We're cousins, she explained. Second cousins, Hugo corrected, sitting beside Cassie. Our parents are cousins. Alexander nodded politely, remembering the complex Weasley family tree. This must be the son of Granger and one of the numerous Weasley offspring. Anyway, Hugo continued, James says there's a rumor that Professor McGonagall is finally retiring after this year. Dad reckons Professor Longbottom might become headmaster. Neville? Cassie looked skeptical. He's brilliant at herbology, but headmaster. Alexander barely suppressed a snort. Longbottom, the boy who had melted countless cauldrons, running Hogwarts. Though he had shown unexpected courage during that final year. What's so funny? Hugo asked, noticing Alexander's expression. Nothing. I'm just surprised the current headmistress has stayed so long. She's practically an institution, Hugo agreed. My parents say she was strict but fair when they were students. What about your parents? Did they go to Hogwarts? Yes. My mother was in Ravenclaw, my father in Hufflepuff. A mixed household, Cassie nodded. Like my Aunt Hermione and Uncle Ron. She was Ravenclaw, he was Gryffindor. Alexander frowned. That wasn't right. Granger had definitely been in Gryffindor, he remembered deducting countless points from her for know-it-all behavior. Are you certain? He asked carefully. Of course, Hugo said, looking at him strangely. Why? Just. Something I heard differently, Alexander backtracked, mentally filing away this discrepancy. Another change from his timeline. The conversation shifted to Quidditch, giving Alexander time to think. Something was definitely different in this world. Small changes perhaps, but significant ones. And if Hermione Granger's house placement had changed, what else might be different? What events might unfold differently than he expected? As the countryside rushed past outside the window, Alexander felt the first stirring of something he hadn't experienced in a long time, uncertainty about what lay ahead. Not since his first train ride to Hogwarts, sitting beside Lily Evans, had the future seemed so unpredictable. And that, perhaps more than anything, troubled the part of him that would always be Severus Snape, the part that had survived on careful planning and foreknowledge for so many years. The Great Hall looked both exactly as Severus remembered and strangely different from the staff table perspective he'd grown accustomed to. The enchanted ceiling reflected a clear night sky, candles floated above the 4 house tables, and the golden plates and goblets gleamed in the magical light. At the staff table, he recognized Minerva McGonagall immediately, looking remarkably unchanged despite the additional decades. Beside her sat Phileas Flitwick, even more diminutive than Severus recalled. Pomona Sprout was gone, replaced by Neville Longbottom, who had grown into his features and carried himself with confidence Severus wouldn't have thought possible. And there was Alderwood, watching the first years with particular interest, his gaze lingering momentarily on Alexander. Professor Flitwick carried the Sorting Hat and stool to the front of the hall, and the familiar ceremony began. Alexander watched dispassionately as students were sorted, Abernathy to Hufflepuff, Chandler to Slytherin, Longbottom's son Franklin to Gryffindor, naturally. Nightwood, Alexander, Flitwick eventually called. Alexander approached the stool with measured steps, aware of Alderwood's increased attention. As the hat descended over his eyes, he braced himself. Well, well, a familiar small voice spoke in his ear. What have we here? Fascinating. Most fascinating indeed. You can see who I was, Alexander thought. Of course I can, Severus Snape. I see into your mind, your memories, your very essence. And what a remarkable situation this is. A second sorting for a second life. The hat seemed genuinely intrigued. Where to put you this time? You've changed, you know. Have I? More than you realize. The ambition remains, but it's tempered now. Courage, yes, you always had that, though few recognized it. Loyalty too, of the most profound sort. And knowledge, so much knowledge. Alexander waited, curious despite himself. The boy you were belonged in Slytherin, helping you on your way to greatness, though perhaps not the greatness either of us envisioned. The man you became showed the finest qualities of all four houses. And the child you are now, well, with such a mind, there can really only be one choice, Ravenclaw. The last word was shouted to the hall. Alexander removed the hat, noting with satisfaction that it had taken nearly 3 minutes to decide, a hat's tall, by Hogwarts standards, which would generate exactly the right amount of interest without suspicion. The Ravenclaw table applauded as he joined them. He didn't miss the surprised looks from both Cassie Potter and Professor Alderwood, who had clearly expected him in Slytherin. The sorting continued. Potter, Cassandra became a Gryffindor after barely a moment under the hat. Hugo Granger Weasley, surprisingly, went to Hufflepuff. Once the ceremony concluded, McGonagall rose for her speech. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts, she began, her Scottish brogue unchanged. Before we begin our excellent feast, a few announcements. Alexander listened with half an ear as she introduced new staff, a defense against the dark arts professor named Elias Blackthorne, a tall man with sharp features and calculating eyes that immediately put Alexander on alert, and reviewed standard rules. And finally, McGonagall concluded, I must inform you that the east wing of the third floor is currently undergoing magical renovations and is strictly off-limits to all students. Now, let the feast begin. Food appeared on the golden plates, and conversation erupted around the hall. Alexander served himself moderately, observing his new housemates. The Ravenclaws were already discussing classes, comparing summer reading lists, and debating magical theory. It was refreshingly different from the power dynamics that had dominated Slytherin table conversations in his day. You were a hat's tall, said a girl across from him, studying him with interest. My mother says those are rare. Not that rare, Alexander replied. Simply means the hat had difficulty deciding. What was it considering? Asked a boy beside him. Alexander gave a thin smile. That's between me and the hat. Fair enough, the girl conceded. I'm Diana Scamander, by the way. My great-grandfather wrote Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Alexander nodded, recognizing the name. Alexander Nightwood. Are you related to Ebenezer Nightwood, the experimental potioneer? Another boy asked. Distantly, Alexander answered, though he had no idea. His new surname might have magical connections he wasn't aware of. As dinner progressed, Alexander's attention repeatedly returned to the staff table. Professor Blackthorne was engaged in intense conversation with Alderwood, both occasionally glancing toward the Ravenclaw table. When dessert appeared, Alexander noticed Blackthorne lean toward McGonagall, gesture subtly in his direction, and say something that made the headmistress's eyebrows rise. After the feast, Alexander followed the Ravenclaw prefects to their tower. The common room was just as he remembered from his rare visits as head of Slytherin, airy and circular, with bookshelves lining the walls and a domed ceiling painted with stars. Bronze eagles decorated the blue hangings and carpets, and large windows offered spectacular views of the surrounding mountains. Boys' dormitories up the left staircase, the prefect directed. You'll find your belongings have already been brought up. Alexander located his bed in the first-year dormitory, finding his trunk and cat already waiting. His dorm mates introduced themselves, Jonathan Lee, Marcus Belby, nephew of the Belby he'd once known, and twins named Callum and Connor Davies. "I heard Professor Alderwood mentored you before Hogwarts," Belby said as they unpacked. "Is that true?" News traveled fast, as always at Hogwarts. "He provided some guidance," Alexander said neutrally. "Lucky," Lee commented. "My older sister says he's brilliant but strict." Both accurate assessments, Alexander agreed, remembering his own teaching philosophy. After arranging his possessions, Alexander sat on his bed, drawing the curtains for privacy. From his trunk's hidden compartment, he extracted a journal bound in plain black leather, one of several he'd prepared before arriving at Hogwarts. Inside, he began documenting the discrepancies he'd noted between this timeline and his memories. Hermione Granger sorted into Ravenclaw, not Gryffindor. Magical renovations on the third floor East Wing, location of nothing significant in my time. New data. Professor showing interest in me. Specifically references to Blackwood Forest incident. Research needed. He paused, quill hovering over the page. What did these changes mean? Were they consequences of his own rebirth, or had something else altered this timeline before his arrival? And why had the hat placed him in Ravenclaw? Outside his bed curtains, his dormmates continued their excited chatter about classes and Quidditch trials. Alexander tuned them out, focusing instead on planning his approach to this new Hogwarts experience. He would need allies, though the notion remained uncomfortable. Academic excellence would be expected in Ravenclaw, so he could demonstrate knowledge without raising too many eyebrows. Potions would naturally be his strongest subject, but he would need to show appropriate learning curves in others. Most importantly, he needed information about the magical disturbances his aunt had mentioned and this Professor Blackthorn's research interests. Something wasn't right, and Alexander, with all of Severus Snape's hard-earned instincts, intended to discover exactly what before it threatened his second chance at life. Alexander quickly established himself as an exceptional student, particularly in potions and defense against the dark arts. Alderwood's potions classroom was different from how Severus had kept it, better lit, with detailed safety protocols posted prominently, but the fundamental approach remained similar. "Your cure for boils is perfect, Mr. Nightwood," Alderwood commented during their first practical lesson, examining Alexander's cauldron. "Perfect consistency, ideal coloration. 5 points to Ravenclaw." Alexander accepted the praise with a modest nod, though inwardly he felt a twinge of amusement. He'd brewed this particular potion thousands of times, both as a student and professor. The muscle memory remained, even in his new body. "Perhaps you could assist Mr. Davies," Alderwood suggested, nodding toward Callum, whose potion was emitting ominous purple sparks. As Alexander helped his dormmate salvage his brew, he overheard Cassie Potter speaking with her Gryffindor partner. "Dad says Professor Blackthorn used to work with the Department of Mysteries," she whispered. "Something about death magic research." Alexander's hands stilled momentarily. Death magic? That certainly warranted investigation. Defense against the dark arts proved more immediately intriguing. Professor Blackthorn began their first class by surveying the room with penetrating eyes. "The dark arts," he said softly, commanding instant attention, "are not merely spells and curses. They are an approach to magic that seeks to circumvent the natural order." His gaze lingered briefly on Alexander. "Including, some believe, the natural order of life and death itself." The classroom remained silent, students captivated by his intensity. "You will not learn actual dark arts in this classroom," Blackthorn continued, pacing slowly. "But you will learn to recognize them, understand their allure, and defend against their effects. We begin today with a fundamental question: what makes magic dark?" Hands rose. Blackthorn pointed to a Gryffindor boy. "Intent," the boy answered confidently. "Dark magic is meant to harm. A common belief, Mr. Thornton, but incomplete. Miss Potter?" "My father says it's magic that damages the soul, both the victims and the casters," Cassie offered. Blackthorn nodded approvingly. "Closer. Anyone else?" "Mr. Nightwood?" Alexander hadn't raised his hand, making the professor's call on him deliberate. Dark magic, he said carefully, often involves violation of magical boundaries established by nature itself. Death, consciousness, free will, domains with inherent protective barriers that dark magic seeks to breach. Blackthorn's eyes gleamed with interest. Precisely. 5 points to Ravenclaw for that nuanced definition. Magic that attempts to control death, enslave minds, or fundamentally alter reality's fabric is inherently destabilizing to the magical ecosystem. This destabilization is what makes such magic dangerous beyond its immediate effects. The lesson proceeded with an overview of detection spells for dark objects, but Alexander noticed Blackthorn watching him throughout. After class, the professor called him back. "A moment, Mr. Nightwood." Alexander approached the desk cautiously. "Yes, Professor." "Professor Alderwood speaks highly of your abilities," Blackthorn said, studying him intently. "I'm curious where you developed such a sophisticated understanding of magical theory at your age." "I read extensively," Alexander replied, meeting his gaze steadily. "Indeed." Blackthorn smiled slightly. "Have you by chance encountered the works of Anatolius Blackwood in your reading?" The name meant nothing to Severus, which was telling in itself. "No, sir." "Pity." His research on magical transference between realms was groundbreaking, if somewhat controversial. Blackthorn shuffled some papers. "Should you desire more challenging material than the standard curriculum, my office is open to exceptional students. Wednesday evenings, perhaps." It was clearly an invitation to private instruction, something Severus himself had rarely offered students outside his own house. More importantly, it was an opportunity to learn what Blackthorn was really after. "Thank you, Professor. I'd appreciate that." "Excellent. Oh, and Mr. Nightwood?" Blackthorn's voice dropped slightly. "Have you ever experienced moments of déjà vu? Memories that seem to belong to someone else, perhaps?" Alexander kept his expression neutral despite the alarm bells ringing in his mind. "No more than anyone else, Professor." "Of course. Run along now, you'll be late for transfiguration." As Alexander left, he felt Blackthorn's gaze following him. The professor knew something, or at least suspected. The question was, what exactly was he looking for? And how dangerous would he be if he found it? By Halloween, Alexander had established a careful routine. He excelled in classes without appearing supernaturally gifted, maintained cordial if distant relationships with his dorm mates, and spent his free time between the library and Blackthorn's supplementary sessions, which had proven both informative and concerning. Blackthorn's advanced material focused heavily on theoretical magic involving souls, spiritual energies, and the boundaries between living and dead. While never explicitly crossing into forbidden territory, the professor repeatedly skirted the edges of what would be considered acceptable academic inquiry. "The veil in the Department of Mysteries," Blackthorn explained during one evening session, "represents perhaps our most tangible connection to the realm beyond death. Those who study it report hearing voices from the other side." "Has anyone ever returned from beyond it?" Alexander asked, feigning innocent curiosity. Blackthorn's eyes gleamed. "Not to my knowledge. But consider this, Mr. Nightwood, if consciousness can pass one way, might there not be circumstances where it could pass the other? Theoretical cases have been documented of individuals with memories that could not possibly belong to them, detailed knowledge of times, places, and people they never encountered." "Reincarnation, you mean?" Alexander suggested cautiously. "Similar, but more specific. Not vague spiritual connections to past lives, but precise, verifiable memories transferred intact." Blackthorn leaned forward. "Have you ever felt as though you've lived before, Alexander? As though you know things you shouldn't possibly know?" The directness of the question confirmed Alexander's suspicions. Blackthorn wasn't merely theorizing, he was hunting. For what purpose, Alexander couldn't yet determine, but the professor's interest in him specifically suggested he somehow suspected Alexander's unique circumstance. I've had strange dreams sometimes, Alexander answered noncommittally. My aunt says many magical children do. Blackthorn smiled thinly. Indeed. Your aunt, Cordelia Selwyn, correct? Her research into magical transference is quite respected. That was news to Alexander. He knew Cordelia conducted magical research but hadn't realized it aligned so closely with Blackthorn's interests. Is she a colleague of yours? He asked. We've corresponded. Her theory about the Blackwood Forest incident was particularly insightful, that the magical surge recorded there 17 years ago might have been a momentary thinning of the veil between worlds. Blackthorn observed Alexander closely. Precisely when you were born, I believe. Alexander maintained his composure with effort. Coincidence, surely. Perhaps. Blackthorn gathered his notes. That's enough for tonight. Next week, we'll discuss magical signatures and their persistence after death. As Alexander left Blackthorn's office, he nearly collided with Cassie Potter, who appeared to be waiting in the corridor. There you are, she exclaimed. I've been looking everywhere. Alexander raised an eyebrow. Why? Hugo and I are going to visit Hagrid. He's still gamekeeper, you know, though he's ancient now. Want to come? He makes terrible tea but tells the best stories about our parents' school days. The last thing Alexander wanted was to hear glorified tales of Potter's heroics, but Hagrid might unknowingly provide useful information about the current state of the wizarding world. Very well, he agreed reluctantly. As they walked across the grounds toward Hagrid's hut, Cassie studied him curiously. What do you and Professor Blackthorn discuss in those private sessions? Half the school thinks you're learning secret dark magic. Magical theory, Alexander replied shortly. Nothing exciting. Right, she said skeptically. That's why you look like you've seen a ghost every time you leave his office. Alexander frowned. Was he that transparent? The professor has unusual perspectives on magic, he said carefully. Not all of them comfortable to consider. Dad says the same thing, Cassie nodded. Says Blackthorn was brilliant at the ministry but got obsessed with death magic after his wife died. That's why he switched to teaching. The Department of Mysteries thought his research was getting dangerous. Interesting. Another piece of the puzzle Alexander hadn't known. When did his wife die? About 10 years ago, I think. Some kind of magical accident. She shrugged. Anyway, Hugo's probably already there. He's obsessed with Hagrid's creatures. Hagrid's hut looked much as Severus remembered it, though a second, smaller structure had been added nearby, apparently housing various magical creatures for care of magical creatures classes. Hagrid himself had aged considerably, his wild hair and beard now completely white, his massive frame slightly stooped, but his booming voice and enthusiastic demeanor remained unchanged. Cassie. And yeah, brought a friend, he exclaimed, ushering them inside where Hugo already sat at the enormous wooden table. Alexander Nightwood, isn't it? Ravenclaw, Professor Alderwood says you're a natural with potions. He's brilliant at everything, Hugo said, without apparent jealousy. You should see him in defense. Alexander accepted a rock cake out of politeness, though he had no intention of breaking his teeth on it. Professor Blackthorn provides additional instruction, he explained when Hagrid looked interested. Blackthorn, eh? Hagrid's expression darkened slightly. Brilliant wizard, no doubt, but there's something not quite right there. Reminds me a bit of, he stopped, glancing at the children. Well, never mind that. How are your parents, Cassie? Your dad still chasing dark wizards? The conversation shifted to news of various Potter and Weasley family members. Alexander listened attentively, noting discrepancies from his expected timeline. Harry Potter was indeed head Auror but apparently had taken a temporary position teaching advanced defense at the Auror Academy. Hermione Granger Weasley headed the Department of Magical Law Enforcement rather than Magical Creatures, and Ron Weasley co-owned Weasley's Wizard Wheezes with George. Most interestingly, several references were made to the incident at the ministry 3 years prior, which seemed to involve unauthorized experimentation with time magic. "Dad doesn't talk about it much," Cassie said when Alexander subtly pressed for details. "Just says it was nearly as bad as the Department of Mystery's battle when he was 15. Shouldn't have happened," Hagrid rumbled. "After everything with time turners during the war, yet think they'd be more careful. But there's always someone thinking they know better." As darkness fell, they made their way back to the castle for the Halloween feast. Alexander's mind churned with new information. Time magic incidents, Blackthorn's obsession with death following his wife's accident, and the professor's apparent awareness of Alexander's unusual situation, all connected somehow to the Blackwood Forest incident that had coincided with his rebirth. The Great Hall was decorated with floating jack-o'-lanterns, live bats, and magical cobwebs that sparkled in the candlelight. Alexander took his place at the Ravenclaw table, noting that Professor Blackthorn was watching him again, leaning occasionally to murmur something to Professor Alderwood. Halfway through the feast, Alexander felt a strange sensation, a magical pulse that rippled through the Great Hall, subtle enough that most students didn't notice. He glanced at the staff table and saw both McGonagall and Blackthorn stiffen slightly, exchanging concerned looks. Moments later, a prefect hurried to the headmistress and whispered something urgent. McGonagall's expression remained calm, but she discreetly signaled to several professors, including Blackthorn and Alderwood, who rose and quietly exited through a side door. Curious, Alexander excused himself to his dorm mates, claiming a headache. Instead of heading toward Ravenclaw Tower, he disillusioned himself, a spell he'd been practicing in secret, and followed the professor's path. Their voices led him to the third-floor East Wing, the area McGonagall had declared off-limits at the start of term. Pressing himself against the wall near the entrance, Alexander listened. "The third fluctuation this month," Alderwood was saying tensely. "The containment spells are holding, but barely. We cannot sustain this indefinitely, Minerva," Blackthorn added. "The magical residue is becoming unstable." "If my theory is correct, your theory remains unproven, Elias," McGonagall interrupted sharply. "And I will not authorize more invasive investigation based on speculation." "It's hardly speculation when the energy signatures match precisely those recorded at Blackwood Forest 17 years ago, Blackthorn argued. "Something came through then, and whatever breach allowed it is trying to reopen." "Or something is trying to go back," Alderwood suggested quietly. Alexander's breath caught. Were they talking about him? Did they somehow know that Severus Snape's consciousness had returned from death? "Regardless," McGonagall said firmly, "our priority is containment until the Department of Mysteries team arrives tomorrow. Strengthen the wards, monitor for further fluctuations, but do not attempt to interact directly with the anomaly. Is that clear, Elias?" There was a pause before Blackthorn responded. "Perfectly, Headmistress." As the professors began reinforcing magical barriers, Alexander retreated silently. His mind raced with implications. If the Blackwood Forest incident 17 years ago had somehow facilitated his rebirth, what was happening in the East Wing now? Another potential crossing? Or was something trying to pull him back to death where he belonged? He needed more information, and quickly. But approaching any of the professors directly would reveal his eavesdropping, if not his true identity. There was only one person connected to both Blackthorn's research and the original incident who might speak freely with him. He needed to contact his Aunt Cordelia. The following morning, Alexander sent an owl to Cordelia Selwyn, carefully composing his message to sound like an ordinary nephew seeking his aunt's academic expertise for a school project. He referenced Blackthorn's mentorship and expressed interest in theoretical magical transference as it relates to consciousness, hoping she would read between the lines. Classes proceeded normally, though Alexander noted both Blackthorn and Alderwood looked tired, with dark circles under their eyes suggesting a night spent monitoring magical disturbances. During potions, Alderwood was unusually distracted, twice failing to notice bubbling cauldrons before students corrected their mistakes. "Professor," Alexander approached after class, "is everything all right? You seem concerned about something." Alderwood studied him for a moment. Just some complex magical maintenance issues in the castle, Mr. Nightwood. Nothing for students to worry about. The third floor east wing. Alexander suggested innocently. We've noticed the professors going there at odd hours. Indeed? Alderwood's eyes narrowed slightly. Well, ancient castles saturated with centuries of magic occasionally develop instabilities. Professor Blackthorne specializes in such phenomena, which is why he's assisting. Alexander nodded thoughtfully. Is it related to the Blackwood Forest incident? I've heard my aunt mention it. Alderwood stiffened almost imperceptibly. Cordelia Selwyn is your aunt? I wasn't aware. My mother's sister, Alexander confirmed. She's written to me about magical anomalies that create temporary bridges between magical states. I thought perhaps, Mr. Nightwood, Alderwood interrupted, while your intellectual curiosity is commendable, some magical phenomena are dangerous precisely because they attract such curiosity. I suggest focusing on your studies rather than theoretical magical disturbances. Of course, Professor, Alexander replied, affecting chastened respect. I apologize for overstepping. Alderwood's expression softened slightly. Your academic progress remains exceptional. In fact, Professor Blackthorne and I were discussing your potential for accelerated study in certain areas. But patience is also a virtue in magical education. After Alderwood dismissed him, Alexander headed to the library. If the professors wouldn't provide information directly, perhaps Hogwarts' extensive collection might offer clues. Unfortunately, he found nothing on the Blackwood Forest incident in any readily accessible texts, and attempts to research Professor Blackthorne's background yielded only basic biographical information. 3 days later, his aunt's response arrived during breakfast. Dear Alexander, how delightful to receive your academic inquiries. Your interest in theoretical magical transference shows remarkable insight for your age. Professor Blackthorne's mentorship must be stimulating indeed. He and I have corresponded on related topics for years. Regarding your specific questions, the relationship between consciousness and magical essence remains one of Wizardkin's profound mysteries. My own research suggests consciousness may exist in a state distinct from but interwoven with our physical and magical being, potentially allowing for its transfer under exceedingly rare circumstances. The Blackwood Forest phenomenon you mentioned created significant academic debate. Some, myself included, believe it represented a momentary thinning between states of being, allowing transfer of magical essence across boundaries normally impermeable. I'll be visiting Hogwarts next weekend for consultation with Professors McGonagall and Blackthorne regarding similar research. Perhaps we might discuss these fascinating theories in person. Some knowledge is best shared directly rather than by owl. Your curious aunt, Cordelia. The letter confirmed Alexander's suspicions while revealing Cordelia's deeper involvement than he'd realized. Next weekend couldn't come quickly enough. That evening, Alexander was studying in the Ravenclaw common room when Cassie Potter unexpectedly appeared at the entrance, correctly answering the Eagle Knocker's riddle to gain admission. There you are, she said, dropping into the chair beside him. You've been avoiding everyone. I've been studying, Alexander corrected, noting the curious glances from his housemates. Gryffindors rarely visited other house common rooms. How did you know the answer to the riddle? She shrugged. Lucky guess. Anyway, something weird is happening. Dad's coming to Hogwarts tomorrow with a team from the Department of Mysteries. Hugo overheard Professor Longbottom telling Professor Flitwick. Alexander maintained a neutral expression despite his interest. Perhaps it's routine. During term. And Dad specifically? She lowered her voice. It has to be connected to whatever's happening in the East Wing. The sixth years say they've seen blue light under the door at night, and strange sounds like voices speaking backwards. While likely exaggerated, such rumors often contained kernels of truth. What do you propose? Investigating ourselves, he asked sarcastically. To his alarm, Cassie's eyes lit up. That's exactly what I was thinking. My dad always says he learned more from exploring Hogwarts than from classes. Your father had a particular talent for finding trouble, Alexander said dryly. How would you know that? Alexander internally cursed his slip. Everyone knows the stories. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Harry Potter and the escaped convict Sirius Black. Fair point, she conceded. But aren't you curious? Especially with your aunt coming to consult about it too. Alexander stared at her. How did you know about my aunt? Cassie had the grace to look embarrassed. I might have glanced at your letter at breakfast. The eagle owl was quite distinctive, and I was right behind you, and, sorry. Severus would have eviscerated a student for such an invasion of privacy, but Alexander merely sighed. It's rude to read others' correspondence. I know. But now that I have. She leaned forward eagerly. Let's find out what's happening. Tonight, after curfew. Absolutely not. Fine, I'll go alone then. I have my dad's old invisibility cloak. He doesn't know I borrowed it before term started. She stood. If you change your mind, meet me by the one-eyed witch statue at midnight. After she left, Alexander sat motionless, weighing his options. Allowing Cassie Potter to investigate alone was potentially dangerous, both to her and to whatever magical containment the professors had established. On the other hand, this might be his opportunity to gain direct insight into the anomaly before his aunt arrived. At 5 minutes to midnight, Alexander silently made his way to the one-eyed witch statue, using a disillusionment charm rather than risking detection spells that might identify his magical signature. Cassie was already waiting, partially visible as she adjusted what appeared to be a genuine invisibility cloak. You came, she whispered, spotting him as he cancelled his disillusionment. Someone needs to ensure you don't get yourself killed, he replied coolly. Or worse, expelled. She grinned. You sound like my Aunt Hermione. Come on, we can both fit under here. Reluctantly, Alexander joined her under the cloak, uncomfortably aware of their proximity as they made their way toward the third-floor east wing. The corridors were deserted except for the occasional ghost drifting through walls or Mrs. Norris too, apparently a descendant of Filch's original cat, prowling for rule-breakers. As they approached the restricted area, Alexander felt it, a subtle vibrational hum of magic that grew stronger with each step. Cassie must have sensed it too, as she slowed, her earlier enthusiasm tempered by caution. Do you feel that? She whispered. He nodded, studying the corridor ahead. Complex ward patterns shimmered faintly in the darkness, visible only to those with trained magical perception. Beyond the sealed doors, blue light pulsed in rhythmic waves. Those are serious containment spells, Alexander murmured. Ministry-level security. Can we get closer without triggering them? Cassie asked. Under normal circumstances, Alexander would have said no. But these weren't normal wards, they were designed to contain something trying to get out, not prevent people getting in. A dangerous oversight, if intentional. Possibly, he said, analyzing the spell patterns. The primary wards focus inward. If we move slowly and don't use active magic, we might approach undetected. They advanced cautiously, Alexander guiding their path between ward triggers with the expertise of a former spy. As they neared the doors, the magical hum intensified, vibrating through Alexander's very bones. The sensation was uncomfortably familiar, reminiscent of how it had felt to die, that moment when Nagini's venom had stopped his heart and his consciousness had begun to separate from his body. Through the crack beneath the doors, blue light pulsed more rapidly, accompanied by a high-pitched whine at the edge of human hearing. Alexander felt a strange pulling sensation, as though something beyond the door recognized him. Alexander. Cassie's voice sounded distant suddenly. Your eyes. He couldn't respond. The pulling sensation intensified, and for a moment, he felt his consciousness splitting, part of him still standing beside Cassie, part being drawn toward whatever lay beyond the doors. Through the fractured perception, he glimpsed something impossible, a tear in reality itself, a window opening onto swirling darkness punctuated by points of brilliant light. And faces. Shadowy, indistinct faces pressing against the boundary, watching him. One in particular seemed to focus on him with terrible recognition. Severus. A voice whispered, barely audible but unmistakable. Dumbledore. The shock broke whatever connection had formed. Alexander gasped, staggering backwards into Cassie, who caught him instinctively. Your eyes were glowing blue, she whispered, frightened. And you weren't you for a moment. Before Alexander could respond, footsteps sounded at the corridor's end. Someone was coming, multiple someones, based on the varied rhythm of steps. Under the cloak, he hissed, pulling Cassie back into the shadows as they retreated. From their hiding place, they watched Professor Blackthorn arrive, accompanied by a wizard Alexander didn't recognize wearing Department of Mysteries robes. They spoke in hushed tones while examining the door's magical seals. The fluctuations are increasing, the unknown wizard said. Whatever's attempting to manifest is growing stronger. Or the barrier is weakening, Blackthorn countered. We need to determine whether we're dealing with a natural thinning or deliberate manipulation from either side. And if it's deliberate? Blackthorn's expression hardened. Then we need to identify what came through 17 years ago and whether it poses a threat. The magical signature is distinctive. I've been tracking similar resonances among the student population. You think a student? I have suspicions, Blackthorn interrupted. But no concrete evidence yet. The Nightwood boy shows particular sensitivity to the anomaly's energy, though he may be unaware of it himself. Alexander froze. They were investigating him. Potter arrives tomorrow, the ministry wizard noted. He's bringing the resurrection stone fragment for comparison testing. Excellent. If my theory is correct, we may be able to use it to stabilize the breach without risking further incursions. The last thing we need is more displaced consciousnesses crossing over. The men entered the warded area, the door sealing behind them with additional protective enchantments. Once they were gone, Cassie turned to Alexander, eyes wide. They're talking about you. What did he mean about displaced consciousnesses? And what happened to you just now? Alexander's mind raced. The situation was deteriorating rapidly. Potter was bringing a fragment of the resurrection stone, one of the deathly hallows, capable of recalling spirits from beyond death. If Blackthorn connected that magic to Alexander's unique condition. We need to leave, he said curtly. Now. But, now, Cassie. Before they detect us. They retreated to safer ground, eventually stopping in an empty classroom 2 floors away. Once inside, Alexander warded the door with privacy spells, advanced magic he shouldn't technically know, but caution outweighed secrecy at this point. You're going to explain everything, Cassie demanded, arms crossed. Starting with why that door affected you and why Blackthorn thinks you're connected to some magical anomaly. Alexander assessed his limited options. The girl was stubborn, perceptive, and now directly involved. Worse, she was Potter's daughter, which made her both dangerous and potentially useful. I can't explain fully, he said carefully. But that magical disturbance is trying to correct what it perceives as an anomaly in the natural order. Something that doesn't belong here. And that something is you? She asked shrewdly. He hesitated, then nodded once. Are you not human? Her hand drifted toward her wand. I'm human, he assured her. Just not, only Alexander Nightwood. Her brow furrowed. What does that mean? How much could he safely reveal? Enough to secure her cooperation without exposing his true identity, he decided. I have memories I shouldn't have, he said finally. Knowledge of people and events I never experienced. It's been happening since I was very young. Professor Blackthorn believes it's connected to whatever magical incident occurred when I was born, that perhaps I received impressions from someone who died at that moment. It wasn't entirely false, which made it more convincing. That's actually amazing, Cassie said, surprising him with her enthusiasm. Like reincarnation, but with actual memories. Can you prove it? That would depend on what memories you wanted verified, he replied cautiously. She thought for a moment. Tell me something about my father that isn't in books or common knowledge. Something only someone who really knew him would know. Alexander considered carefully, searching for something verifiable but not too revealing of his own identity. Your father has a lightning bolt scar on his forehead from Voldemort's attack, but he also has another scar on his right hand with the words, "I must not tell lies," formed from his own handwriting, a result of detention with Dolores Umbridge during his 5th year when she forced him to use a blood quill. Cassie's eyes widened. That's true. He never talks about it publicly. The only reason I know is because I asked him about it when I was little. She studied Alexander with newfound curiosity. Whose memories do you think you have? I don't know, he lied. They're fragmentary, inconsistent. Another lie. But now Blackthorn suspects, and he's bringing in experts, including your father. If they determine I'm somehow connected to this magical anomaly, they might try to fix it, Cassie finished. Which could mean removing whatever consciousness fragment has attached to me, Alexander confirmed. Effectively destroying part of who I am. It was manipulative, playing on her sympathies this way, but Severus Snape had always done what was necessary for survival. Now survival meant ensuring Blackthorn didn't identify him before Alexander understood the full situation, and potentially securing an ally with connections to Potter himself. Cassie's jaw set in determination. We won't let that happen. But we need more information. My aunt has access to Department of Mysteries records, and my dad. No, Alexander interrupted sharply. We can't involve your father directly. Not yet. He's being brought in specifically to investigate this situation. Then what do we do? Alexander considered their options. We need to know exactly what happened at Blackwood Forest 17 years ago, and how it connects to what's happening now. My aunt arrives this weekend for consultation. Between now and then, we gather what information we can from the library and by monitoring the restricted area. But discreetly, no more midnight excursions without proper preparation. Cassie nodded, looking surprisingly like her mother in her serious focus. Partners, then? Alexander hesitated before extending his hand. Partners. But this remains between us. As they shook on their agreement, Alexander wondered if he'd made a terrible mistake trusting a Potter. Yet as he looked into her green eyes, Lily's eyes in yet another face, he felt an inexplicable certainty that this Potter, at least, wouldn't betray him. Whether that certainty came from Severus or Alexander, he couldn't say. The following day brought Harry Potter to Hogwarts. Alexander first glimpsed him from a distance, walking alongside Professor McGonagall toward the East Wing, accompanied by 2 wizards in Department of Mysteries robes. The sight of him, older now, with threads of grey at his temples but unmistakably James Potter's son with Lily Evans' eyes, sent a complex surge of emotions through Alexander that he quickly suppressed. Cassie had promised not to reveal their discovery to her father, though Alexander noted her struggle during their brief meeting at lunch. Potter had embraced his daughter warmly, chatted with her about classes, and promised to see her again before departing. Throughout, his gaze had swept the great hall with the practiced vigilance of an Auror, momentarily pausing on Alexander as though sensing his scrutiny. After afternoon classes, Alexander slipped into an alcove near the library to consult his journal. He'd spent hours researching the Blackwood Forest incident, finally discovering an obscure reference in a periodical from 17 years prior. Magical anomaly detected in Blackwood Forest. Department of Mysteries officials responded Tuesday to reports of unusual magical activity in the protected woodland near Dartmoor. Sources indicate temporal and spiritual disturbances unlike any previously recorded, potentially triggered by astronomical alignments. Investigation continues, though officials emphasize no connection to dark magic has been established. Local magical residents reported sensations of time standing still and whispers from nowhere during the 3-minute event. The timing coincided precisely with Alexander's birth. More interestingly, the location was barely 10 miles from the cottage where Eleanor and Thomas Nightwood lived. Had his mother been near enough to be affected by whatever magical phenomenon had facilitated Severus Snape's consciousness transferring to her newborn son? Fascinating reading. Alexander started, nearly dropping his journal. Professor Blackthorne stood before him, eyes gleaming with interest. "Just notes, Professor," Alexander replied, closing the journal casually. "On the Blackwood Forest incident, perhaps?" Blackthorne suggested, making Alexander's blood run cold. "I noticed your research focus in the library this morning." "Academic curiosity," Alexander said carefully. "After our discussions on magical anomalies." "Indeed." Blackthorne's smile didn't reach his eyes. "A remarkable coincidence that you should take such interest in a magical event that occurred at the precise moment of your birth, in the vicinity of your family home." So he knew. Alexander maintained his composure with effort. "I wasn't aware of the geographic proximity. My aunt mentioned it recently, and I was curious." "Curiosity is a powerful motivator," Blackthorne agreed. "It motivated me to investigate why a first-year student possesses knowledge and magical intuition far beyond his years. Why he sometimes speaks like someone much older. Why his magical signature resonates peculiarly with certain, interdimensional disturbances." Alexander said nothing, mind racing through possible responses. "I've had an enlightening conversation with Mr. Potter," Blackthorne continued. "About magical souls that have cheated death before. Horcruxes. Resurrection stones. Priori incantatem effects." He leaned closer. "About a certain potions master whose body disappeared from the shrieking shack before anyone could retrieve it for burial." Alarm surged through Alexander. His body had disappeared. That was new information, and potentially significant. "I'm afraid I don't follow, Professor," he said. "Don't you?" Blackthorne's expression hardened. "I believe you do, Severus Snape." The name, spoken aloud and addressed directly to him, sent a shock through Alexander's system. For a moment, he couldn't breathe, couldn't think. "That's not my name," he finally managed. "Isn't it? At least partially." Blackthorne pressed. "I've suspected since our first class. The way you defined dark magic, nearly word for word how Severus Snape described it in his classified testimony after the First Wizarding War. Your brewing techniques, documented by Professor Alderwood, mirror Snape's distinctive modifications. Even your handwriting shows similar patterns, adjusted for a child's motor skills. You're suggesting what, exactly? That I'm possessed by a dead wizard's ghost?" Alexander attempted skepticism, but his voice lacked conviction. "Not possession. Transference." Blackthorne's eyes gleamed with academic fervor. 17 years ago, as Severus Snape died, a rare celestial alignment created a momentary thinning between life and death. His untethered consciousness, or a significant portion of it, crossed over, finding your just-forming mind as a suitable vessel. The theory was disturbingly accurate. "That's absurd," Alexander insisted. "And unprovable." "Is it?" "The fragment of resurrection stone Mr. Potter brought can temporarily call spirits from beyond the veil. If your consciousness is partially Snape's, exposure to the stone should create a resonance effect, potentially revealing the truth." Alexander's mind raced. Being exposed to the resurrection stone could indeed prove disastrous, not because Blackthorne's theory was correct, but because it didn't go far enough. He wasn't partially Severus Snape, he was entirely Severus Snape in consciousness, merely housed in Alexander Nightwood's body. "And if your theory is wrong," he challenged, "you'd be exposing a child to potentially dangerous magical artifacts based on circumstantial evidence." "Which is why I haven't insisted on testing yet," Blackthorne conceded. "But the magical disturbance in the East Wing changes matters. It appears to be attempting to correct what it perceives as an anomaly, your anomaly. The barrier between worlds is thinning again, and something is trying to pull back what doesn't belong." Alexander felt cold. "Me. The consciousness fragment within you, yes. Blackthorn's expression softened slightly. I don't believe you're aware of all this, Alexander. You're as much victim as vessel. The memories and knowledge you possess probably feel like your own, integrated over years. But they're not, they belong to a dead man, and their presence in our world is creating instability. The professor's compassionate tone was almost worse than accusation. He truly believed Alexander was an innocent child whose mind had been hijacked, not understanding that Alexander Nightwood had never existed separately from Severus Snape's consciousness. What do you intend to do? Alexander asked quietly. Help you, Blackthorn said, with apparent sincerity. The Department of Mysteries team believes the anomaly can be stabilized by returning what came through improperly. With the Resurrection Stone fragment, we may be able to extract Snape's consciousness without harming yours. Except there was no separate consciousness to extract. To remove Severus would be to lobotomize Alexander entirely. I need time to process this, Alexander said, feigning confusion rather than terror. It's difficult to believe. Of course. Blackthorn nodded sympathetically. Take the weekend. Speak with your aunt when she arrives. Cordelia has been consulting on this matter for some time. But Alexander, his voice turned grave, don't attempt to interfere with the East Wing containment. The forces there are drawn to you, and contact could accelerate the process dangerously. After Blackthorn departed, Alexander remained motionless, mind churning. The situation had deteriorated beyond his worst expectations. Potter was involved, the Department of Mysteries was investigating, and Blackthorn had already identified him, or at least a version of the truth that was dangerous enough. Most concerning was the revelation about his physical body disappearing from the Shrieking Shack. Could that be significant? Had his original body somehow been drawn through during the Blackwood Forest incident rather than simply disappearing through conventional means? He needed more information before he could determine his next move. And there was only one person who might have that information without posing an immediate threat. His Aunt Cordelia was arriving tomorrow. Until then, Alexander would have to avoid both Blackthorn and Potter while preparing for the possibility that he might soon be fighting for his very existence. Cordelia Selwyn arrived at Hogwarts the following morning, her tall, elegant figure sweeping into the great hall during breakfast. With her steel-gray hair pulled into a severe bun and piercing eyes that matched her niece Eleanor's, she commanded attention despite her understated dark blue robes. Alexander watched as she greeted McGonagall briefly before being escorted away by Blackthorn, presumably toward the East Wing for consultation. She hadn't acknowledged Alexander's presence, though her gaze had swept across the Ravenclaw table with calculated casualness. "Is that your aunt?" Cassie whispered, having joined him at breakfast despite raised eyebrows from both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor tables. Alexander nodded. "She'll find a way to speak with me privately." "I've been thinking," Cassie continued, keeping her voice low. "If what Blackthorn believes is true, that you have someone else's memories, could it be someone my dad knew? That might explain why he looked at you strangely yesterday." "Perhaps," Alexander said noncommittally. "Though your father has known countless wizards." "True, but not many who died exactly when you were born." She frowned thoughtfully. "There were casualties during the Battle of Hogwarts, of course, but most of those are well documented. My dad doesn't talk much about that day, though he sometimes mentions people who died fighting Voldemort. Professor Lupin, Fred Weasley, Lavender Brown. Severus Snape," Alexander added, watching her reaction carefully. "Oh. The potions master who was secretly protecting my dad." She nodded. "That would make sense with your potions talent. But wasn't he a Death Eater turned spy? Dad gets weird when people bring him up, defensive, like he feels guilty." Alexander absorbed this information with interest. "So Potter felt guilty about his death. What else has your father said about Snape?" "Not much to me directly. Once I overheard him telling Mum that Professor Snape was the bravest man he ever knew, but he realized it too late." She shrugged. "There's a portrait of him in the headmistress's office, but it supposedly refuses to speak. A portrait? That was standard for former headmasters, but Severus had barely held the position a year. Interesting that Potter had apparently advocated for him to receive the honor despite their hostile relationship. Their conversation was interrupted by a school owl dropping a note before Alexander. The parchment contained just 2 lines in elegant script: Greenhouse 3. Noon. Come alone. C.S. Cordelia wanted to meet. Alexander folded the note carefully, mind already formulating questions. This might be his only chance to gain crucial information before Blackthorn and Potter proceeded with whatever they were planning. My aunt, he explained to Cassie's questioning look. I'm meeting her at noon. I'll come with you, she offered immediately. She specified alone. Cassie frowned. That doesn't seem safe, considering everything we know. She's my aunt, Alexander reminded her. Whatever Blackthorn has told her, she'll listen to my side first. Fine, but I'll wait nearby. If you're not out in 30 minutes, I'm coming in or getting help. Alexander considered arguing but recognized the stubborn set of her jaw. Very well. But remain out of sight. My aunt is exceptionally perceptive. At noon precisely, Alexander slipped into Greenhouse 3, used primarily for 7th-year herbology and currently empty of students. The humid air carried the scent of exotic flowering plants, many with magical properties tied to mental and spiritual magic. Cordelia stood at the far end, examining a shimmering moonflower with apparent interest. Without looking up, she spoke, "You've caused quite a commotion, nephew. Or should I call you something else?" Alexander approached cautiously. "You've been speaking with Professor Blackthorn. And Harry Potter. And the Department of Mysteries research team." Now she turned, studying him with penetrating intensity. "They have fascinating theories about you. Theories based on circumstantial evidence and magical coincidences," Alexander said dismissively. "Are they merely theories?" Cordelia raised an eyebrow in a gesture so reminiscent of Severus himself that Alexander almost flinched. "You forget that I've known you since birth, Alexander. I was there the night you were born, in Blackwood Forest itself, helping Eleanor through a difficult labor while magical chaos erupted around us. This was new information. You never mentioned you were present at my birth. Would it have meant anything to you before now?" She moved closer, her gaze never leaving his face. "The moment you took your first breath, the forest went silent. The magical disturbance that had been building for hours simply resolved. As though whatever had been trying to cross over had finally succeeded." Alexander maintained his composure with effort. "And you believe that, whatever was Severus Snape's consciousness?" "I believe something crossed the boundary between death and life that night," Cordelia said carefully. "Something with purpose and power. Whether it was exactly what Blackthorn believes, I'm less certain." "What do you believe?" Cordelia smiled slightly. "I believe my great-nephew has always been extraordinary. Speaking in full sentences at a year old. Brewing complex potions at 5. Demonstrating magical control that some adult wizards never achieve." She tilted her head. "But I also believe there are spaces between life and death where mysteries dwell that we barely comprehend." "You're being evasive," Alexander noted. "And you're being cautious," she countered. "Understandably so. The department wants to fix what they perceive as magical contamination. Blackthorn wants to prove his theories about consciousness transference. Potter wants." She paused. "Well, Potter's motivations are more complex." "What does Potter want?" Alexander asked, unable to mask his interest entirely. "Confirmation, I think. He carries guilt regarding Severus Snape, feels he misjudged him, failed to save him, didn't honor his sacrifices properly. When Blackthorn suggested Snape's consciousness might have crossed over, Potter seemed hopeful." Cordelia studied Alexander's reaction. "Curious, isn't it? The son of James Potter hoping for Severus Snape's partial return." Alexander processed this unexpected information. "And what do you want, Aunt Cordelia?" "The truth," she replied simply. "Which I suspect is more complicated than anyone has yet theorized. Tell me, Alexander, how much of Severus Snape resides within you? Fragments of memory? Knowledge and skills? Or something more fundamental?" The directness of her question demanded a response. Alexander weighed his options carefully before deciding a partial truth might serve him best. "I have memories that could only belong to Severus Snape," he admitted. "Detailed, specific memories of his life, his knowledge, his regrets." This last word came out softer than intended. "But I am still Alexander Nightwood. Whatever came through that night has integrated with who I am." It wasn't entirely false. After 11 years living as Alexander, parts of Severus had inevitably been shaped by this second existence, softened in some ways, strengthened in others. Cordelia nodded as though his answer confirmed something. "They intend to use the resurrection stone fragment tomorrow night. The magical disturbance in the East Wing has reached critical levels. They believe extracting Snape's consciousness from you will stabilize the breach. And if they're wrong? If removing these memories destroys who I am?" Alexander challenged. "A concern I've raised," Cordelia acknowledged. "Which is why I convinced them to modify their approach. Rather than immediate extraction, they'll use the stone to attempt communication first, essentially calling to whatever portion of Snape exists within you, making it visible without removal." Alexander frowned. "That seems unnecessarily theatrical." "Perhaps." Cordelia's expression turned shrewd. "Or perhaps it provides an opportunity for you to control the narrative. To determine how much of Severus Snape you reveal." Understanding dawned. His aunt wasn't just informing him, she was advising him. Giving him time to prepare a performance that might satisfy their curiosity without risking his true nature. "You're helping me," he said, realization coloring his tone. "Why?" Cordelia's expression softened slightly. "Because you are my sister's son, regardless of what additional consciousness you may carry. Because I've spent decades studying the boundaries between existence and non-existence. And because," she added with unexpected heat, "I do not trust the ministry to meddle with matters they barely comprehend." "What about Blackthorn?" "Potter?" "Blackthorn is brilliant but obsessed. Since his wife's death, he's been searching for proof that consciousness can transcend death. Your existence validates his life's work." She paused. "As for Potter, he'll follow what he believes is right. If he can be convinced that extracting Snape's consciousness would harm you, he'll oppose it regardless of his personal interest." Alexander processed this information carefully. "And the magical disturbance? Is it truly attempting to pull back what crossed over?" "It appears so," Cordelia confirmed. "The barrier that thinned during your birth is weakening again. Something on the other side seems to be reaching for you specifically. During testing this morning, the energy patterns responded directly to your magical signature." A chill ran through Alexander as he remembered the faces pressing against the barrier, Dumbledore's voice calling his true name. Was death itself trying to reclaim him? "What do you suggest I do?" he asked finally. "Prepare yourself for tomorrow night," Cordelia advised. "They'll bring you to the East Wing at midnight. The resurrection stone fragment will be used to call forth whatever part of Severus Snape resides within you. What appears will determine their next steps." She met his gaze directly. "I suggest you consider carefully what you wish them to see." As their meeting concluded, Alexander felt marginally more confident. His aunt hadn't explicitly confirmed she knew his full truth, but she'd offered him a chance to control the situation, to present a version of events that might satisfy Blackthorn and Potter without risking his existence. Outside the greenhouse, Cassie waited anxiously. "Well? What did she say?" "They're proceeding tomorrow night," Alexander informed her quietly as they walked away from possible eavesdroppers. "Using the resurrection stone fragment to try communicating with whatever part of Severus Snape supposedly exists within me." That's actually good news, right? Cassie suggested. If they're just trying to communicate rather than extract anything. Perhaps, Alexander conceded. But it depends what appears when they use the stone. And that, he realized, might depend entirely on how well he could control his own consciousness when confronted with an artifact specifically designed to bridge the gap between life and death, a gap he had somehow crossed once before. As midnight approached the following evening, Alexander sat alone in the Ravenclaw common room, mentally preparing himself for what lay ahead. He'd spent the day researching everything available about the Resurrection Stone, though information was limited to legends and Potter's own heavily redacted accounts from the war. The stone supposedly called spirits back from death temporarily, not fully corporeal, but conscious and communicative. If used on someone living who carried another's consciousness, the effects were unpredictable. Most concerning was the possibility that it might force a separation between Severus and Alexander that couldn't be reversed. A soft knock at the common room entrance interrupted his thoughts. Professor Flitwick's voice called through, "Mr. Nightwood? It's time." Alexander took a deep breath, centering himself. He'd prepared as best he could, constructing mental shields reminiscent of occlumency barriers to control what might emerge when the stone was used. Whether they would be effective remained to be seen. Flitwick looked uncharacteristically solemn as he escorted Alexander through the quiet castle. "I want to assure you, Mr. Nightwood, that Headmistress McGonagall has insisted on every possible safety measure. Whatever happens tonight, your well-being remains our primary concern." "Thank you, Professor," Alexander replied quietly. "May I ask who will be present?" "Professors McGonagall, Blackthorn, and Alderwood," Flitwick listed. "Mr. Potter and 2 specialists from the Department of Mysteries. And your aunt, who specifically requested to attend." As they approached the 3rd-floor east wing, Alexander felt the now familiar magical pressure intensifying, a vibrating hum that seemed to resonate with something inside him. Blue light flickered beneath the sealed doors, pulsing in an irregular rhythm that quickened as they drew nearer. Flitwick noticed his reaction. "You can sense it more strongly than the rest of us, can't you?" Alexander nodded. "It feels familiar somehow." "Magical resonance," Flitwick explained. "Whatever is creating that disturbance recognizes something in your magical signature. That's partly why Professor Blackthorn became convinced of his theory. Your proximity increases the energy fluctuations exponentially." They stopped before the warded doors. Flitwick performed a complex series of wand movements, dismantling security measures while leaving containment spells intact. The doors swung open, revealing a scene Alexander would never have expected. The East Wing had been transformed into something resembling the Department of Mysteries chambers he'd glimpsed in Potter's memories. The walls were lined with complicated monitoring equipment, magical instruments recording energy patterns, containment vessels glowing with captured magical samples, and arithmetic equations floating in midair, constantly recalculating as conditions changed. In the center of the room stood a raised stone dais, upon which hovered what could only be described as a tear in reality itself, a vertical rift approximately 6 feet tall, edges pulsing with blue-white energy. Through the rift, indistinct shapes moved in swirling darkness, occasionally pressing against the boundary as though testing its strength. "Mr. Nightwood." McGonagall approached, her expression grave. "Thank you for your cooperation in this matter." Alexander tore his gaze from the rift. "I wasn't aware I had a choice, Headmistress." "There is always choice," she replied firmly. "Had you refused, we would have sought alternative solutions. Your safety remains paramount." Around the room stood the others Flitwick had mentioned. Alderwood looking troubled, Blackthorn barely containing his academic excitement, the department specialists monitoring equipment, Cordelia watching everything with calculating eyes, and Potter himself, standing slightly apart, gaze fixed on Alexander with an intensity that was almost physical. Alexander met Potter's eyes directly for the first time. The man had aged well, his features no longer boyish but refined by experience. The famous scar remained visible beneath slightly graying hair, but it was the eyes, Lily's eyes, that captured Alexander's attention. They showed not suspicion or hostility, but something far more complicated: hope, uncertainty, and a depth of emotion Alexander hadn't expected. "Alexander," Cordelia approached, resting a hand briefly on his shoulder. "Are you prepared?" "As much as possible," he answered truthfully. "Though I still don't fully understand what you expect to happen." Blackthorn stepped forward. "The process should be straightforward. We'll use the resurrection stone fragment to call forth whatever portion of Severus Snape's consciousness resides within you. It should manifest visibly while remaining connected to you, allowing us to communicate with it directly while monitoring how it interacts with both you and the rift. And if this manifestation attempts to separate from me?" Alexander asked. "The stone's effects are temporary," one of the department specialists assured him. "Any manifestation will naturally reintegrate with your consciousness once the stone's influence fades." Unless the rift interfered with that natural process, Alexander thought but didn't say. Instead, he asked, "Where would you like me to stand?" "Here," Blackthorn indicated a position near but not directly before the rift. "We've established a protective boundary. You'll be close enough for interaction but shielded from direct contact with the anomaly." Alexander took his place, feeling the rift's energy pulling at him more insistently. The faces on the other side seemed to press closer, though still indistinct except in fleeting glimpses, a familiar half-moon spectacle here, a flash of red hair there, gone before he could be certain. Potter stepped forward, holding a small box of what appeared to be black velvet. "Before we proceed," he said, addressing Alexander directly, "I want to assure you that if at any point you feel endangered or overwhelmed, you need only say so and we'll terminate the procedure immediately." His sincerity was evident, which only made Alexander more uncomfortable. This version of Potter, responsible, considerate, mindful of a child's well-being, was disconcertingly difficult to reconcile with the impulsive student Severus had known. "I understand," Alexander replied neutrally. Potter opened the box, revealing a small black stone fragment with a distinctive symbol etched into its surface, a triangle containing a circle and a vertical line. The Deathly Hallows symbol. Even from several feet away, Alexander felt its magical signature, ancient, profound, and distinctly not of the living world. "We'll begin slowly," Blackthorn explained. "Mr. Potter will activate the stone's properties gradually, allowing your consciousness to adjust to its influence. You may experience disorientation, memory flashes, or sensations of dual awareness. This is normal and expected." Alexander nodded, focusing on maintaining his mental barriers. Everything now depended on controlling what emerged, revealing enough to satisfy their curiosity without exposing his complete truth. Potter held the stone fragment in his palm, then looked to McGonagall, who nodded once. With evident reluctance, he began to turn the fragment 3 times, murmuring words Alexander couldn't hear. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Alexander felt a pulling sensation unlike anything he'd experienced before, not physical but essentially deeper, as though his very being was being gently but insistently separated into layers. His carefully constructed mental barriers wavered under the stone's influence. Through increasingly blurred vision, he saw the others watching intently, their expressions shifting from anticipation to astonishment. What were they seeing? He couldn't tell, his perception split between multiple realities, the room around him, flashes of memory, the shrieking shack, Nagini striking, Potter's green eyes the last thing he saw, and a growing awareness of the rift pulsing with increased energy. "Remarkable," he heard Blackthorn whisper. "It's working better than expected." Alexander struggled to maintain control, to determine what was manifesting. With tremendous effort, he focused on his own body, seeing to his horror a translucent figure beginning to emerge from it, tall, black-robed, with sallow skin and lank black hair. The figure remained connected to him by swirls of silver-blue energy, like memories given physical form. Severus Snape, his true self, was becoming visible to everyone present. The ghostly figure turned, surveying the room with evident disdain, eyes narrowing as they fell on Potter. When it spoke, the voice was unmistakably Snape's, though with an echoing, distant quality. "Potter. I should have known you'd be involved in this undignified spectacle. Potter appeared transfixed, momentarily speechless. Professor Snape, he finally managed. It's really you. Evidently, the manifestation drawled with familiar sarcasm. Though I suspect not in the manner you anticipated. Alexander fought for control, directing the manifestation's responses while maintaining the illusion that it was a separate consciousness, a fragment rather than his entire being. The effort was exhausting, like trying to have a conversation with himself while others watched. Severus, McGonagall stepped forward, her composure remarkable despite clear emotional shock. You've been conscious within this child all these years. The Snape manifestation turned to her. Not precisely, Minerva. I exist as memory and knowledge primarily, integrated with the boy's developing consciousness. Neither fully myself nor entirely separate. A calculated response, close enough to what they expected to be believable, far enough from the truth to protect him. Fascinating, Blackthorn breathed, circling Alexander and the manifestation, taking measurements with specialized instruments. The integration is far more complete than theorized. Not possession, not parallel consciousness, but true amalgamation. The rift pulsed violently suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. The shapes behind it pressed forward more urgently, and a voice, distant but unmistakable, called out. Severus, you must return. Dumbledore's voice. Alexander felt a pull so powerful it nearly brought him to his knees. The Snape manifestation flickered, drawn toward the rift. What's happening? Potter demanded, alarm evident as monitoring equipment shrieked warnings. The rift is responding to the manifestation, one specialist reported urgently. It's attempting to extract the Snape consciousness completely. Terminate the procedure. McGonagall ordered. Potter moved to stop using the stone, but Blackthorn held up a hand. Wait. This confirms everything, death itself is trying to reclaim what escaped. We could learn, at the expense of a child's life. Cordelia interrupted sharply. End it now, Potter. Alexander could barely focus through the competing pulls, the stone drawing out his Snape self, the rift trying to claim that manifestation, his own desperate effort to remain whole. As the Snape figure was pulled further from him, Alexander felt himself fading, memories slipping away, knowledge dissolving. They were wrong. The manifestation wasn't a fragment, it was his essential self. To lose it would be to lose everything. With the last of his strength, Alexander reached out mentally, grasping at the silver-blue thread still connecting him to the Snape figure. I am not separate, he gasped, his voice strange even to his own ears, both child and adult, Alexander and Severus simultaneously. I am both. I have always been both. Potter's eyes widened in sudden understanding. He closed his hand around the stone fragment, ending its pull abruptly. The Snape manifestation snapped back toward Alexander, reintegrating in a rush of light and sensation that sent him staggering backward. The rift pulsed violently, tendrils of energy reaching for Alexander like grasping hands. One brushed his arm, and in that moment of contact, he heard voices, not just Dumbledore's, but others. Lily. His mother. Even Potter's parents. All calling him back to death where he belonged. The containment is failing, someone shouted. Get him out of here. McGonagall ordered. Alexander felt arms around him, Potter's, pulling him away from the rift's reach. As they retreated, the last tendril of energy caught Alexander's robes, and a final voice reached him, different from the others, filled with malevolent triumph. Found you, traitor. The Dark Lord's voice. Then Cordelia was there, severing the connection with a slash of her wand. The rift contracted violently, containment spells flaring as the specialists fought to stabilize it. In the confusion, Alexander found himself outside the chamber, supported by Potter and Cordelia. His mind felt fragmented, memories and identities struggling to reintegrate after the forced separation. Alexander, Potter's voice, urgent but gentle. Are you still with us? Can you hear me? I hear you, Potter, he managed, his voice slipping momentarily into Snape's cadence before he caught himself. I'm here. Potter and Cordelia exchanged glances. Both of you? Potter asked carefully. Alexander hesitated, then nodded once. There seemed little point in maintaining the pretense after what they'd witnessed. It was never fragments, Cordelia said quietly. It was complete transference, wasn't it? Not Severus Snape's memories in Alexander Nightwood, but Severus Snape's entire consciousness in a new body. Yes, Alexander admitted, too exhausted to dissemble further. I died in the shrieking shack. Then, awakened in an infant's body, with all my memories intact. Potter looked staggered by this confirmation. All this time, you've been him. Completely. With modifications, Alexander qualified. 11 years living as Alexander has, changed aspects of who I was. Softened certain edges. Added new perspectives. But fundamentally, you remember everything? Your life as Severus Snape. Your feelings. Motivations. Potter's voice held a strange urgency. Yes, Potter, Alexander replied, unable to keep a touch of his old weariness from his tone. I remember everything. Including your mother. Including my regrets. Potter seemed about to respond when a tremendous crash came from within the chamber, followed by shouting. The rift was destabilizing further. Something's happening, Potter said, instantly alert. Stay here. As he rushed back inside, Cordelia turned to Alexander. That voice at the end. You recognized it. Alexander nodded grimly. Voldemort. Impossible. He was destroyed completely. Nothing is ever destroyed completely, Alexander countered. Especially consciousness as fragmented as his was. If I could cross over. Then fragments of the Dark Lord might be attempting the same, Cordelia finished, face paling. Using the connection to you as an anchor. Before they could discuss further implications, McGonagall emerged from the chamber, looking shaken. The rift is expanding beyond our containment capabilities, she reported. The department specialists believe it's responding specifically to your presence, Mr. Nightwood, or should I say, Severus. Minerva, he acknowledged, too tired to maintain pretenses. I apologize for the deception. A flicker of emotion crossed her face, shock, wonder, perhaps even joy quickly suppressed by urgent concern. There's no time for that now. The specialists believe your unique situation, a consciousness that has already crossed the boundary between death and life, has weakened the natural barrier. As long as you remain in proximity, the rift will continue attempting to correct what it perceives as an anomaly. By pulling me back to death, Alexander concluded. Or allowing something else through, Cordelia added gravely. I suspect whatever exists on the other side has been attempting to use your anomalous status as an entry point. Voldemort, Alexander said, drawing startled looks from both witches. McGonagall paled. You can't be certain, I heard his voice, Alexander interrupted. When the energy touched me. He's there, Minerva, gathering strength. If the rift fully opens. He didn't need to finish. They all remembered the devastation Voldemort had caused in life. His return, even in fragmented form, was unthinkable. Potter emerged from the chamber, followed by Blackthorn and Alderwood. The containment won't hold much longer, he reported grimly. We need to relocate everyone from this wing immediately. Evacuation won't solve the underlying problem, Alexander pointed out. The rift is expanding because of me. Because I don't belong here. Don't talk nonsense, Severus, McGonagall snapped, using his true name without hesitation. You're as alive as any of us. But unnaturally so, he countered. My consciousness should have passed on 17 years ago. Instead, it crossed over during that anomaly in Blackwood Forest. Now the boundary is attempting to correct itself. By what? Potter demanded. Taking you back. Or by allowing something else to cross in my place, Alexander said quietly. Something that has been waiting, gathering strength. Something that recognized me through the rift. Understanding dawned in Potter's eyes. Voldemort. This is speculation, Blackthorn interjected. We need empirical evidence before, we don't have time for empiricism, Elias, Cordelia cut him off. If Alexander, Severus, is correct, we have minutes, not hours, before catastrophic breach. Alexander's mind raced through possibilities, drawing on both Severus's knowledge of dark magic and his experiences as Alexander. A solution began to form, terrible in its simplicity. There's one way to stabilize the rift, he said slowly. I must choose to return voluntarily. Absolutely not, Potter said immediately. We'll find another way. There is no other way, Alexander insisted. The boundary was broken by my unnatural crossing. It can only be repaired if I go back willingly, sealing the breach from the other side. You're suggesting suicide, Alderwood said, horrified. You're 11 years old. My body is 11, Alexander corrected. My consciousness is over 60, and has already lived beyond its natural span. There must be alternatives, McGonagall insisted. Containment fields, binding magic, temporary measures at best, Cordelia interrupted, her expression pained but resolute. He's right, Minerva. The magical principles are sound. A willing return would collapse the breach, preventing anything else from crossing over. And what of Alexander Nightwood? Potter demanded. The child whose life this is now. There is no separate Alexander, he explained gently. There never was. His body formed around my consciousness from the beginning. There's no innocent child to save, only me, in a younger form. A tremendous crack echoed from within the chamber, followed by alarms from monitoring equipment. Breach imminent, a specialist shouted from inside. Evacuation protocols now. We've run out of time, Alexander said grimly. I need to go back in there. I won't allow it, Potter started, but Alexander cut him off. For once in your life, Potter, don't be heroic. Be practical. He met the man's gaze directly. You know what Voldemort's return would mean. Any fraction of him regaining corporeal form would devastate the peace you've built. Potter looked stricken. After everything, to lose you again. You never had me to begin with, Potter, Alexander said, but without his old venom. I fulfilled my promise to your mother. Anything beyond that has been, unexpected grace. A tense silence fell, broken by another crash from within the chamber. He's right, Cordelia finally said. And he has the right to choose. McGonagall closed her eyes briefly, then nodded. Very well. But you won't face this alone, Severus. As if to punctuate her words, Cassie Potter suddenly appeared at the corridor's end, breathing hard as though she'd run from Gryffindor Tower. Alexander, she called out. The castle's shaking, what's happening? Cassandra Potter. McGonagall exclaimed. How did you, Dad's invisibility cloak, she admitted without remorse, rushing to Alexander's side. I knew something was wrong. Potter looked at his daughter with a mixture of exasperation and pride. You need to leave immediately. It's dangerous here. Not without Alexander, she insisted stubbornly. Turning to him, she added, whatever they're planning, we can figure out another way. Alexander felt an unexpected surge of emotion. So much like her grandmother, fierce in loyalty, unwilling to abandon those she cared about. Yet with her father's reckless courage. Cassie, he said gently. There is no other way. And I'm not exactly who you thought I was. Her green eyes, Lily's eyes, searched his face. You mean the memories? I know, I overheard some of what happened. You're Severus Snape. But you're still Alexander too. Still my friend. Friend. Such a simple word, yet it struck him with unexpected force. When had he last had a true friend? Lily, certainly. Perhaps Dumbledore, in complicated ways. But this girl had chosen friendship with him despite his deliberate standoffishness. I need to go, he said simply. To prevent something worse from happening. Understanding dawned in her expression. You're not coming back. Before he could respond, the floor beneath them shuddered violently. The doors to the chamber burst open, revealing the rift now expanded to twice its previous size. Tendrils of dark energy whipped outward, seeking, searching. Now or never, Alexander said grimly, pulling away from restraining hands. Keep her safe, Potter. Wait. Potter called after him. What shall I tell your parents? Eleanor and Thomas. Alexander paused, a sharp pain lancing through him at the thought of the Nightwoods. They had loved him unconditionally, even when they sensed his difference. They deserved better than losing their son without explanation. Tell them. He hesitated. Tell them Alexander loved them. That he was grateful for every moment. That none of this was their fault. His voice faltered slightly. Tell them he was sorry he couldn't be only their son. Potter nodded, emotion evident in his eyes. I will. Alexander turned back toward the rift, drawing his wand. The chamber beyond was chaos, equipment overturned, monitoring spells shattered, specialists desperately trying to contain the expanding tier. At its center, dark shapes pressed more insistently against the thinning barrier, one in particular taking a form horribly familiar, skeletal, snake-like, radiating malevolence. Drawing a deep breath, Alexander stepped forward. Behind him, he heard Cassie call his name, both names, Alexander and Severus blended together in her cry. He didn't look back. As he approached the rift, the dark shapes retreated slightly, as though surprised by his willing advance. All except one, the snake-like form that could only be Voldemort's fractured consciousness, surging forward eagerly. Traitor, the voice hissed, audible now to everyone as the barrier thinned further. You thought death would save you from Lord Voldemort's vengeance. On the contrary, Alexander replied calmly, raising his wand. I'm counting on it. With precise movements, he began casting not defensive spells but a complex binding ritual, one he developed during his years as a double agent, designed specifically to contain consciousness. The rift responded to his magic, pulsing with renewed energy as the binding spell encircled both Alexander and the reaching tendrils of Voldemort's essence. What are you doing? The voice snarled, the dark shape recoiling from the binding magic. Ensuring you remain where you belong, Alexander answered. In death, with me. The binding spell tightened, drawing both Alexander and the dark essence toward the rift. Other shapes pressed against the boundary, lighter, gentler presences offering what felt like encouragement, strength. As the spell reached its crescendo, Alexander felt a hand grasp his, solid, warm, human. He turned to find Cassie beside him, her free hand gripping her father's, who had followed her into the chamber. You don't have to do this alone, she said fiercely. Cassandra Potter, he began in his best professor's tone, this is beyond foolish, we're not coming with you, Potter interrupted, understanding the spell Alexander was casting. But we can anchor the binding from this side while you secure it from the other. It wasn't necessary, the spell would work regardless, but Alexander recognized the gesture for what it was. Not just practical assistance but something more profound, acknowledgement, forgiveness, respect. Very well, he conceded. On my mark, cast Fianto Duri to reinforce the binding. As the three positioned themselves before the rift, Alexander felt a strange peace settle over him. This ending felt right in ways his first death never had, a choice made freely, not just to protect Lily's son but to protect an entire world, including the girl with her eyes and courage who had somehow become his friend. Ready, he said, meeting Potter's gaze one final time. Potter nodded, a lifetime of complex history passing between them in that single look. Thank you, Severus. For everything. Now. Alexander commanded, completing the binding spell with a powerful thrust of his wand. Fianto Duri. Potter and Cassie cast simultaneously, their magic joining his in a brilliant flash of protective energy. The combined spell created a magical tunnel within the rift, isolating Voldemort's essence from the other presences beyond. Alexander felt himself drawn inexorably toward the boundary, the binding spell pulling him through to complete the containment from the other side. As he crossed the threshold between life and death for the second time, Alexander caught a final glimpse of the world he was leaving, Potter's face showing respect tinged with grief, Cassie's eyes bright with tears yet fierce with determination, Cordelia and McGonagall standing together in silent witness. Then he was through, darkness enveloping him as the rift collapsed behind him, sealing permanently with his passage. In the space beyond life, Alexander felt himself changing, shedding the form of the child he'd been, returning to the essence of the man he'd always remained. Severus Snape once more, but somehow more complete than he'd ever been in life. Around him, Voldemort's trapped consciousness raged impotently, bound by the spell that both would maintain eternally, a final service to the living world. And beyond that binding, in the greater expanse of whatever lay after death, other presences waited. A familiar twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. A flash of red hair and green eyes that had haunted him for decades. Severus Snape moved forward to meet them, his second life complete, his duty finally fulfilled. Chapter 2, Shadows of the Past. Darkness and light intermingled as Alexander felt himself being pulled into the rift, the binding spell sealing Voldemort's fractured consciousness away from the living world. In that moment between realms, he caught glimpses of those waiting beyond, Dumbledore's twinkling eyes, the shimmer of red hair that could only be Lily, before something unexpected happened. As the rift began sealing behind him, Alexander felt another force tugging him backward. Not the malevolent pull of Voldemort's trapped essence, but something warmer, more determined. 3 distinct magical signatures, Potter's practiced power, Cassie's raw, instinctive magic, and a third, more subtle presence he recognized as his Aunt Cordelia's, formed a counterweight to death's embrace. "He's not going." Cassie's voice reached him through the collapsing barrier, fierce and determined. "Not all of him." The darkness around him pulsed with indignation. This wasn't how it was supposed to work. Death, once accepted, wasn't meant to release its claim. Yet Alexander felt his consciousness splitting, part of him continuing toward the waiting afterlife, part being forcefully anchored to the living world. Pain tore through him as he existed simultaneously in both realms, stretched between life and death like a rope in a supernatural tug-of-war. Through the narrowing aperture, he saw Potter and Cassie, their faces contorted with effort as they maintained their counterspell, while Cordelia traced complex runic patterns in the air with her wand. Enough. Alexander tried to shout, though whether any sound emerged he couldn't tell. "Let me go." "No." Cassie's voice again, impossibly clear despite the barrier between them. "Not everything. Not yet." The rift contracted to a pinpoint of brilliant light, then disappeared entirely with a sound like thunder. Alexander felt himself falling, tumbling through nothingness, then slamming back into his body with such force that consciousness fled instantly. Whispered voices penetrated the darkness enveloping Alexander's mind. Unprecedented partial transference. Consciousness fractured but stable. Ethical implications of forced anchoring. He struggled toward wakefulness, his body feeling peculiarly light yet leaden simultaneously. When he finally managed to open his eyes, the white ceiling of the Hogwarts hospital wing swam into focus, a sight he had observed countless times from both sides of the healer's position. "He's awake." Cassie's face appeared in his field of vision, green eyes wide with relief. "Alexander? Can you hear me?" Alexander attempted to speak, finding his throat painfully dry. A glass of water materialized at his lips, held by Madame Wainscott, the witch who had replaced Poppy Pomfrey decades ago. Slowly, she cautioned as he sipped. "You've been unconscious for 3 days." 3 days. Alexander's mind struggled to process what had happened. He had entered the rift, begun crossing to the realm of death, felt the presence of those long gone, yet here he was, still in his 11-year-old body, still at Hogwarts. "What did you do?" he finally managed, his voice raspy but functional. Madam Wainscot made to shoo Cassie away. Questions can wait until, no, Alexander interrupted with surprising firmness. I need to know now. The healer's lips thinned disapprovingly, but she stepped back, allowing Cassie to remain. 5 minutes, she conceded, drawing privacy curtains around the bed before departing. Once they were alone, Cassie leaned closer, her expression a mixture of worry and pride. We couldn't let you go entirely, she whispered. Dad and I held on to the binding spell while your aunt did something else, some kind of ancient magic she called essence partition. She said since you already experienced a consciousness transfer once, you were uniquely capable of experiencing it again. Alexander frowned, processing this information. Essence partition? That's theoretical magic, not practical application. Not anymore, came Cordelia's voice as she swept through the privacy curtains, looking exhausted but satisfied. Though I wouldn't recommend it as a standard procedure. She studied Alexander with clinical interest. How do you feel? Any sense of absence? Alexander took mental inventory. His memories seemed intact, both his life as Severus Snape and his years as Alexander Nightwood. His knowledge of magic, potions, people remained comprehensive. Yet something felt undeniably different, a lightness where there had once been crushing weight, spaces in his consciousness where darkness had previously dwelled. What exactly did you do to me? He asked, a note of accusation in his voice. Cordelia sat on the edge of his bed, ignoring the rule against visitors lingering. What was necessary, she said simply. The rift needed to close. Voldemort's essence needed containment. Both required someone crossing back to death to complete the binding spell. Her eyes met his directly. But that someone didn't need to be your entire self. You fractured my consciousness, Alexander stated, the realization dawning with horrifying clarity. We preserved what matters, Cordelia countered. Your knowledge, your core memories, your essential self. What crossed over was. She paused, searching for the right words, the weight you carried. The darkness that never truly belonged to Alexander Nightwood. My guilt, Alexander whispered. My regrets. Your pain, Cassie finished quietly. Aunt Cordelia said those parts of you wanted to go. They were pulling you toward death even before the rift appeared. Alexander closed his eyes, feeling the strange hollowness where decades of self-recrimination had resided. His love for Lily remained, but the agonizing grief had softened to gentle remembrance. His memories of serving Voldemort persisted, but the soul-crushing shame had diminished to manageable regret. The endless cycle of guilt and penance that had defined Severus Snape had crossed the barrier, while Alexander Nightwood remained, carrying the knowledge but not the unbearable burden. You had no right, he said finally, opening his eyes to glare at Cordelia. Perhaps not, she acknowledged without remorse. But it worked. The rift is sealed completely. Voldemort's essence is contained beyond the veil. And you, most of you, still live. Does Potter know what you did? He assisted, Cordelia replied. Though I don't think he fully understood the spell's nature until afterward. He was quite emotional when he realized you would survive. Alexander snorted softly. I'm sure he was thrilled to have another chance to feel guilty about me. The sarcasm felt familiar yet somehow less bitter than it would have been before. Was this what it felt like to retain Severus Snape's memories without the full weight of his emotional damage? Actually, Cassie interjected, he was happy. He said he never got to thank you properly the first time. Before Alexander could formulate a response to this uncomfortable revelation, Madame Wainscot returned, shooing both visitors away despite their protests. My patient needs rest. You can continue explanations later. As they left, Alexander called out, Cassie. She turned back expectantly. Thank you, he said simply. For not giving up. Her smile lit her entire face. That's what friends do. After they departed, Alexander lay awake despite the healer's admonitions to rest. He tentatively explored his altered consciousness, testing the boundaries of what remained and what had gone. The technical brilliance of what Cordelia had accomplished was undeniable. She had somehow separated the functional aspects of his consciousness from the emotional trauma that had defined much of his existence as Severus Snape. The question now was, who exactly was he? Not entirely Severus Snape anymore, nor simply Alexander Nightwood. Something between, or perhaps something new entirely. Alexander was released from the hospital wing a week later, returning to classes amid swirling rumors about what had happened in the East Wing. The official explanation given to the student body involved a controlled containment of a magical anomaly, with Alexander's role described as accidental proximity. Only the staff and a select few knew the truth, or at least parts of it. His return to Ravenclaw Tower brought an unexpected reception. His housemates had apparently decided his involvement in containing a dangerous magical phenomenon made him something of a hero, greeting him with enthusiastic applause when he entered the common room. "They're saying you helped Professor Potter seal a tear in reality," Jonathan Lee said, eyes wide with admiration. "Is it true?" "Don't be ridiculous," Diana Scamander countered before Alexander could respond. "First years can't help with that level of magic." "But," she added, turning to Alexander with undisguised curiosity, "you were there, weren't you? What exactly happened?" Alexander navigated their questions with practiced deflection, neither confirming nor denying the more outlandish theories while maintaining the official narrative. To his relief, the Ravenclaws eventually respected his reticence, focusing instead on helping him catch up with missed assignments. The academic support proved unnecessary. Alexander's knowledge remained intact despite the consciousness partition, but he accepted it graciously, recognizing the gesture as an attempt at inclusion. For perhaps the first time in either of his lives, he found himself part of a peer group that valued him without expectation or condition. Cassie Potter had apparently appointed herself his unofficial guardian during his recovery, appearing regularly at the Ravenclaw table during meals and joining him in the library despite the curious glances this cross-house friendship attracted. "People are talking," Alexander noted mildly one afternoon as they studied together. "The girl who lived's daughter befriending the mysterious Ravenclaw involved in the East Wing incident." Cassie rolled her eyes. "Let them talk. Besides, it's not like I'm the only one. Hugo sits with us half the time too." As if summoned by his name, Hugo Granger Weasley appeared between the library shelves, dropping his bag beside them with a heavy thud that earned a sharp look from Madame Pance's successor. "There you are," he said, sliding into an empty chair. "I've been looking everywhere. Did you hear? Your dad's coming back to Hogwarts next month." Cassie brightened. "Really? He didn't mention it in his last letter." "Professor Longbottom just told me," Hugo confirmed. "He's giving a series of guest lectures on practical defense for 5th years and above, but he specifically requested time to observe some first-year classes too." Alexander absorbed this information with mixed feelings. Potter's return meant inevitable interactions, complicated by their shared knowledge of his true identity. What did one say to the man whose mother you had loved, whose father you had hated, who had witnessed your death twice, and who had helped prevent it a third time? "Alexander?" Cassie prompted, noticing his silence. "Are you okay with this? I know things are complicated between you and Dad." "Complicated is an understatement," Alexander replied dryly. "But it's hardly my place to approve or disapprove of guest lecturers." Hugo looked between them, confused. "Why would it be complicated? You only met Mr. Potter briefly during the East Wing incident, right?" Cassie and Alexander exchanged glances. Hugo didn't know about Alexander's true identity, few did. The official record showed only that Alexander possessed consciousness resonance with the late Severus Snape, a phenomenon being studied by the Department of Mysteries under strict confidentiality protocols. "Professor Potter and I had an interesting first meeting," Alexander said neutrally. "Professional curiosity on his part, I imagine." Hugo seemed to accept this explanation, though his expression suggested he suspected there was more to the story. "Well, anyway, I heard Professor Blackthorne isn't happy about it. Apparently, he and Mr. Potter had some kind of disagreement after the East Wing incident. That was unsurprising. Blackthorne had been furious when Cordelia's intervention prevented the complete extraction of Snape's consciousness for study. Though Alexander had been unconscious during the aftermath, Cassie had reported that the defense professor and her father had nearly drawn wands on each other before McGonagall intervened. Since Alexander's return to classes, Blackthorne had maintained a cold professionalism during lessons but discontinued their private sessions without explanation. Alexander wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or concerned by this development. Blackthorne's research was disrupted, he said carefully. He's likely disappointed at the lost opportunity. Lost opportunity? Hugo repeated. What was he hoping to study? Death magic, Cassie answered before Alexander could deflect the question. At least that's what Dad said. Something about consciousness transference and magical anomalies. Hugo's eyebrows rose. Sounds like the sort of thing that gets ministry researchers disappeared into the Department of Mysteries. He lowered his voice dramatically. Do you think that's why those department wizards were here? To contain unauthorized research? Speculation without evidence is pointless, Alexander said firmly, steering the conversation back toward safer topics. Weren't you struggling with that transfiguration essay? Something about molecular reconfiguration patterns. As Hugo gratefully accepted the change of subject and Alexander's offered assistance, Cassie caught Alexander's eye with a knowing look. She had become surprisingly adept at recognizing when he needed to redirect potentially dangerous conversations, often providing distractions herself. Their dynamic had shifted subtly since the Rift incident. Though Alexander retained his memories and knowledge, the emotional partitioning had altered how he related to others. Without the crushing weight of decades of bitterness, he found himself more capable of accepting friendship, particularly from Lily's granddaughter, who shared her compassion without the complicated history. By the time they finished their study session, curfew was approaching. As they gathered their materials, Cassie asked quietly, "Are you having the dreams again?" Alexander hesitated before nodding. Since the consciousness partitioning, he had experienced vivid dreams of what had crossed over, fragmented glimpses of Severus Snape's darkness contained beyond the veil, still connected to him by the thinnest of threads. Sometimes peaceful, sometimes disturbing, the dreams left him with the unsettling sensation of existing in two places simultaneously. "Have you told my aunt?" Cassie pressed when he didn't elaborate. "She knows," Alexander confirmed. "She says it's an expected side effect of the partitioning," echoes resonating across the barrier. "And the other thing? The magic?" Alexander glanced around to ensure they wouldn't be overheard. His magical abilities had changed since the incident, not diminished as some might expect, but transformed. Spells that had once required deliberate focus now responded to his lightest touch, while others that had come easily to Severus now resisted his command. It was as though his magical core had been recalibrated, emphasizing certain talents while subduing others. "Still adjusting," he admitted. "Professor Flitwick has noticed the change in charms. He's been discreetly helping me recalibrate my technique." "Maybe you should tell Professor Alderwood too," Cassie suggested. "He keeps watching you in potions, especially when you hesitate before adding ingredients you used to measure without thinking." "The less attention I draw to these changes, the better," Alexander countered. "The official story is that I experienced magical shock from proximity to the anomaly. Unexplained changes in abilities would invite unwanted scrutiny." As they parted ways at the grand staircase, Cassie heading up toward Gryffindor Tower while Alexander and Hugo descended toward their respective houses, Alexander caught sight of a tall figure observing them from the shadows of a corridor, Professor Blackthorne, his expression unreadable as he watched the three students separate. The professor made no move to approach, but Alexander felt the weight of his gaze like a physical touch. Whatever conclusions Blackthorne had drawn about the East Wing incident, his interest hadn't diminished, it had merely gone underground. That night, Alexander dreamed of the Rift again. In the dream, he stood on the living side while Severus Snape, his older self, gaunt and bitter, watched from beyond the barrier, black eyes glittering with something between resentment and resignation. You think you're free of me, Dream Severus said, his voice echoing strangely. But we both know better. I don't want freedom from you, Alexander replied in the peculiar logic of dreams. Just from what destroyed you. The older Severus laughed, a harsh sound without humor. And who determined which parts of me were destructive? Potter? Your aunt. The girl with Lily's eyes? He leaned closer to the barrier, his face distorting slightly. They kept what was useful to them. Convenient, isn't it? They kept what allows me to live rather than merely exist, Alexander countered. What allows me to be more than your regrets given flesh? And Voldemort, Dream Severus gestured to something dark and writhing behind him, safely contained but still malevolent. What happens when he finds a way around your binding? He always does, eventually. Then I'll face him again, Alexander said simply. But not as you did, alone, bitter, expecting only death. This time with allies who know exactly who and what I am. The Dream Severus's expression shifted subtly, the hardness in his eyes softening momentarily. Take care with Potter, he warned. His gratitude can be as dangerous as his enmity. I'm not you, Alexander told his former self. Not entirely. Not anymore. No, Dream Severus agreed as he began to fade. You're what I might have been without the weight. Don't waste it. Alexander woke with the dawn, the dream lingering with unusual clarity. Unlike previous post-rift dreams which faded quickly upon waking, this one felt significant, a message rather than mere subconscious processing. He recorded it carefully in the journal he had begun keeping since his release from the hospital wing, noting particularly the warning about Voldemort and Potter. From his dormitory window, Alexander watched the sun rise over the forbidden forest, casting long shadows across the grounds. Shadows of the past, he thought wryly, remembering the East Wing rift and what lay beyond it. The question now was which shadows still had the power to touch the living, and which had been laid to rest at last. Professor Blackthorn's behavior grew increasingly concerning as January progressed. Though he maintained a professional demeanor during classes, Alexander often caught him watching with calculating intensity, particularly when practical defensive magic was being performed. During one lesson focused on detecting dark enchantments, Blackthorn called Alexander to the front of the classroom to demonstrate a particularly sensitive detection charm, one that required precise magical control that most first-years couldn't manage. Mr. Nightwood, Blackthorn said smoothly, perhaps you could show us the proper wand movement for the Revelaro charm? Since you've demonstrated such natural aptitude for defensive magic. Alexander recognized the trap immediately. Before the rift incident, he would have performed the charm perfectly, drawing on Severus's decades of experience. Now, with his magical abilities recalibrated, he wasn't certain whether this particular spell would respond correctly or erratically. I believe that's beyond the first-year curriculum, Professor, he replied carefully. Perhaps a more advanced student would be better suited to the demonstration. Blackthorn's smile didn't reach his eyes. Humor me, Mr. Nightwood. I've seen your work in Professor Flitwick's class. Surely a simple detection charm isn't beyond your capabilities. Trapped, Alexander took the proffered wand, not his own, he noted, a deliberate choice on Blackthorn's part, and faced the locked cabinet the professor had placed at the front of the classroom. It allegedly contained various objects with minor enchantments for detection practice. Alexander performed the charm precisely as a first-year with exceptional talent might, slightly hesitant, with textbook perfect but slightly inefficient wand movements. The result was appropriately modest, a faint glow around the cabinet revealing the presence of enchanted objects, but no detailed information about their nature. Interesting, Blackthorn murmured, sounding faintly disappointed. Your technique is correct, if somewhat underdeveloped. Take your seat, Mr. Nightwood. As Alexander returned to his desk, he noticed Cassie watching the interaction with narrowed eyes. She had become remarkably perceptive about the subtle tension between him and Blackthorn, often positioning herself nearby during their interactions as though ready to intervene if necessary. After class, she confirmed his suspicions. He was testing you, she said as they walked toward the Great Hall for lunch. Trying to see if your magic has changed since the rift. Obviously, Alexander agreed. Though I'm not sure what he hoped to prove with such a rudimentary test. It wasn't rudimentary, Cassie countered. That cabinet didn't just have enchanted objects. According to James, who took an EWT level defense last year, that cabinet contains items with trace dark magic signatures. The advanced form of Revelaro would have distinguished between standard enchantments and darker variants. Alexander frowned. If true, Blackthorn had been testing not just his magical strength but his affinity for detecting dark magic specifically, an affinity Severus Snape had possessed in abundance due to his history with the dark arts. Your brother discusses Blackthorn's teaching methods with you, he asked, redirecting slightly. Not usually, Cassie admitted. But after the East Wing incident, he's been paying more attention to Blackthorn's behavior. James says he's been focusing more on theoretical approaches to containing dark magic in the upper year classes, especially methods for isolating and extracting magical essences. That was troubling information. If Blackthorn was researching magical essence extraction, he might still be pursuing his original goal, separating Severus Snape's consciousness from Alexander completely, perhaps believing the partitioning had been insufficient. Has your father mentioned anything about Blackthorn in his letters? Alexander asked carefully. Cassie hesitated. He asked me to let him know if Blackthorn ever requests private sessions with you again. And he said I should tell you that the Department of Mysteries has officially classified your situation. Even Blackthorn doesn't have clearance to research it directly anymore. Small comfort, Alexander thought grimly. Classified status would only make the mystery more tantalizing to someone of Blackthorn's obsessive nature. Their conversation was interrupted by Professor Alderwood, who approached as they entered the Great Hall. Mr. Nightwood, Miss Potter, he greeted them. A moment, if you please. They followed him to a quieter alcove near the entrance. Alderwood had been respectfully distant since Alexander's return to classes, maintaining their mentorship relationship but carefully avoiding any reference to his true identity. I wanted to inform you that we'll be conducting a special potions project for selected first years, Alderwood explained. A more advanced brewing exercise than the standard curriculum. Both of you are invited to participate, along with Mr. Granger Weasley and several others who have shown particular promise. What kind of project, Professor? Cassie asked. A historical recreation, Alderwood replied, his eyes flicking briefly to Alexander. Brewing techniques from different eras of magical development, culminating in a contemporary modification of a classical potion. The project will be co-supervised by myself and Mr. Potter during his upcoming visit. Alexander raised an eyebrow at this information. Potter has an interest in historical brewing methods. Mr. Potter has an interest in encouraging interdisciplinary magical education, Alderwood corrected mildly. And in observing promising students across all houses. The project begins next week, assuming you're both interested. After they confirmed their participation and Alderwood departed, Alexander turned to Cassie with a questioning look. Did you know about this? She shook her head. Dad mentioned observing classes, not participating in them. I wonder what potion we'll be recreating. Alexander had his suspicions, particularly given Potter's involvement, but kept them to himself. Instead, he focused on the more immediate concern of Blackthorn's continuing interest in the potions project that would bring Potter directly into his academic sphere. That evening, Alexander received a letter from his parents. Eleanor and Thomas Nightwood had been devastated by the East Wing incident and their son's hospitalization, though they'd been given only the vaguest explanation of what had actually occurred. The official story presented to them described a magical accident involving an unstable containment field, with Alexander unfortunately caught in proximity. They had visited him in the hospital wing while he was unconscious, staying for 2 days until McGonagall gently convinced them that Hogwarts medical facilities were better equipped to handle magically induced comas than St. Mungo's. Since his recovery, Alexander had exchanged several letters with them, carefully maintaining the illusion that he remained exactly the son they had always known. This latest letter, however, contained a concerning detail, Professor Blackthorn visited us yesterday to discuss your recovery and magical development. He seemed particularly interested in any unusual magical incidents during your early childhood, and whether we'd noticed any significant changes in your personality or abilities since the accident. While we appreciated his apparent concern, something about his manner struck us as oddly intense. Is everything all right, Alexander? Your father felt Professor Blackthorn was fishing for specific information rather than simply checking on your welfare. Professor McGonagall assured us you're being monitored carefully for any lasting effects from the incident. If you're experiencing anything troubling, please tell us or your professors immediately. We love you exactly as you are, and nothing will ever change that. Alexander set the letter down, troubled by this new development. Blackthorn was investigating his background directly, approaching his parents under the guise of professional concern. The man's determination was becoming increasingly problematic. After brief consideration, Alexander decided this information needed to be shared. He penned a short note to Cordelia, knowing his aunt maintained regular communication with both McGonagall and Potter regarding his situation. Then, after hesitation, he wrote a second note to Potter directly, the first time he had initiated communication with the man since the Rift incident. Potter, Professor Blackthorn has approached my parents seeking information about my childhood magical development and personality. Given the classified status of my situation, this seems inappropriate at best, potentially dangerous at worst. While I have no wish to create unnecessary conflict, I believe this development warrants attention before your arrival at Hogwarts next month. A.N. He used his initials deliberately, acknowledging his current identity while avoiding the awkwardness of signing as either Alexander or Severus. The boundary between those identities had blurred significantly since the consciousness partitioning, leaving him increasingly uncertain about which name truly belonged to him now. After sending both letters with school owls, Alexander returned to the common room to find it buzzing with excitement. The notice board displayed an announcement that had apparently been posted during dinner: Dueling Club revival of the historical Hogwarts Dueling Club under the supervision of Professor E. Blackthorn and guest instructor H. Potter. All years welcome. Practical defensive magic in a structured environment. First meeting, February 12, Great Hall, 7 p.m. Alexander stared at the announcement with growing unease. Blackthorn and Potter, collaborating on a dueling club? Given their near confrontation after the Rift incident, this partnership seemed highly unlikely. Either they had resolved their differences, or, more probably, each had ulterior motives for accepting the arrangement. Are you going to join? Jonathan Lee asked, appearing beside him. With your defensive magic skills, you'd be brilliant. Perhaps, Alexander replied noncommittally. Though first years rarely excel at formal dueling. But you're not a typical first year, Diana Scamander pointed out, joining their conversation. Everyone knows you helped contain that magical anomaly. Even the professors treat you differently. Alexander frowned slightly at this observation. He had been trying to maintain a low profile since his return to classes, but apparently his efforts hadn't been entirely successful. The other students had noticed the staff's careful treatment of him, the way Flitwick offered specialized guidance, how McGonagall checked on him with seemingly casual questions, Alderwood's attentive mentorship. I simply pay attention in class, he deflected. Something more students should consider. His dormmates laughed at what they perceived as typical Ravenclaw dry humor, but Alexander's mind remained fixed on the dueling club announcement. If Blackthorn was still pursuing information about his true nature, a dueling environment would provide ample opportunity to observe his instinctive magical responses, the kind that might reveal decades of experience rather than first-year knowledge. That night, his dreams were troubled again, but different from the usual post-Rift visions. Instead of communicating with his partitioned self beyond the veil, Alexander dreamed of dueling, first as Severus against James Potter, then as Severus against Voldemort, and finally as Alexander against a shadowy opponent whose features kept shifting between Blackthorn and Harry Potter. He woke before dawn, unsettled and hyper-alert. Whatever was developing between Blackthorn and Potter, Alexander felt certain he stood at its center, a magical curiosity both men sought to understand for very different reasons. The Special Potions project began the following week, before Potter's official arrival for his guest lectures. 8 students had been selected, 2 from each house, and gathered in a smaller laboratory adjacent to the main potions classroom. The space was clearly designed for advanced work, with higher quality equipment and better ventilation than the standard facilities. Professor Alderwood welcomed them with evident enthusiasm. "Thank you all for participating in this experimental project. Over the next 4 weeks, we'll be exploring how potions development has evolved throughout wizarding history, from ancient remedies to contemporary innovations." He gestured to a timeline displayed on one wall, showing major developments in potions history from ancient Egyptian healing preparations through medieval European traditions to modern standardization. At various points along the timeline, specific potions were highlighted with moving illustrations of their effects. "You'll be working in pairs," Alderwood continued, each team recreating a historically significant potion from a different era, then attempting a modern modification to improve its efficacy or reduce side effects. "Your findings will be presented at the conclusion of the project." Alexander surveyed the other selected students. Besides himself, Cassie, and Hugo, there was a Slytherin girl named Alara Zabini who showed remarkable precision in standard brewing, her housemate Marcus Flint too who possessed intuitive understanding of ingredient interactions, Hufflepuff twins Lysander and Lorcan Scamander, Diana's cousins, known for their creative approach to potions, and a quiet Gryffindor boy named Frederick Thomas who demonstrated unexpected talent despite his obvious nervousness around cauldrons. "For this first session," Alderwood explained, "I'd like you to review the historical texts provided and select which era and potion most interests your team. Next week, Mr. Potter will join us as we begin the practical brewing component." Alexander found himself partnered with Alara Zabini, while Cassie worked with Frederick Thomas. As they examined the ancient texts spread across their workstation, Alexander felt a strange disconnect, the familiar excitement of potions research overlaid with the peculiar awareness that he had once taught similar advanced concepts to students twice his current physical age. "What about this?" Alara suggested, pointing to a medieval formula for a memory enhancement elixir. "It says here the original version caused extreme sensory sensitivity as a side effect. We could modify it using techniques from Hesper Starkey's lunar influence research." Alexander nodded, impressed by her reasoning. "An excellent choice. The basic formula is relatively straightforward, but the modification will require subtle adjustments to the moonstone preparation." "You sound like Professor Alderwood," Alara observed with a hint of amusement. "Have you been reading advanced theory?" "Some," Alexander acknowledged cautiously. "Professor Alderwood has been providing supplementary materials since before Hogwarts." As they continued discussing potential modifications, Alexander noticed Alderwood observing their interaction with thoughtful attention. The professor had been carefully recalibrating his approach to Alexander since learning his true identity, treating him not as a typical first year but not quite as a colleague either, navigating an unprecedented educational relationship with remarkable adaptability. By the end of the session, each team had selected their historical potion and begun researching traditional brewing methods. As they packed away their notes, Alderwood approached Alexander and Alara. "An ambitious selection," he commented, examining their research outline. "The memory enhancement elixir has frustrated modern attempts at modification for centuries." "That's what makes it interesting," Alara replied confidently. "Failed attempts provide more data than successes sometimes." Alderwood smiled at this very Slytherin perspective on failure. "Indeed. And your proposed modification approach, Mr. Nightwood? Drawing from Starkey is innovative. The lunar influences on cognitive enhancement ingredients are often overlooked," Alexander explained, carefully balancing between his extensive knowledge and what a precocious first year might reasonably deduce. "Modern brewers focus too much on the primary ingredients rather than the catalytic environment." Something flickered in Alderwood's eyes, recognition, perhaps, of the brewing philosophy that had once defined Severus Snape's approach to potions innovation. "A thoughtful observation. I look forward to seeing your results." After the other students departed, Alderwood asked Alexander to remain briefly. Once they were alone, the professor's professional demeanor softened slightly. "How are you adjusting?" he asked directly. To the changes, I mean. Alexander considered deflecting but found himself responding honestly. It's disorienting at times. Having the knowledge without the emotional context that originally formed it. Alderwood nodded thoughtfully. I can only imagine. Professor McGonagall has informed key staff about the consciousness partitioning effects, in very general terms, of course. If you encounter difficulties with practical applications of your knowledge, particularly in my class, please don't hesitate to ask for assistance. Thank you, Alexander replied, surprised by the genuine support. Though I believe I'm managing adequately. More than adequately, Alderwood corrected with a slight smile. But even brilliant students, or professors in new circumstances, sometimes benefit from collaboration. The deliberate acknowledgement of his former status was unexpected. Most staff who knew his true identity had tacitly agreed to treat him primarily as Alexander, an exceptional student with unique circumstances, rather than as their former colleague in a child's body. I appreciate the consideration, Professor, Alexander said carefully. Alderwood's expression grew more serious. One more thing. Mr. Potter has been briefed about the potions project and your participation specifically. He's quite interested in observing your approach to brewing. Alexander raised an eyebrow. I imagine he is. He has also expressed concerns about Professor Blackthorn's continued interest in your case, Alderwood continued. As have I, frankly. The professor's inquiries have become increasingly persistent among staff. I'm aware, Alexander replied dryly. He's contacted my parents as well. Alderwood frowned. That's inappropriate given the classification status. I'll inform the headmistress. As Alexander left the potions laboratory, he reflected on the shifting alliances forming around him. Alderwood, once merely a mentor, now positioned himself as something of a protector. McGonagall maintained official oversight while respecting his autonomy. Cordelia operated in the background, monitoring from a distance. And Potter was inserting himself directly into Alexander's academic environment, presumably to counter Blackthorn's influence. It was oddly comforting having others concerned for his welfare, though the sensation remained foreign enough that Alexander wasn't entirely certain how to respond to it. Severus Snape had operated alone for most of his adult life, trusting few and expected to manage his own protection. Alexander Nightwood, it seemed, was developing a support network whether he sought one or not. Harry Potter arrived at Hogwarts on a blustery February morning, accompanied by a junior Auror carrying what appeared to be demonstration materials for his guest lectures. Students gathered at windows overlooking the entrance courtyard, whispering excitedly as the famous wizard crossed the grounds, his Auror robes billowing in the wind. Alexander deliberately avoided the spectacle, remaining in the library to complete a transfiguration essay. He had no desire to join the fawning reception Potter would undoubtedly receive, nor did he feel prepared for their inevitable interaction. Cassie found him there an hour later, slightly breathless from running. There you are. Dad's been asking about you. Alexander looked up from his parchment with deliberately affected calm. Has he? I wasn't aware I was expected to attend his arrival ceremony. She rolled her eyes at his sarcasm. There was no ceremony. And he wants to see you before the potions project tomorrow. He asked if you'd join us for tea in Professor Longbottom's office at 4. The invitation was predictable but unwelcome. Alexander had hoped to delay direct interaction with Potter until the structured environment of the potions laboratory, where professional focus might minimize personal awkwardness. I have research to complete, he demurred. No, you don't, Cassie countered firmly. You're avoiding him, and we both know it. What are you afraid of? The direct question, delivered with Lily's forthright manner in Lily's green eyes, caught Alexander off guard. What was he afraid of? Not Potter's anger or judgment, those he could handle easily. Perhaps it was the man's gratitude that felt more threatening, the potential emotional entanglement of acknowledging their complicated shared history. I'm not afraid, Alexander replied, the defensive tone undermining his claim. I simply see no reason for personal interaction outside of structured academic contexts. Cassie sat beside him, lowering her voice. He's trying, you know. This is weird for him too. His former professor who he watched die, who loved his mother and protected him for years while pretending to hate him, now back as an 11-year-old who's friends with his daughter. She shook her head. If anyone has the right to avoid this conversation, it's him. But he's making the effort. Alexander studied her for a moment, struck by her emotional maturity. When did you become so insightful? She grinned. I've always been brilliant. You're just finally noticing. Her expression turned more serious. Please come. I'll be there the whole time if that helps. After a moment's consideration, Alexander nodded once. Very well. But if he attempts any maudlin expressions of gratitude or, Merlin forbid, apologies, I'm leaving immediately. Fair enough, Cassie agreed, looking relieved. Though I can't promise he won't be a little weird. He's still trying to wrap his head around calling you Alexander instead of Professor Snape. That afternoon, Alexander approached Professor Longbottom's office with reluctance that deepened with each step. The thought of facing Potter, of navigating the complexities of their shared past while embodying this peculiar present, made him uncharacteristically anxious. Not even the consciousness partitioning had fully removed his complicated feelings about Harry Potter, it seemed. He paused outside the door, hearing voices within, Cassie's animated chatter, Potter's deeper responses, and Longbottom's occasional laughter. Taking a steadying breath, Alexander knocked firmly. The door opened to reveal Neville Longbottom, who had developed into a confident, respected professor quite unlike the nervous boy Severus had once terrified in potions class. Alexander, he greeted warmly. Please come in. We've been expecting you. The office reflected Longbottom's botanical expertise, with exotic plants occupying nearly every surface and hanging from the ceiling in enchanted growth spheres. Natural light streamed through large windows overlooking the greenhouses, and comfortable furniture created a welcoming atmosphere entirely different from how Severus had kept his office during his teaching years. Potter stood as Alexander entered, his expression carefully composed though his eyes, Lily's eyes, betrayed a complex mix of emotions. He had aged well, Alexander noted objectively. The gangly teenager had matured into a man of presence and confidence, the famous scar still visible but no longer the defining feature of his appearance. Alexander, Potter said, using the name with deliberate care. Thank you for coming. Alexander nodded stiffly. Professor Potter. Just Harry, please, Potter replied with a slight smile. I'm only the professor, during the formal lectures. An awkward silence threatened to descend before Cassie intervened, gesturing to a chair beside her. Sit here, Alexander. Professor Longbottom was just telling us about the new venomous tentacula hybrid he's developed. Grateful for the neutral topic, Alexander took the offered seat while Longbottom poured tea. The conversation remained safely botanical for several minutes, with Longbottom describing his research and Potter asking interested questions. Alexander participated minimally, offering occasional technical observations that made Longbottom look at him with sudden recognition before quickly masking it. Eventually, Longbottom excused himself to attend to a situation in Greenhouse 4, an obvious pretext to give Potter private time with Alexander and Cassie. As the door closed behind him, the artificial casualness of their interaction dissolved. This is incredibly strange, Potter said suddenly, setting down his teacup. I've rehearsed this conversation a dozen times, and nothing seemed adequate. Then perhaps we needn't have it at all, Alexander suggested coolly. Potter shook his head. No, we definitely need to have it. I just don't know where to begin. You could start by explaining why you're really here, Alexander said directly. These guest lectures could have been conducted by any competent orator. Your presence specifically suggests ulterior motives. Instead of taking offense, Potter seemed relieved by the directness. Several reasons. Officially, I'm evaluating new defensive magic curriculum for potential aura recruitment pathways. Unofficially. He glanced at Cassie, then back to Alexander. I'm concerned about Blackthorn's continuing interest in your situation, particularly given his recent research focus. The dueling club, Alexander surmised. Potter nodded. Among other things. After what happened with the rift, the Department of Mysteries classified all information about your particular case. Blackthorn shouldn't be pursuing it further, yet he's been requesting research access, contacting your parents, and developing curriculum suspiciously focused on consciousness manipulation and magical essence detection. And you appointed yourself my guardian? Alexander asked with a touch of his old sarcasm. I appointed myself as a counterbalance, Potter corrected calmly. Blackthorn respects my position enough that he won't act overtly while I'm present. It buys us time to determine his true intentions. The reasonable response diffused Alexander's defensive posture somewhat. And the potions project? Another counterbalance. That was actually Professor Alderwood's suggestion, Potter admitted. He thought having me observe your natural approach to potion making might help you become more comfortable with. He hesitated, searching for the right words, with the integration of your past knowledge and present circumstances. Cassie, who had been watching their exchange closely, interjected. He means Dad wants to see if you still brew like Professor Snape even though you look like Alexander Nightwood. Potter gave his daughter an exasperated look. Thank you for that translation, Cassie. You were being weird and formal, she pointed out unapologetically. Alexander found himself almost amused by their interaction. Your daughter has your talent for blunt communication, Potter. And your gift for uncomfortable observations, Potter returned with a hint of humor. She's been quite protective of you since the rift incident. Someone has to be, Cassie declared. Alexander has plenty of knowledge but not nearly enough people looking out for him. The simple statement, delivered with childlike conviction, created an unexpected moment of silence. Alexander found himself oddly touched by her protective instinct, so reminiscent of how Lily had once defended a friendless Severus from James Potter's bullying, yet different in its uncomplicated acceptance of who he truly was. Your daughter seems determined to adopt me as some sort of project, Alexander said to Potter, attempting to maintain emotional distance though the effect was undermined by the slight softening of his tone. Potters have a history of getting involved in complicated situations, Potter replied with a knowing look. And recognizing value where others might not. The reference to Lily wasn't subtle, but neither was it unwelcome. In the weeks since the consciousness partitioning, Alexander had found his memories of Lily remained intact but transformed, the desperate, possessive quality of Severus's love having crossed over with his darker emotions, leaving behind a gentler remembrance that could acknowledge both her importance to him and the damage his choices had caused their friendship. Indeed, Alexander acknowledged simply. Potter seemed to take this minimal response as progress. About tomorrow's potions session, I want to assure you that I'm not there to evaluate or judge your methods. My role is supportive observation only. And to deter Blackthorn from further investigation, Alexander added pointedly. That too, Potter admitted. The dueling club will be more challenging. Given the format, he'll have legitimate reasons to observe your defensive techniques closely. I'm aware, Alexander said. I've been practicing appropriately restrained responses to standard dueling scenarios. Potter looked impressed. You've been preparing for this. Unlike some, Alexander couldn't resist saying, I prefer not to charge into potentially dangerous situations without consideration. To his surprise, Potter laughed. There's the Professor Snape I remember. His expression sobered. But seriously, Alexander, be careful with Blackthorn. There's something obsessive about his interest in consciousness transference that goes beyond academic curiosity. His wife, Alexander said, remembering what Cassie had mentioned months earlier. She died in a magical accident. He's been researching death magic since then. Potter nodded grimly. Not just researching. The department has been monitoring his private experimentation for years. After what happened with the rift, he submitted a formal research proposal to study your case specifically, arguing that understanding your successful consciousness transfer might help others. Others like his wife, Alexander surmised. He wants to bring her back. That's our working theory, Potter confirmed. Which makes you both invaluable to his research and potentially expendable once he extracts what he needs. The conversation continued for another hour, shifting between practical security concerns and more personal matters. Potter asked carefully measured questions about Alexander's experience of the consciousness partitioning, seeming genuinely interested in understanding rather than studying him as a curiosity. As their meeting concluded and Alexander prepared to leave, Potter stopped him with a final question. "Do you regret it?" he asked quietly. "The partitioning? Losing those parts of yourself that crossed over?" Alexander considered the question seriously. "Not regret, precisely," he finally answered. "Those aspects weren't truly lost, they were returned to where they rightfully belonged. What remains is..." He paused, searching for the right words, "sufficient. Perhaps more balanced than before." Potter nodded thoughtfully. "For what it's worth, I'm glad you're here. That you have this second chance. Even though I retain memories of despising your father and loving your mother." Alexander challenged, needing to confirm Potter truly understood who he still was. "Especially because of that," Potter replied without hesitation. "Those experiences shaped who you became, both times around." As Alexander left Longbottom's office with Cassie, he found himself moderately less uncomfortable about Potter's presence at Hogwarts. The man had matured considerably from the impulsive boy Severus had known, demonstrating a complexity of thought and emotional intelligence that made their interactions less antagonistic than they might have been. "That wasn't so bad, was it?" Cassie asked as they walked toward the great hall for dinner. "It was tolerable," Alexander conceded. She grinned knowingly. "High praise coming from you. Next you'll be saying you actually like him." "Let's not get carried away," Alexander replied dryly, but without real bite to his tone. As they approached the entrance hall, they encountered Professor Blackthorne emerging from the dungeons. He stopped when he saw them, his gaze sharpening as it moved from Alexander to Cassie and back. "Good evening, Mr. Nightwood, Miss Potter," he greeted with practiced courtesy. "I trust you're planning to attend the first dueling club session next week. Your father will be demonstrating advanced shielding techniques, I believe," he added to Cassie. "We'll be there, Professor," Cassie answered before Alexander could formulate a more noncommittal response. "Excellent," Blackthorne smiled thinly. "I'm particularly interested to see how students with natural affinity for defensive magic perform in structured dueling environments. The body's instinctive responses often reveal more than deliberate practice." The implication was clear: he would be watching Alexander specifically for signs of ingrained dueling habits that a first year couldn't possibly possess. "I look forward to learning proper technique," Alexander replied neutrally. "As a first year, my experience with defensive magic is naturally limited." Blackthorne's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Naturally. Though some skills seem to transcend conventional learning pathways, wouldn't you agree? Almost as though the body remembers what the conscious mind hasn't yet been taught." "An interesting theory, Professor," Alexander said, maintaining his composure despite the obvious probing. "Perhaps you'll address such theoretical considerations during the club meetings." "Perhaps indeed," Blackthorne agreed. "Enjoy your dinner, students." As the professor departed, Cassie leaned closer to Alexander. "He's definitely still investigating you," she whispered. "That wasn't even subtle." "No," Alexander agreed grimly. "It wasn't." The exchange confirmed Potter's concerns about Blackthorne's continued interest despite the classification of Alexander's case. The dueling club would indeed provide the professor with opportunities to observe Alexander's instinctive magical responses, opportunities Alexander would need to carefully navigate if he wanted to avoid fueling Blackthorne's dangerous curiosity further. The Special Potions project proceeded as scheduled the following day, with Potter joining Professor Alderwood to observe the students' initial brewing attempts. Alexander maintained careful control over his technique, deliberately including minor inefficiencies a first-year prodigy might reasonably display while still producing excellent results. Potter circulated among the workstations, offering encouragement and occasionally asking thoughtful questions about the students' modification plans. When he reached Alexander and Ilara's station, he observed their preparation of moonstone for the memory enhancement elixir with particular interest. "That's an unusual crushing technique," he noted, watching Alexander use the flat of the silver blade to press the moonstone rather than the more common grinding motion. "It preserves the crystalline structure while creating more surface area for extraction," Alexander explained, the explanation deliberately simplified compared to the complex alchemical principles actually involved. "Interesting," Potter commented. "I've seen that approach before, though rarely in students." The reference to Severus's distinctive teaching methods was subtle enough that only Alexander recognized it. He met Potter's gaze briefly, acknowledging the observation with a slight nod before returning to his work. Throughout the session, Alexander noted that Potter and Alderwood frequently exchanged glances when observing his brewing process, clearly recognizing Severus Snape's distinctive techniques despite Alexander's efforts to modify them. The experience was less uncomfortable than he had anticipated, however, their observation felt more appreciative than intrusive, recognizing his skill without demanding explanations for its source. As the session concluded, Alderwood reviewed each team's progress while Potter provided additional commentary about practical applications of their historical potions in modern magical contexts. When they reached Alexander and Ilara's memory enhancement elixir, which had progressed to the first stabilization stage with promising results, Potter's comments became more personally engaged. "Memory potions have always fascinated me," he told the gathered students. "The relationship between memory and identity is profound. Our experiences shape who we become, but how we remember those experiences determines how we understand ourselves." The philosophical observation, delivered casually as though discussing any academic topic, carried obvious secondary meaning for Alexander. Potter was acknowledging, in his way, the complexity of Alexander's current existence, possessing memories that shaped his identity while experiencing them differently after the consciousness partitioning. "An insightful observation, Mr. Potter," Alderwood agreed. "Which raises interesting questions about magical approaches to memory modification. Mr. Nightwood, Miss Zabini, have you considered how your modernized elixir might differ from memory charms in its effects on cognitive processing?" The question launched a stimulating discussion about the differences between potion-based and charm-based memory enhancement, with Alexander contributing carefully measured insights that balanced his extensive knowledge with appropriate first-year limitations. After the session, Potter approached Alexander as the other students departed. "Your partner is quite talented," he observed. "Reminds me somewhat of Draco Malfoy in his methodical approach, though with better collaborative skills." "The Zabinas have always been academically gifted," Alexander replied. "And less burdened by ideological distractions than the Malfoys." Potter smiled slightly at this assessment. "True enough. Blaze's daughters have his analytical mind without the self-preservation obsession." He paused before adding more seriously, "Your modifications to the elixir base are remarkably innovative. Professor Alderwood mentioned you've been demonstrating similar creativity in regular classes." "Within appropriate parameters," Alexander said, understanding the underlying question about whether he was drawing too obviously on Severus's advanced knowledge. "Of course," Potter acknowledged. "Though I imagine that's its own challenge, determining where those parameters should lie in your unique situation." Before Alexander could respond, Professor Blackthorne appeared at the laboratory doorway. "Ah, Mr. Potter, Mr. Nightwood. Discussing potions innovations, I presume?" "Among other things," Potter replied pleasantly, though Alexander noted how he subtly shifted his position to stand slightly between him and Blackthorne. "Alexander and his partner have developed a fascinating modification to a medieval memory elixir." "Memory magic," Blackthorne said, his interest visibly sharpening. "A specialty of yours, I believe, Mr. Potter. Given your experiences with pensive technology and memory extraction during the war." "Hardly a specialty," Potter deflected smoothly. "Though I've certainly encountered my share of memory charms, both beneficial and harmful." Blackthorne turned his attention to Alexander. "And you, Mr. Nightwood?" Any personal interest in memory magic beyond this assignment? Only academic curiosity, Alexander replied carefully. Curious indeed, Blackthorn murmured. Particularly how certain memories seem to influence practical magic. Speaking of which, are you both prepared for tomorrow's dueling club? We have nearly 40 students registered already. Looking forward to it, Potter said with convincing enthusiasm. I've prepared some basic defensive demonstrations suitable for all skill levels. Excellent. And Mr. Nightwood, will you be participating in the practical demonstrations? Alexander recognized the trap immediately. If he declined, it might appear suspicious. If he participated, Blackthorn would have the opportunity to observe his defensive instincts directly. As a first year, I expect to be learning fundamentals rather than demonstrating techniques, Alexander answered diplomatically. Of course, Blackthorn smiled thinly. Though sometimes natural talent emerges unexpectedly in practical scenarios. I look forward to observing all our students' capabilities. After Blackthorn departed, Potter turned to Alexander with a grimace. Subtle, isn't he? About as subtle as a bludger, Alexander replied dryly. He's determined to provoke instinctive magical responses that might confirm his suspicions. We anticipated this, Potter reminded him. I'll ensure the demonstrations are structured to minimize opportunities for him to isolate you. Stick with basic first-year defensive spells, regardless of what he tries to provoke. Alexander nodded, though inwardly he wondered whether even careful preparation would be sufficient against Blackthorn's determined investigation. The professor clearly believed Alexander's case held the key to his personal research interests, and such obsession rarely yielded to procedural obstacles. That evening, Alexander sought out his Aunt Cordelia, who had returned to Hogwarts ostensibly to consult on the potions project but actually to monitor Blackthorn during Potter's visit. He found her in the guest quarters adjacent to the faculty wing, reviewing complex arithmetic equations that hovered in the air before her. Aunt Cordelia, he greeted her formally. Do you have a moment? She vanished the equations with a wave of her wand. Alexander. I was wondering when you'd come find me. You've been avoiding me, he observed, taking the seat she indicated. Observing from a distance, she corrected. How are you adapting to the partitioning effects? Any further dream communications? Alexander described his recent dreams, including the conversation with his partitioned self regarding Voldemort and Potter. Cordelia listened intently, occasionally making notes in a small journal. The connection remained stronger than I anticipated, she admitted when he finished. Most partitioned subjects experience gradual disconnection from the transferred aspects. Your case is unprecedented, Alexander finished for her. As usual. A smile touched her lips briefly. Indeed. Though not necessarily concerning. The partition appears stable, even with the continuing dream communication. That's not why I came, Alexander said, shifting to his primary concern. Tomorrow's dueling club, Blackthorn clearly intends to use it to observe my instinctive magical responses. Potter is attempting to mitigate the risk, but I'm concerned Blackthorn may have preparations we haven't anticipated. Cordelia's expression grew more serious. Your concerns are valid. Elias Blackthorn has been researching magical signature identification methods that could potentially distinguish between naturally developed and transferred magical knowledge. She tapped her wand against her palm thoughtfully. There may be a way to counterbalance his observations. What do you suggest? A temporary magical damper, she proposed. Not on your abilities themselves, but on the distinctive signature patterns Severus Snape developed over decades of magical practice. It wouldn't affect your knowledge or technique, merely the magical fingerprint that might identify your casting as his. Alexander frowned. That sounds dangerously close to the kind of consciousness manipulation Blackthorn himself is pursuing. With one critical difference, Cordelia pointed out. This would be voluntary, temporary, and designed to protect rather than extract. A magical disguise, if you will, rather than a fundamental alteration. After considering her proposal, Alexander reluctantly agreed. Cordelia performed a subtle enchantment that felt like a thin veil settling over his magical core, not restricting it but slightly refracting its expression, making the underlying patterns less distinctive and more aligned with typical first-year magical development. "This should hold through tomorrow's dueling club," she explained. "It won't prevent Blackthorn from observing your technical skills, but it will mask the deeper patterns that might conclusively link your magic to Severus Snape's distinctive style." As Alexander left his aunt's quarters, he felt both grateful for her intervention and troubled by the ongoing complications of his existence. The magical damper was yet another layer of concealment, another way in which his true nature remained hidden from the world around him, necessary for his safety, perhaps, but contributing to a persistent sense of disconnection that even the consciousness partitioning hadn't fully resolved. The great hall had been transformed for the dueling club, with the house tables vanished and a raised platform installed along one wall. Students from all years gathered in excited clusters, whispering as Potter and Blackthorn conferred at the front of the room. Professor McGonagall was also present, seated at the side with several other staff members, her presence likely a precautionary measure given the combination of eager students and potentially dangerous spellwork. Alexander stood with Cassie and Hugo near the back of the crowd, deliberately maintaining a low profile. The magical damper Cordelia had placed felt strange but not uncomfortable, like wearing slightly ill-fitting robes that occasionally shifted against his skin. "This is brilliant," Hugo whispered excitedly. "Dad says the original dueling club was a disaster. Professor Lockhart got blasted across the room and then a snake got loose and Harry talked to it in Parseltongue and everyone thought he was the heir of Slytherin." "That's not exactly how Dad tells it," Cassie muttered. "But yes, apparently it was chaotic. This seems more organized." Alexander remembered the incident vividly. He had been the one to conjure the snake, after all, hoping to embarrass Lockhart while demonstrating proper dueling technique. The memory felt oddly distant now, as though it had happened to someone else, which, in a sense, it had. The most emotionally charged memories had crossed over with the partitioned aspects of his consciousness, leaving him with the factual recollection but diminished emotional connection. "Welcome, students." Blackthorn's voice silenced the excited chatter. "Today marks the revival of Hogwarts' historical dueling club, a tradition that provides structured practice in defensive magic beyond the standard curriculum." He gestured to Potter, who stepped forward with a friendly smile. "We're honored to have had Auror Potter joining us for this inaugural session. Mr. Potter will demonstrate basic defensive techniques suitable for all skill levels before we divide into age-appropriate practice groups." Potter addressed the assembled students with easy confidence. "Defensive magic is about more than just knowing spells," he explained. "It's about awareness, timing, and understanding the principles behind magical protection. Today we'll focus on fundamental shielding charms and evasive movement, the foundation of effective self-defense." The demonstration began with Potter showing basic shield charms while Blackthorn cast minor jinxes for him to block. For younger students, Potter demonstrated the simple Protego charm with clear, deliberate movements. For older students, he showed variations including directional shields and selective barriers that protected against specific types of magic. Throughout the demonstration, Alexander noted how Potter deliberately kept the focus on himself and the general student audience, never singling out individuals for particular attention. This approach effectively limited Blackthorn's opportunities to isolate Alexander for specialized observation, a consideration Alexander appreciated. After the initial demonstrations, Blackthorn announced, "We'll now divide into practice groups by year. First and second years with Professor Flitwick, third and fourth with Professor Longbottom, fifth through seventh with myself and Mr. Potter." As the students began separating, Blackthorn added, "Though perhaps we might benefit from a few volunteers to demonstrate the basic defensive posture for our youngest participants. Mr. Nightwood, as someone with reported natural affinity for defensive magic, would you assist?" Alexander had anticipated this approach and prepared accordingly. "I'm still learning the basics myself, Professor," he replied with appropriate first-year modesty. "Perhaps a more experienced student would be better suited?" "Nonsense," Blackthorn insisted smoothly. "Sometimes natural instinct produces better results than formal training. Mr. Potter, wouldn't you agree that untrained defensive responses can be quite revealing about a wizard's natural abilities? Potter intervened before Alexander was forced to respond. Actually, Professor, I find demonstration works best when students can relate directly to the skill level being shown. Perhaps Miss Potter and Mr. Granger Weasley might demonstrate for their peers. Both come from families with strong defensive backgrounds but are still developing their formal technique. Blackthorn's expression flickered with momentary frustration before he masked it. An excellent suggestion. Miss Potter, Mr. Granger Weasley, please step forward. Alexander retreated gratefully to the periphery as Cassie and Hugo were positioned to demonstrate basic defensive stances. Potter had neatly redirected Blackthorn's attempt to spotlight Alexander while maintaining the educational purpose of the session. As the practice groups formed, Alexander joined his fellow first-years under Professor Flitwick's supervision. The tiny charms master had them practicing the wand movement for basic shields without actually casting yet, a sensible precaution given the varied control levels among novice students. Wrist firm but not rigid, Flitwick instructed as he moved among them. The motion should feel smooth and decisive. Magic responds to confidence, especially in defensive applications. Alexander performed the movements with deliberate and precision, gradually improving as Flitwick provided corrections. He was carefully monitoring his magical expression, ensuring that when they eventually progressed to actual casting, his shield would manifest with appropriate first-year characteristics, slightly wobbling, partially formed, with the inconsistent edges typical of novice spellwork. Across the hall, he noticed Blackthorn observing him between instructions to the older students, his attention far more focused on Alexander than on his own practice group. Potter, too, was watching, though more discreetly, positioning himself to maintain awareness of both Alexander's progress and Blackthorn's surveillance. When Flitwick finally allowed the first-years to attempt actual shield charms against harmless light spells, Alexander produced exactly the kind of shield expected from a talented but inexperienced student, stronger than average but visibly imperfect, with the telltale flicker of developing magical control. Well done, Mr. Nightwood, Flitwick praised. Natural aptitude indeed, though your left side remains vulnerable. Try angling your wand slightly more toward your dominant side. Alexander adjusted as instructed, making a show of concentrating intensely to achieve a marginally better result. The performance was exhausting in its precision, maintaining the appearance of genuine learning while deliberately suppressing decades of ingrained defensive expertise. Halfway through the practice session, Alexander noticed Blackthorn whispering something to one of the seventh-year Slytherins in his group. The student nodded and began making his way casually around the perimeter of the Great Hall, gradually approaching the first-year practice area. Curious, Alexander murmured to himself, tracking the older student's movement without appearing to notice him. Minutes later, as Alexander was practicing shield charms with a Hufflepuff partner, a flash of light shot toward him from an unexpected angle, not from his practice partner but from the direction where the seventh-year had positioned himself. The spell was cast silently and moved faster than any practice charm Flitwick had authorized. Alexander's instincts nearly betrayed him. Decades of spy work had honed Severus's reflexes to respond instantaneously to surprise attacks, and those physical memories remained despite the consciousness partitioning. In the split second before the spell reached him, Alexander made a critical decision. He allowed it to hit him rather than revealing defensive capabilities no first-year should possess. The spell, a moderate stinging hex, he realized as it struck, caught him on the shoulder, spinning him halfway around and causing him to drop his wand. The pain was sharp but manageable, and worth the strategic value of maintaining his cover. Mr. Nightwood! Flitwick exclaimed, hurrying over. Are you all right? I think so, Alexander said, feigning confusion as he rubbed his shoulder. What happened? A stray spell, Flitwick said, though his tone suggested he didn't believe it was accidental. The professor turned sharply, scanning the room until he spotted the seventh-year Slytherin attempting to blend back into his practice group. Mr. Rosier. To me, immediately. As Flitwick confronted the older student, Potter appeared at Alexander's side, ostensibly checking on the injured first-year but actually speaking in a low voice only Alexander could hear. Deliberate provocation, Potter murmured, pretending to examine Alexander's shoulder. Blackthorn trying to trigger instinctive defenses. Good call letting it hit you. Obviously, Alexander replied under his breath. Though next time perhaps intervene before I'm actually struck. Potter's lips twitched. Noted. How's the shoulder? Stinging hex, moderate power. I've endured worse from first years attempting basic brewing. This exchange, conducted beneath the appearance of a concerned adult checking a child's injury, was interrupted by Blackthorn's arrival. The professor's expression showed perfectly calibrated concern, though Alexander detected calculation behind his solicitous manner. Most unfortunate, Blackthorn said. Mr. Rosier claims the spell deflected unexpectedly from his practice partner's shield. A reminder to all about maintaining proper directional control during practice. Potter straightened, positioning himself subtly between Alexander and Blackthorn. Perhaps we should conclude the practical demonstrations for today. Safety should remain our primary concern. Of course, Blackthorn agreed smoothly. Though I am curious, Mr. Nightwood, did you see the spell coming at all? Even untrained wizards sometimes sense magical attacks before they land. No, Professor, Alexander lied. I was focused on my practice partner. Blackthorn looked faintly disappointed. Unfortunate. Situational awareness is a skill worth developing early. He turned to address the entire club. Let this serve as a valuable lesson. In real defensive situations, attacks rarely come from expected directions at convenient times. As the dueling club session concluded, Alexander found himself both relieved and troubled. He had maintained his cover despite Blackthorn's underhanded tactics, but the professor's willingness to orchestrate an actual attack on a first-year student, however mild, suggested a disturbing level of obsession with proving his theories about Alexander's true nature. That was completely inappropriate, Cassie fumed as they left the Great Hall. Dad's furious. Did you see his face when he was talking to Professor McGonagall afterward? Blackthorn could be sacked for arranging that. Unlikely, Alexander replied realistically. There's no proof he instructed Rosier specifically to target me, and the hex itself was relatively harmless. Still, Hugo chimed in, looking troubled, a seventh year targeting a first year during practice. That's just wrong. Alexander shrugged his uninjured shoulder. Blackthorn is becoming desperate. His research obsession outweighs professional ethics. What research? Hugo asked curiously. Consciousness transference, Alexander answered before Cassie could formulate a more careful explanation. He believes I possess unusual magical characteristics worth studying. Hugo's eyes widened. Because of what happened in the East Wing. Is that why you were involved in containing that magical anomaly? Alexander weighed his response carefully. Hugo was trustworthy but uninformed about Alexander's true identity. Providing partial truth might satisfy his curiosity while maintaining necessary confidentiality. I have a rare magical signature pattern that resonated with the anomaly, he explained, simplifying vastly. Professor Blackthorn's research interests include such phenomena. His enthusiasm sometimes exceeds appropriate boundaries. That's putting it mildly, Cassie muttered. Later that evening, Alexander was summoned to the headmistress's office, where he found McGonagall, Potter, and Blackthorn engaged in what appeared to be the conclusion of a heated discussion. McGonagall's expression was stern, Potter looked barely contained, and Blackthorn maintained an air of affronted innocence. Mr. Nightwood, McGonagall greeted him. Please sit down. How is your shoulder? Completely recovered, headmistress, Alexander assured her. Madame Wainscott provided a countersalve immediately after the incident. Good, McGonagall nodded. We've been discussing today's dueling club session, specifically the circumstances surrounding Mr. Rosier's hex. Blackthorn interjected smoothly, a regrettable training accident that has been addressed with appropriate disciplinary measures. Mr. Rosier will be serving detention for his carelessness. Carelessness, Potter repeated, his tone making it clear he believed nothing about the incident had been accidental. An interesting characterization of a silent, precisely aimed hex cast at a first year from outside his practice area. McGonagall held up a hand, silencing further debate. Regardless of the exact circumstances, Mr. Nightwood deserves to know that steps are being taken to ensure no similar incidents occur in future club sessions. Additionally, her gaze sharpened as she looked directly at Blackthorn. I am implementing oversight protocols for all extracurricular activities involving practical defensive magic. Blackthorn's expression remained neutral, though Alexander detected a flicker of frustration in his eyes. As you wish, headmistress. Though I maintain that controlled exposure to unexpected magical challenges provides valuable learning opportunities. Within age-appropriate parameters, McGonagall countered firmly. Which today's incident exceeded. She turned back to Alexander. Mr. Nightwood, is there anything you wish to add regarding the incident? Anything you observed that might clarify what occurred? The question offered Alexander an opportunity to directly implicate Blackthorn, but he recognized the strategic disadvantages of open confrontation. Better to maintain the appearance of an ordinary, if talented, first-year caught in an unfortunate incident. Only that it happened very quickly, he replied. I was focused on practicing the shield charm Professor Flitwick had demonstrated. I didn't see where the hex originated until Professor Flitwick identified Mr. Rosier. McGonagall studied him momentarily, her expression suggesting she recognized his deliberate restraint. Very well. You may return to your common room. Mr. Potter will escort you, as he has additional matters to discuss regarding the potions project. As they left the headmistress's office, Potter remained silent until they were well away from the Gargoyle Guardian. Then he sighed heavily. Blackthorn is becoming increasingly reckless, he said quietly. The hex today was calculated to trigger your defensive instincts, to force a reaction that might reveal your true capabilities. Obviously, Alexander replied dryly. Though orchestrating attacks on students crosses a line I wouldn't have expected even from someone obsessed with consciousness research. Potter's expression darkened. His obsession has been escalating for years. After his wife died, he spent nearly a decade researching ways to preserve consciousness beyond death. When conventional methods failed, he began exploring more theoretical approaches. Including magical transference between living vessels, Alexander surmised. He sees me as proof his theories are valid, that consciousness can indeed transfer from one being to another. Exactly, Potter confirmed. Which makes you both his most valuable research subject and a potential template for his ultimate goal. Transferring his wife's preserved consciousness into a new body, Alexander concluded grimly. Has he actually managed to preserve her consciousness somehow? Potter hesitated. The department isn't certain. He worked in the death chamber for years before transitioning to academic research. He had access to experimental methods of consciousness mapping and preservation that aren't fully understood even by unspeakables. They walked in silence for a moment, both processing the implications. If Blackthorn had indeed preserved his wife's consciousness in some form and believed Alexander's case provided the key to transferring it to a living vessel, his fixation would be nearly impossible to deter through conventional means. The dueling club should be cancelled, Alexander said finally. McGonagall's increased oversight is a compromise, Potter explained. The educational benefits for the broader student population outweigh the risks, provided appropriate safeguards are in place. I've arranged to remain at Hogwarts for the next 2 sessions to ensure Blackthorn doesn't attempt further provocations. As they approached Ravenclaw Tower, Potter stopped, his expression growing more serious. There's something else you should know. The Department of Mysteries team detected residual energy fluctuations in the East Wing this morning, nothing approaching the previous rift activity, but suggesting the barrier hasn't completely stabilized. Alexander felt a cold certainty settle in his stomach. Because the consciousness partitioning was incomplete. Potter nodded grimly. The partial transference may have prevented complete sealing of whatever breach allowed your original crossing. The department team is monitoring the situation, but the only way to fully stabilize it might be completing what we began, Alexander finished for him. returning the entirety of Severus Snape's consciousness to where it belongs. That's one theory, Potter acknowledged. Though not one I'm prepared to accept without exhausting every alternative. Your aunt is researching other stabilization methods. The revelation cast Alexander's situation in a troubling new light. Not only was Blackthorn pursuing him for research purposes, but the very magical anomaly they had attempted to resolve might still pose a threat, one that could potentially be addressed only through his complete surrender of conscious existence. Does Blackthorn know about the residual fluctuations? Alexander asked. Not yet, Potter said. Though it's only a matter of time before he detects them himself. He's been conducting his own measurements of the East Wing since returning to teaching. As they reached the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower, Alexander turned to Potter with unexpected directness. If the fluctuations increase, if it becomes clear that complete transference is the only solution, I need your word that you'll support my decision, whatever it may be. Potter met his gaze steadily. I've watched you die twice already, Severus. I'm not eager to facilitate a third time. It may not be your choice to make, Alexander pointed out. Or mine, for that matter, if the barrier continues to weaken. Perhaps not, Potter conceded. But I promise to respect your agency in whatever comes next. You've earned that much and more. As Potter departed and Alexander entered Ravenclaw Tower, he found himself in the unusual position of trusting Harry Potter to honor his word, a trust based not on sentiment but on the man's demonstrated character over the weeks since the Rift incident. It was perhaps the most tangible evidence of how the consciousness partitioning had changed him, allowing Alexander to evaluate Potter without the overwhelming weight of Severus's emotional history. That night, Alexander updated his journal with detailed notes about the dueling club incident, Blackthorn's escalating tactics, and the troubling news about residual energy fluctuations in the East Wing. As he wrote, he found himself addressing portions directly to his partitioned self beyond the veil, a habit he had developed during recent weeks, as though maintaining correspondence with the aspects of himself that had crossed over. The partition appears increasingly problematic from a magical perspective, he wrote. While personally liberating in many respects, it has created instability in the barrier between realms. Perhaps we were never meant to be separated, the darkness and the light, the burden and the knowledge. Perhaps wholeness, however painful, is the natural order that magic seeks to restore. He paused, considering his next words carefully. Yet I find myself reluctant to surrender this newfound existence. For the first time, I carry your memories without being crushed by them. I understand your choices without being defined by them. I remember Lily with love uncomplicated by obsession and guilt. I see her granddaughter as her own person rather than a walking reminder of regret. Is this not also valuable? Is this not also worthy of preservation? The questions remained unanswered as he closed the journal and prepared for sleep. That night, his dreams took him once more beyond the veil, where the partitioned aspects of Severus Snape awaited, watching with eyes that held both understanding and judgment, the parts of himself that had known only sacrifice, now observing the part that dared to embrace living. The weeks following the dueling club incident brought a deceptive calm to Hogwarts. Blackthorn maintained a carefully professional distance from Alexander during defense classes, while Potter extended his guest teaching assignment to include regular sessions with the Potions Project students. McGonagall's increased oversight of extracurricular activities effectively limited Blackthorn's opportunities for further provocations, at least temporarily. Alexander used this period of relative stability to focus on the Potions Project, working with Alara Zabini to refine their memory enhancement elixir modification. Their progress exceeded even Professor Alderwood's expectations, with preliminary testing showing significant reduction in sensory side effects while maintaining cognitive benefits. The lunar phase harvesting of the primary ingredients was inspired, Alderwood commented during one session, examining their latest sample. Combined with the modified stirring pattern, it's created remarkable stability in the mnemonic components. Alexander suggested the counterclockwise stirring shift during the third phase, Alara noted, giving credit where it was due. Something about magical alignment with thought patterns. Alderwood's eyebrow rose slightly as he glanced at Alexander. Indeed. That's an advanced theoretical approach typically covered in any WT level studies. I found a reference in Most Patendi Potions while researching historical brewing methods, Alexander explained smoothly, having prepared this explanation in advance. The text suggested counterdirectional stirring for mind-affecting brews, though it didn't specify the exact magical principle involved. Excellent research initiative, Alderwood approved, though his expression suggested he recognized the explanation as carefully crafted. Your final presentation next week should be most illuminating. As the professor moved on to review other teams' progress, Potter approached Alexander's workstation. That counterclockwise stirring technique, he said quietly. It looks familiar. Does it? Alexander replied neutrally. Reminds me of notes I once saw in an old potions textbook, Potter continued, his tone casual though his eyes conveyed deeper meaning. Brilliant modifications that contradicted standard instructions but produced superior results. Alexander met his gaze steadily. Perhaps some brewing principles transcend conventional documentation. Perhaps, Potter agreed, a slight smile touching his lips. Though I wonder how many other invaluable innovations remain undiscovered in the margins of your memory. The exchange, though brief, highlighted the peculiar dynamic that had developed between them, acknowledgement of their shared history without dwelling on it, recognition of Alexander's true identity without demanding he conform to it. Potter had become unexpectedly adept at treating him as neither solely Severus Snape nor merely Alexander Nightwood, but as the unique composite he had become. This balanced approach extended to their interactions during potions sessions, where Potter provided general guidance to all students while occasionally engaging Alexander in more nuanced discussions when others were occupied with their own work. These conversations never explicitly referenced his past life but often touched on advanced concepts that allowed Alexander to share his knowledge within carefully maintained boundaries. The relationship between intention and efficacy in brewing is understudied, Potter commented during one such discussion. Particularly how a brewer's emotional state might influence volatile ingredients. Intention creates subtle magical resonance patterns, Alexander replied, finding genuine engagement in the academic exchange. Ingredients sensitive to magical fields, like moonstone or dragon derivatives, respond to the brewer's focused purpose beyond mere mechanical technique. Potter nodded thoughtfully. Which explains why identical procedures can produce varying results depending on who performs them. I've noticed similar principles in defensive magic, identical spellwork yielding different effects based on the caster's emotional focus. This academic rapport, developing alongside the protective alliance against Blackthorn's machinations, created an unexpected foundation of mutual respect that neither had anticipated. While far from friendship in the conventional sense, it represented a significant evolution from the bitter antagonism that had characterized their previous relationship. Cassie observed this development with evident satisfaction, though she refrained from commenting directly. Instead, she facilitated their interactions with subtle encouragement, creating opportunities for collaboration during project sessions and ensuring Alexander remained included in discussions when Potter visited her house table during meals. Dad's extended his stay through Easter break, she mentioned one afternoon as they worked in the library. He says the curriculum development project needs more observation time, but I think he's worried about leaving while Blackthorn's still fixated on you. A reasonable concern, Alexander acknowledged. Though Blackthorn has been notably restrained since the dueling club incident. Too restrained, Hugo commented, looking up from his herbology essay. James says he's been canceling advanced demonstrations in upper-year classes and spending more time in his office. Like he's working on something else entirely. This information aligned with Alexander's own observations. Blackthorn's teaching had become increasingly perfunctory, his attention seemingly directed elsewhere despite maintaining the appearance of professional focus. The shift in behavior suggested not abandonment of his interests but rather a change in tactical approach, potentially more concerning than his earlier overt actions. Alexander's suspicions were confirmed when Professor Flitwick pulled him aside after Charms class the following day. Mr. Nightwood, the diminutive professor said quietly, I believe you should be aware that Professor Blackthorn has submitted a formal research proposal to the Board of Governors regarding magical signature analysis in underage wizards. Alexander immediately understood the implications. With particular focus on anomalous signature patterns suggesting knowledge transfer or accelerated development. Flitwick nodded, looking troubled. The proposal carefully avoids naming specific students, but requests permission to conduct non-invasive magical signature mapping on volunteers showing precocious magical development inconsistent with age and training. Has the board responded? Alexander asked, maintaining outward calm despite his concern. Not yet. The headmistress has submitted a counter-recommendation suggesting such research belongs under Department of Mysteries protocols rather than educational purview. Flitwick hesitated before adding, however, several board members have expressed interest in Blackthorn's theories about identifying exceptional magical potential earlier in student development. The implications were clear. Blackthorn had found a new angle to pursue his research, one cloaked in educational benefit and potentially capable of circumventing the classification restrictions on Alexander's specific case. Thank you for informing me, Professor, Alexander said. I appreciate your discretion. Flitwick studied him with shrewd eyes that belied his cheerful demeanor. The headmistress has briefed certain staff regarding your unique circumstances, Mr. Nightwood. Rest assured that those of us who remember Severus Snape's contributions to Hogwarts remain committed to protecting his legacy, in whatever form it now takes. The statement, delivered with quiet dignity, caught Alexander by surprise. He had known McGonagall had informed key staff about his situation, but hadn't realized the extent to which his former colleagues had accepted his return or their willingness to actively protect him. Thank you, he replied, momentarily at a loss for his usual composure. Flitwick smiled gently. Hogwarts protects its own, Mr. Nightwood. Always has, always will. Alexander shared this development with Potter that evening, finding him in conversation with Neville Longbottom in the staff garden, a peaceful courtyard reserved for teachers' use. Potter listened gravely to Alexander's account of Blackthorn's research proposal, his expression darkening as the implications became clear. He's adapting his approach, Potter observed grimly. Creating institutional support for research that could eventually grant him access to your magical signature patterns despite the classification restrictions. Clever, Longbottom admitted reluctantly. Framing it as educational advancement rather than consciousness research circumvents several ministry protocols. Can the board actually authorize this kind of research on students? Alexander asked. Potter and Longbottom exchanged glances. With parental consent for minors, yes, Longbottom confirmed. The board oversees all educational and developmental programs at Hogwarts, including specialized testing of magical aptitude. Then my parents would need to approve any testing, Alexander noted. Which provides some protection, at least temporarily. Unless Blackthorn convinces them it's in your educational interest, Potter cautioned. From what you've told me of your parents, they're supportive of your academic advancement and might see this as an opportunity rather than a threat. This assessment was uncomfortably accurate. Eleanor and Thomas Nightwood had always encouraged Alexander's intellectual development, arranging specialized tutoring and supporting his accelerated studies. Without understanding the true purpose behind Blackthorn's research, they might indeed view magical signature mapping as a beneficial opportunity to optimize his educational path. I need to inform them of the actual situation, Alexander decided. Not everything, but enough to ensure they understand Blackthorn's underlying motives. A direct approach carries its own risks, Potter cautioned. The more people who know about your true nature, the greater the chance of exposure. Your parents' natural concern might manifest in ways that confirm Blackthorn's suspicions rather than dispelling them. Longbottom, who had been listening thoughtfully, offered an alternative. What if we approach this from the institutional side? As deputy headmaster, I sit on the curriculum committee that reviews all specialized educational initiatives before they reach the board. We could raise substantive concerns about methodology and student privacy that might delay approval indefinitely. While simultaneously ensuring my parents receive objective information about the proposal's actual purpose, Alexander added, seeing the strategy taking shape. Exactly, Longbottom confirmed. An official letter from the headmistress expressing concerns about experimental magical testing on developing students would carry significant weight with parents, especially coming from McGonagall, whose reputation for student welfare is well established. The plan had merit. By addressing the issue through institutional channels rather than personal intervention, they could potentially neutralize Blackthorn's research proposal without directly confronting him or revealing Alexander's true identity to his parents. As they refined the strategy, Alexander found himself in the novel position of collaborating as a near equal with Potter and Longbottom, former students he had once regarded with varying degrees of disdain and exasperation. The consciousness partitioning had not removed his memories of their student years, but it had altered how he experienced those memories, allowing him to evaluate their adult selves without the overwhelming filter of past animosity. Longbottom, in particular, represented a striking transformation from the nervous, accident-prone boy Severus had terrorized in potions class. Now a respected professor, accomplished botanist, and war hero in his own right, he demonstrated confidence and strategic thinking that would have been unimaginable in his youth. "You've changed significantly since your student days," Alexander observed during a momentary lull in their planning. Longbottom smiled slightly. "We all have, wouldn't you say?" "Some more dramatically than others," Alexander acknowledged dryly. "True," Longbottom replied, his expression turning thoughtful. "Though I've often wondered if the changes were really transformations or simply revelations of what always existed beneath the surface." The philosophical observation struck Alexander with unexpected force. How much of his current self had always existed beneath Severus Snape's carefully constructed barriers? Had the consciousness partitioning merely removed obstacles to aspects of himself that had been present but suppressed throughout his previous existence? Before he could pursue this line of thought further, a silver lynx Patronus bounded into the garden, stopping before Potter. It spoke in Kingsley Shacklebolt's distinctive deep voice, "Harry, unusual magical activity detected at Hogwarts. Department team reports energy fluctuations in previously contained area exceeding safety parameters. Recommend immediate assessment. Team en route." The Patronus dissolved, leaving momentary silence in its wake. Potter turned to Alexander, his expression grave. "The East Wing," he said unnecessarily. "The residual fluctuations must have intensified. We should inform the headmistress immediately," Longbottom stated, already moving toward the exit. As they hurried through the castle corridors, Alexander felt a strange sensation building within him, a pulling similar to what he had experienced near the rift, but subtler, more insistent. Something beyond the sealed barrier was reaching for him, calling to the parts of himself that remained in the living world. When they reached McGonagall's office, they found her already receiving reports from a monitoring charm linked to the East Wing containment spells. Her expression was stern but controlled as she acknowledged their arrival. "Mr. Potter, Professor Longbottom, Mr. Nightwood," she greeted them tersely. "I presume you've been informed about the fluctuations." "Minister Shacklebolt's Patronus," Potter confirmed. "How serious is it?" "Concerning but currently contained," McGonagall replied. "The magical barriers are holding, though the energy patterns have changed significantly from previous readings." She turned to Alexander, her gaze sharpening. "Are you experiencing any unusual effects, Mr. Nightwood?" Alexander nodded. "A pulling sensation. Similar to before, but more specific. As though something is calling to me directly rather than trying to draw me through completely." "Your partitioned consciousness, perhaps," McGonagall suggested. "Attempting to reconnect across the barrier. Or something using that connection as an anchor point," Potter added grimly. Before further speculation could develop, Professor Blackthorn burst into the office without knocking, his usually composed demeanor visibly disturbed. "Headmistress, the East Wing anomaly has reactivated," he announced, then stopped short upon seeing the others already gathered. His gaze fixed on Alexander with sudden intensity. "Mr. Nightwood. Are you experiencing resonance effects?" The direct question, coupled with Blackthorn's unexpected appearance, created a moment of tension. Alexander considered deflecting but decided strategic honesty might prove more useful in assessing the professor's knowledge. A slight pulling sensation, he acknowledged. Nothing as intense as during the original incident. Blackthorn's eyes narrowed with academic interest. Fascinating. The magical signature patterns I've been monitoring show distinctive synchronization between the anomaly's energy fluctuations and your own magical core readings. You've been monitoring Mr. Nightwood's magical signature? McGonagall asked sharply. Without authorization or parental consent. Ambient readings only, Headmistress, Blackthorn defended smoothly. Non-invasive magical field analysis is well within educational assessment parameters, particularly for students who have experienced proximity to unusual magical phenomena. The explanation was technically accurate but deliberately misleading, a fact reflected in Potter's skeptical expression and McGonagall's thinning lips. We can address the propriety of your research methods later, Professor, McGonagall stated firmly. At present, our priority must be containing the current fluctuations before they develop into another breach. Agreed, Blackthorn said, his focus returning to the immediate situation. However, I believe Mr. Nightwood's presence may be instrumental in understanding what's occurring. The synchronization patterns suggest a direct causal relationship between his magical signature and the anomaly's behavior. Out of the question, Potter interjected firmly. Using a first-year student as a magical research subject is entirely inappropriate, regardless of the circumstances. Blackthorn's expression hardened slightly. With respect, Mr. Potter, this situation extends beyond conventional educational protocols. If Mr. Nightwood's unique magical properties are indeed triggering these fluctuations, his participation may be essential to resolving them safely. As the adults argued over his involvement, Alexander found the pulling sensation intensifying, becoming almost painful in its insistence. Whatever lay beyond the barrier was growing stronger, more determined in its efforts to reach him. I should go, he said suddenly, cutting through the debate. All eyes turned to him in surprise. Not as a research subject, he clarified, but because whatever is happening is directly connected to me. I can feel it. McGonagall studied him with concern. Alexander, your safety remains our primary consideration. We cannot expose you to potentially dangerous magical phenomena simply because of this connection. With respect, Headmistress, Alexander countered, drawing on both Severus's authority and Alexander's precociousness, I am already exposed. The connection exists regardless of physical proximity. At least in the East Wing, we might determine exactly what's occurring and how to address it. A tense silence followed this argument. McGonagall exchanged glances with Potter, who looked troubled but reluctantly nodded. Under strict protective protocols only, he stipulated. And I remain with him the entire time. As do I, McGonagall added firmly. Professor Blackthorn, you may accompany us as a consultant given your familiarity with the original containment methods, but all interaction with Mr. Nightwood will be supervised. Is that clear? Blackthorn inclined his head in acknowledgement. Perfectly, Headmistress. As they prepared to depart for the East Wing, Longbottom volunteered to coordinate with the arriving department team while maintaining communication with Cordelia, who was currently off-site but returning urgently upon notification of the fluctuations. The journey to the third floor passed in tense silence, the pulling sensation in Alexander's consciousness growing more pronounced with each step toward the sealed wing. By the time they reached the warded doors, he could hear faint whispers at the edge of perception, voices that seemed to call his name in both its forms, Severus and Alexander blending together in unsettling harmony. Potter noticed his reaction. You can hear something, can't you? Alexander nodded, not trusting his voice as the whispers intensified. McGonagall performed the complex unlocking sequence, reinforced since the original incident, and the doors swung open to reveal the transformed space beyond. Where once a tear in reality had hovered above a stone dais, now a pulsing sphere of blue-white energy floated at approximately head height, tendrils of light occasionally reaching outward before retracting. Remarkable, Blackthorn breathed, his academic fascination momentarily overriding all other concerns. It's formed a stable nexus point rather than a linear rift. The magical geometry suggests deliberate formation rather than random fluctuation. deliberate? Potter questioned sharply. You're suggesting something is consciously creating this manifestation? Not necessarily consciousness as we understand it, Blackthorn clarified, circling the phenomenon with careful steps. But definitely purpose rather than chaos. The energy patterns are too organized, too consistent for random magical discharge. Alexander approached slowly, feeling the pulling sensation centralize and intensify as he neared the glowing sphere. The whispers clarified into distinct voices, some familiar, others unknown, all seeming to speak directly to him rather than around him. Severus, the partition weakens us both. Alexander, completion requires reunion. The boundary fails without wholeness. What do you hear? McGonagall asked quietly, noting his focused attention. Voices, Alexander replied, keeping his eyes on the sphere. Suggesting the consciousness partitioning has created instability in the barrier between worlds. That wholeness must be restored. Blackthorn's attention sharpened immediately. Consciousness partitioning? You never mentioned that specific magical intervention in your reports, Headmistress. McGonagall's expression remained impassive. Certain details of Mr. Nightwood's involvement were classified under Department of Mysteries protocols. The partitioning reference pertains to specialized containment methods applied during the original incident. The explanation, while technically accurate, deliberately obscured the personal nature of the partitioning. Blackthorn seemed unconvinced but returned his focus to the energy sphere, which had begun pulsing more rapidly as Alexander stood before it. It's responding directly to your presence, he observed. The resonance patterns are unmistakable. He turned to Alexander with intensified curiosity. What exactly did they partition during the containment procedure, Mr. Nightwood? Before Alexander could formulate a suitably vague response, a tendril of energy shot from the sphere, moving too quickly for anyone to react. It touched Alexander's forehead briefly before retracting, leaving a momentary sensation of ice followed by burning heat. In that instant of contact, Alexander experienced a flood of images and sensations, his partitioned self beyond the veil, struggling to maintain the binding spell containing Voldemort's essence, the barrier between realms thinning as the partition stretched between worlds, and most disturbingly, dark tendrils of what could only be Voldemort's consciousness testing the weakening containment, searching for escape. Alexander staggered backward, steadied by Potter's hand on his shoulder. What happened? What did you see? The binding spell, Alexander gasped, still processing the transmitted information. It's weakening because of the partition. Voldemort is testing the boundary. Potter's expression darkened with alarm. You're certain it was Voldemort? Unmistakably, Alexander confirmed grimly. The partition has created a vulnerability in the barrier, a connection point he's attempting to exploit. Blackthorn moved closer, his academic interest visibly heightened by this exchange. Voldemort? The Dark Lord's consciousness persists beyond death. Fragments, Alexander explained tersely, seeing no point in concealing this aspect of the situation. Contained by a binding spell that now appears to be failing due to the consciousness partitioning that facilitated my survival. The admission revealed more than he had intended, but the urgency of the situation outweighed concerns about Blackthorn's research interests. If Voldemort's essence was indeed finding weakness in the barrier, personal security considerations became secondary to preventing another incursion. This changes everything, Blackthorn stated, his expression shifting from academic curiosity to genuine concern. If Dark Lord consciousness fragments are attempting to exploit the weakened barrier, we face a potential catastrophe far beyond academic interest. Precisely why this information was classified, McGonagall noted pointedly. And why protective protocols must be maintained despite the escalating situation. As they discussed immediate containment strategies, Alexander found himself drawn back toward the energy sphere, which had begun pulsing in a distinctive rhythm, almost like a heartbeat, but irregular, stuttering occasionally before resuming its pattern. Looking into its shifting depths, Alexander could almost see faces forming and dissolving, his own older visage, Dumbledore's bearded profile, flashes of what might have been Lily's hair or eyes. And beneath them, darker shapes moving with predatory purpose, testing the boundaries of their containment. "We need to repair the partition," he said suddenly, interrupting the ongoing discussion. "Not remove it, repair it. Strengthen the boundary without surrendering either side." Potter looked at him questioningly. "Is that even possible? Your aunt suggested the partition was unprecedented to begin with." "Theoretical models exist," Blackthorne interjected, his academic knowledge temporarily overriding his personal agenda. "Magical consciousness exists in quantum superposition, potentially existing in multiple states simultaneously if properly anchored on both sides of the life-death boundary. Like a bridge rather than a door," Alexander elaborated, finding the metaphor as he spoke. "The current partition functions as a severed connection, creating instability because it's incomplete. If reconstructed as a stable bridge between states, it might actually strengthen the barrier rather than weaken it." McGonagall looked skeptical. "This sounds highly theoretical and potentially dangerous. More dangerous than allowing Voldemort's consciousness fragments to exploit the current weakness." Alexander challenged. "The partition exists whether we address it or not. The question is whether we allow it to remain vulnerable or transform it into a sustainable structure." As they debated the merits of this approach, the Department of Mysteries team arrived, led by an unspeakable Alexander recognized as Nathaniel Clearwater, the same official who had spoken with his aunt about magical disturbances months earlier. With him came Cordelia herself, looking grim but determined as she assessed the energy sphere. "The partition is failing," she confirmed after conducting several magical measurements. "The forced separation has created antipathetic magical resonance, the divided aspects seeking equilibrium across the boundary." "Can it be repaired as Alexander suggests?" Potter asked directly. "Transformed into a stable bridge rather than removed entirely?" Cordelia exchanged glances with Clearwater before responding. "Theoretically, yes. The original partitioning was emergency improvisation, preservation rather than optimal design. A deliberate restructuring might indeed create stability." "What would this restructuring entail?" McGonagall asked. "A controlled reconnection ritual," Cordelia explained. "Not removing the partition but reinforcing it with anchoring spells on both sides, creating a sustainable interface between realms rather than an unstable division." "Both sides?" Blackthorne repeated with academic interest. "That would require direct interaction with whatever consciousness exists beyond the barrier, communicating precise magical instructions across the death threshold." "Exactly," Cordelia confirmed. "Which is why Alexander's participation would be essential. The partition exists within his consciousness, he's the only one capable of communicating directly with his partitioned aspects beyond the veil." The implications hung heavily in the air. Such a ritual would require Alexander to consciously engage with the very aspects of himself that had crossed over, the darkness, the pain, the burden of Severus Snape's most traumatic experiences that had been separated from him during the emergency partitioning. "And if this fails?" Potter asked quietly. Clearwater answered with typical unspeakable directness. "Complete consciousness extraction remains the fail-safe option. If the reinforced partition proves unstable, the only guaranteed method of sealing the barrier would be allowing all aspects to cross over completely. In other words, Alexander's death, or more accurately, the completion of Severus Snape's interrupted death from 17 years earlier." "How soon would this ritual need to be performed?" McGonagall inquired, her practical nature asserting itself despite the theoretical complexities. "Within days, not weeks," Cordelia responded grimly. "The energy patterns suggest accelerating deterioration of the partition's stability. If Voldemort's essence is indeed testing the boundary, we have limited time before a potential breach." As the adults continued discussing technical aspects of the proposed ritual, Alexander found himself drawn once more to the pulsing energy sphere. This time, when he approached, the whispers resolved into a single voice, his own older self, speaking with urgent clarity. "He grows stronger with each fluctuation," the voice warned. "The binding weakens as we remain divided. Neither truly living nor properly dead, we exist in vulnerable imbalance. What must I do? Alexander whispered, quiet enough that the others, engaged in their technical discussion, didn't notice. Accept what was petitioned, his older self replied. Not surrender to it, not be consumed by it, but acknowledge it as inseparable from who you truly are. The darkness and the light, the burden and the knowledge, all aspects of one consciousness that cannot remain divided without consequence. The voice faded as Potter approached, having noticed Alexander's whispered communication. What is it? What do you hear? Alexander turned to him, his decision crystallizing with sudden clarity. I need to speak with my petitioned self directly, not just receive fragments of communication. The ritual Cordelia suggests will require precise coordination between both aspects of my consciousness. Potter studied him with concern. Is that safe? Direct communication across the death barrier? Not remotely, Alexander replied with grim humor. But considerably safer than allowing Voldemort to exploit our divided state. As they rejoined the main group, Alexander outlined his proposal, a preliminary communication ritual to establish direct contact with his petitioned self before attempting the more complex reinforcement procedure. After initial resistance, particularly from McGonagall who remained protective of his well-being, the urgency of the situation led to reluctant agreement. Preparations began immediately, with Cordelia and Clearwater designing a controlled environment for the communication ritual while Blackthorn, despite reservations about his involvement, contributed valuable theoretical insights based on his extensive research into cross-barrier consciousness interaction. The procedure should take place at midnight, Cordelia explained as preparations neared completion. The natural thinning of boundaries between consciousness states will facilitate communication with minimal magical disruption. Alexander nodded, mentally preparing himself for what would effectively be a reunion with the darkest aspects of his former self, the pain and regret he had been mercifully separated from since the Rift incident. Despite the necessity, he found himself apprehensive about re-engaging with the emotional burdens that had defined Severus Snape's existence. Potter seemed to sense his concern. You don't have to face this alone, he said quietly as they observed the final preparations. Whatever happens during the communication, we'll be monitoring and ready to intervene if necessary. Some burdens can only be faced individually, Potter, Alexander replied, though without his former bitterness. But I appreciate the sentiment. As midnight approached, Alexander took his position within a protective circle inscribed with ancient runes of communication and boundary crossing. The energy sphere had been carefully contained within specialized magical fields, positioned directly before him to facilitate interaction. Cordelia administered a modified draft of living death, diluted to induce a controlled trance state rather than full suspension of consciousness, while reciting the incantation that would guide his awareness toward the partition boundary. As the potion took effect, Alexander felt his perception shifting, physical awareness receding as his consciousness expanded toward the pulsing energy before him. The sphere seemed to grow larger in his vision, engulfing his awareness until he stood before what appeared to be a translucent barrier, like a veil of shimmering magic through which he could dimly perceive a familiar figure waiting on the other side. Severus Snape, his older self, gaunt and severe in his black teaching robes, regarded him with intense dark eyes that held recognition, resignation, and something that might have been pride. So, the older Severus said, his voice echoing strangely across the barrier, you've finally come to address our deteriorating situation. The partition is failing, Alexander confirmed. Creating vulnerability in the barrier containing Voldemort's essence. Obviously, Severus replied with familiar sarcasm. What took you so long to recognize the inevitable consequences of our division? Alexander refused to be baited by his own former self. The partition was necessary for my survival, our survival in some form. Now we must transform it into something sustainable. Severus studied him with penetrating intensity. You've changed. The burden's absence has allowed development I never achieved. Not absence, Alexander corrected. Transformation. The memories remain, but their emotional weight has been redistributed. I remember your choices, my choices, without being crushed by them. A flash of something like envy crossed Severus's features before his expression hardened again. Convenient. You retain the knowledge while I maintain the pain that forged it. Not by choice, Alexander reminded him. By necessity. The rift needed closing, Voldemort needed containment. Our division accomplished both, however imperfectly. Severus paced on his side of the barrier, black robes billowing with familiar dramatic effect. And now you propose what? Reintegration. Surrendering your comfortable existence to rejoin the darkness you've escaped. Not reintegration, Alexander clarified. Reinforcement. Transforming the partition from division to connection, creating a stable bridge between aspects rather than a deteriorating separation. This proposal caused Severus to stop pacing, his expression shifting to genuine interest. A consciousness existing simultaneously in both realms. Anchored on both sides of the death threshold. That's unprecedented. So was our original transference, Alexander pointed out. And our subsequent partitioning. We seem specialized in unprecedented magical circumstances. A ghost of amusement touched Severus's thin lips. Indeed. Though the theoretical magical requirements would be extraordinarily complex. Cordelia has developed a ritual framework, Alexander explained. But it requires our coordinated participation from both sides of the barrier. We must synchronize our magical signatures precisely during the reinforcement procedure. Severus considered this information with the analytical precision that had made him both an exceptional potioneer and formidable spy. The timing would be critical. Any misalignment could collapse the partition entirely, either pulling you completely across or severing our connection permanently. Hence this communication, Alexander acknowledged. We need absolute clarity between us about the procedure and its execution. For the next hour, though time seemed fluid in this between state, they discussed the technical aspects of the proposed ritual, identifying potential vulnerabilities and developing contingency approaches for various failure scenarios. Throughout this exchange, Alexander found himself appreciating the ruthless intellectual precision that had defined Severus Snape, even while grateful for the emotional freedom his partitioned state had provided. As their discussion of technical matters concluded, Severus's expression grew more serious. There is another factor you must consider. The Dark Lord's essence grows stronger with each fluctuation in the barrier. He remains contained by our binding spell, but that containment depends on my focused will, a focus increasingly divided by maintaining communication across the deteriorating partition. You're suggesting Voldemort might exploit the ritual itself as an opportunity, Alexander surmised grimly. Precisely, Severus confirmed. When the partition is most vulnerable during reconstruction, when our consciousness is fully engaged in the reinforcement process, he will attempt to breach the binding. He has been preparing, gathering strength, studying the patterns of our divided awareness. This warning cast the coming ritual in an even more dangerous light. Not only would they face the inherent risks of unprecedented magical consciousness manipulation, but also the active opposition of Voldemort's fragmented but malevolent will. Can the binding be reinforced separately from the partition? Alexander asked. Securing his containment before addressing our connection? Severus shook his head. The binding and partition are fundamentally interconnected, both products of the same magical event. Attempting to modify one necessarily affects the other. Then we must anticipate his interference and prepare accordingly, Alexander stated, his mind already formulating potential countermeasures. Indeed, Severus agreed. Though preparation may prove insufficient against his cunning. Remember that the Dark Lord specialized in exploiting the boundary between life and death, his Horcruxes demonstrated unprecedented manipulation of soul magic. As they developed strategies for countering Voldemort's potential interference, Alexander noticed the barrier between them becoming increasingly transparent, allowing clearer perception of the realm beyond. Behind Severus, shadowy figures moved in the distance, some appearing benevolent, others distinctly threatening. Among them, a darkness more concentrated than the rest pulsed with malevolent awareness, occasionally sending tendrils toward the binding spell that contained it. He watches, Severus noted, following Alexander's gaze. He listens. Every moment of our communication provides information he will use against us. Then we should conclude, Alexander acknowledged. The ritual is scheduled for tomorrow night at the exact moment of magical midnight. We'll need to synchronize our magical signatures precisely at the reinforcement nexus point. Severus nodded once, his expression revealing a complexity of emotion that transcended simple agreement. Until tomorrow, then. Prepare yourself, Alexander. What you'll face requires strength beyond magical knowledge. What do you mean? The reinforcement ritual will require you to reconnect with aspects of yourself you've been mercifully separated from, Severus explained gravely. Not reintegrating them, but acknowledging them as inseparable from your true nature. Are you prepared to face the darkness you've been spared these past months? The question hung between them, profound in its simplicity. Was Alexander truly prepared to reconnect with the pain, guilt, and bitterness that had defined Severus Snape's existence? Could he maintain his hard-won balance while re-establishing connection with those darker aspects? I am, he answered finally. Whatever the cost, whatever the consequence. The alternative is unacceptable. Something like respect flickered in Severus's dark eyes. Then until tomorrow. And Alexander. He hesitated, uncharacteristically uncertain. Whatever happens, know that you have accomplished what I never could, living rather than merely existing. That alone justifies everything that brought us here. Before Alexander could respond to this unexpected sentiment, the barrier between them began rippling violently, the communication channel destabilizing as the potion's effects diminished. His last glimpse was of Severus turning to face the dark essence of Voldemort lurking at the edges of perception, wand raised in continuing vigilance even in death. Then Alexander was gasping awake within the protective circle, Cordelia and Potter bending over him with concern evident in their expressions. Alexander? Potter questioned urgently. Are you all right? What happened? Contact established, Alexander managed, his voice hoarse as though from prolonged disuse. Coordination confirmed for tomorrow's ritual. He fixed his gaze on Cordelia. But there's a complication. Voldemort is actively seeking to exploit the reinforcement procedure, to breach the binding while our consciousness is focused on partition reconstruction. Cordelia's expression grew grave. We suspected as much, but confirmation allows us to implement additional safeguards. What did you see beyond the barrier? Blackthorn asked, his academic interest momentarily overriding protocol as he stepped closer to the protective circle. Was your partition consciousness fully cognizant? Retained personality integration? Spatial awareness within the death realm? Professor Blackthorn, McGonagall interrupted sharply. Mr. Nightwood requires rest and recovery before tomorrow's ritual. Your research questions can wait. As Alexander was helped from the protective circle, he noted that the energy sphere had changed during his communication, its pulsing now synchronized with his heartbeat, the tendrils of light reaching toward him with greater frequency and purpose. The connection between his consciousness and the manifestation had clearly strengthened during the communication ritual. The sphere has stabilized temporarily, Cordelia observed, following his gaze. Your direct engagement with the partitioned consciousness appears to have created momentary equilibrium. But it won't last without the reinforcement ritual. I understand, Alexander acknowledged. Tomorrow night. As Potter and McGonagall escorted him from the East Wing, Alexander reflected on his encounter with his partitioned self. The conversation had been revelatory in unexpected ways, not just confirming the technical requirements for the coming ritual, but providing insight into his own divided nature. Severus had recognized and even acknowledged the positive development Alexander had achieved in his absence, the ability to live rather than merely exist, to carry knowledge without being crushed by its emotional weight. Yet that recognition had come with warning, the darkness remained essential to his complete self, however painful its acknowledgement might be. Tomorrow night would determine whether that balance could be maintained across the boundary between life and death, whether consciousness could truly exist in sustained equilibrium between realms without surrender to either. The magical challenge was unprecedented, the personal implications profound, and the consequences of failure potentially catastrophic. As Alexander prepared for sleep in the hospital wing where Madame Wainscott had insisted he remain for observation, his thoughts returned to Severus's final comment, that Alexander had accomplished what he never could, living rather than merely existing. The statement revealed a self-awareness Alexander hadn't expected from his partitioned self, an acknowledgement that Severus Snape's existence had been defined more by duty and survival than genuine living. The reinforcement ritual would not erase that distinction but potentially create something entirely new, a consciousness both burdened by knowledge and liberated by perspective, anchored simultaneously in life's possibilities and death's acceptance. Whether such an unprecedented state could be sustained remained to be seen, but Alexander found himself determined to attempt it, not just for his own survival, but for all that Severus Snape had sacrificed across 2 lifetimes of service. With that resolution firm in his mind, Alexander finally surrendered to exhausted sleep, dreaming of boundaries both crossed and reinforced, of darkness contained but never forgotten, and of green eyes watching from both sides of the veil with equal concern for what the coming night would bring. Chapter 3. The veil between the hospital wing was quiet in the pre-dawn hours, the only sounds the occasional soft footsteps of Madame Wainscott checking on her sole patient. Alexander lay awake, watching shadows gradually retreat as morning light filtered through the high windows. Sleep had come in brief, troubled intervals, his mind too preoccupied with what lay ahead to find proper rest. The reinforcement ritual scheduled for midnight would determine not just his personal fate but potentially the security of the wizarding world itself. If successful, it would transform his partitioned consciousness into a stable bridge between realms, preventing Voldemort's essence from exploiting the current vulnerability. If it failed, Alexander pushed aside that thought, focusing instead on practical preparations. Mental discipline would be essential during the ritual, maintaining precise magical focus while reconnecting with the darkest aspects of his former self. He began methodical occlumency exercises, organizing his thoughts and reinforcing mental barriers that had grown somewhat permeable since the partitioning. "You're awake early," came Cordelia's voice as she approached his bed. She looked tired but composed, a leather portfolio tucked under one arm. "How are you feeling?" "Physically adequate," Alexander replied. "Mentally focused." She nodded, pulling up a chair beside him. "We've refined the ritual parameters based on your communication with the partition consciousness. The department team has integrated additional protective elements to counter potential interference from the Voldemort essence." "It won't be sufficient," Alexander said with certainty born from decades confronting the Dark Lord's cunning. "Voldemort specializes in exploiting magical vulnerabilities others haven't even identified yet." "Perhaps," Cordelia acknowledged. "But we prepare as thoroughly as possible with the knowledge available. The alternative is surrendering to inevitability, which I've never found particularly productive." The dry practicality of this statement, so reminiscent of his own approach to seemingly impossible situations, drew a slight smile from Alexander. "A family trait, it seems." Cordelia's expression softened momentarily. "The Selwyn stubbornness does manifest rather consistently across generations." She opened her portfolio, revealing complex diagrams of the reinforcement ritual structure. "I'd like to review the modified procedure with you before the others arrive." For the next hour, they discussed technical aspects of the ritual, the precise magical synchronization required, contingency measures for various failure scenarios, and the specialized containment fields designed to prevent external interference during the critical phase. Throughout this exchange, Alexander found himself appreciating Cordelia's methodical brilliance, recognizing elements of both Severus's analytical precision and Alexander's innovative adaptability in her approach. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Potter and McGonagall, who entered the hospital wing together, deep in conversation. Both looked troubled, their expressions grave enough to immediately alert Alexander that something had developed. "What's happened?" he asked directly as they approached. Potter and McGonagall exchanged glances before Potter spoke. "Professor Blackthorne is missing." "Missing?" Cordelia repeated sharply. "Since when?" "He failed to appear for morning staff duties," McGonagall explained. "When Professor Longbottom checked his quarters, they were empty, apparently vacated hastily during the night." His personal research materials are gone as well. Alexander felt cold certainty settle in his stomach. He's preparing something independently. The timing is unlikely to be coincidental. Precisely our concern, Potter confirmed. After your communication ritual last night, he requested copies of the monitoring data, claiming need for ritual preparation. Professor Flitwick provided limited access to non-classified measurements, but Blackthorn is resourceful enough to extrapolate significantly from limited data, Alexander finished grimly. What specific information would he have obtained? Cordelia answered, having worked with the monitoring team. Energy patterns from the manifestation sphere, magical resonance frequencies between your consciousness and the partition boundary, and temporal fluctuation rates in the barrier stability. Sufficient components to design his own version of the reinforcement ritual, Alexander concluded. Or something similar but with different intent. The implications hung heavily in the air. Blackthorn had been researching consciousness transference for years, obsessed with theoretical approaches to crossing the death barrier since his wife's passing. Alexander's unique situation, a consciousness successfully transferred between realms, represented both validation of his theories and potential methodology for his personal objectives. We need to locate him immediately, Potter stated, already moving toward action. I'll contact the Aura department to begin tracing magical signatures consistent with barrier manipulation. Minerva, can you implement castle-wide security protocols? Already initiated, McGonagall confirmed. Though I fear he may have left Hogwarts grounds entirely. The magical restrictions on staff departure are considerably less stringent than those for students. Alexander considered the situation with strategic assessment born from years as both spy and professor. He won't have gone far, he concluded. His research has been building toward practical application for years. Now that he has concrete data on successful consciousness transference, he'll want to implement his theories quickly, before institutional opposition can mobilize. You believe he's preparing his own ritual? Cordelia asked, her expression grim. Almost certainly, Alexander confirmed. But not just any ritual, one specifically designed to exploit the weakened barrier created by my partition consciousness. The resonance data would have shown him exactly how and where the barrier is most vulnerable to manipulation. Potter's expression darkened. To bring back his wife? Or something else? That's the critical question, Alexander replied. If his intent is merely personal, attempting to retrieve his wife's consciousness from beyond death, the danger remains limited to those directly involved. But if he's identified other potential applications? He didn't need to complete the thought. Everyone present understood the horrifying possibilities of unrestricted access to the realm beyond death, particularly with Voldemort's essence already seeking escape. We proceed with the reinforcement ritual as planned, McGonagall decided firmly. Securing the partition must remain our priority, regardless of Blackthorn's activities. Meanwhile, we'll allocate all available resources to locating him. As preparations continued throughout the day, Alexander found himself experiencing growing unease that transcended normal pre-ritual anxiety. Something about Blackthorn's disappearance and the timing of the reinforcement ritual felt interconnected in ways he couldn't yet articulate, patterns emerging just beyond conscious recognition. By afternoon, Alexander had been released from the hospital wing to prepare privately for the evening's ritual. Returning to Ravenclaw Tower to collect certain personal items, he found Cassie waiting outside the entrance, her expression a mixture of worry and determination. "You're going through with it tonight," she said. It wasn't a question. "Yes," he confirmed simply. "And it's dangerous." Again, not a question. Alexander considered deflecting but found himself unwilling to lie to her. Yes. More so than previously anticipated, given Professor Blackthorn's disappearance. Cassie nodded as though this merely confirmed her expectations. "That's why I've been researching protection rituals," she said, pulling a small notebook from her robes. Ancient Egyptian boundary reinforcement spells, specifically. They were experts at maintaining separation between life and death while allowing controlled communication across the barrier. Alexander blinked, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected development. You've been researching Egyptian death magic. The historical applications, not the actual dark magic components, she clarified quickly. Dad doesn't know, he'd probably have a fit about me accessing those texts. But I thought, well, additional perspectives might help. She offered the notebook somewhat hesitantly, as though suddenly uncertain whether her initiative would be welcomed or perceived as interference. Alexander took it, opening to find pages of meticulous notes, diagrams of protective circles, hieroglyphic symbols with translated meanings, and ritual components annotated with practical modern adaptations. This is, remarkably thorough, he acknowledged, genuinely impressed by both the quality of research and the insight behind its application. How did you gain access to these texts? Aunt Hermione's personal library access codes, Cassie admitted with a hint of mischief. She keeps them in the same hiding spot Uncle Ron always complains about. The Invisibility Department's historical archives are pretty extensive once you're in the system. Alexander found himself torn between professorial disapproval of such rule-breaking and genuine appreciation for her initiative. The latter won out as he recognized the practical value of her research. Several of the boundary reinforcement approaches complemented the ritual design while addressing potential vulnerabilities the department team had overlooked. These could be genuinely useful, he told her honestly. Particularly the synchronized anchor points for maintaining equilibrium across the barrier. May I share these with the ritual design team? Cassie nodded, looking pleased. That's why I did it. I know I can't be there tonight, but I wanted to help somehow. Her expression grew more serious. You will be careful, won't you? The simple question, asked with such genuine concern, affected Alexander more deeply than he anticipated. How long had it been since someone worried about his safety for purely personal reasons, without ulterior motive or strategic consideration? In his first life, perhaps only Dumbledore had occasionally expressed such concern, and even that had been complicated by greater purposes. I'll be careful, he promised. And, thank you, Cassie. Your research may prove more valuable than you realize. She smiled, though worry remained in her green eyes. Just come back, okay? Hugo and I still need help with our transfiguration essays, and no one explains magical theory like you do. Alexander found himself returning her smile, the expression coming more naturally than it would have in his previous life. A compelling motivation indeed. After Cassie departed, Alexander entered Ravenclaw Tower to find several of his housemates gathered in the common room, studying for upcoming exams. They greeted him with the casual friendliness he had gradually grown accustomed to over the year, a stark contrast to the isolation that had defined much of Severus Snape's existence. Alexander. Diana Scamander called from beside one of the large windows. We were hoping you'd appear. Jonathan's claiming it's impossible to incorporate Moonstone in stabilizing volatile transformation catalysts, but I remember you mentioning a theoretical approach in potions last month. Theoretically impossible according to standard texts, Jonathan Lee clarified from behind a stack of reference books. But Diana insists your modification suggestion defies conventional limitations. The academic debate, so normal, so wonderfully mundane compared to the life and death preparations consuming the adults around him, offered a moment of welcome respite. Alexander joined them briefly, explaining the principle behind using phase-shifted Moonstone as a buffer for volatile magical transformations while mentally noting the irony of discussing theoretical magical stabilization hours before attempting unprecedented consciousness reinforcement across the death barrier. Eventually, he excused himself to his dormitory, gathering personal items he had requested for the ritual, his journal containing observations since the original partitioning, a small silver pendant that had been Eleanor Nightwood's gift on his 10th birthday, and a single pressed lily flower preserved between the pages of an advanced potions text. The flower had been a private memento, collected during a Hogwarts grounds walk early in the school year when Alexander had found himself unexpectedly emotional at the sight of the blooms near the lake where Lily Evans had once studied. These items represented the connections that anchored him to life, his experiences as Alexander, his family bonds, and the transformed memory of Lily that remained gentle rather than obsessive after the partitioning. Together, they would serve as his tether during the ritual, reinforcing his connection to the living world while he reached across the barrier to strengthen the partition. As Alexander prepared to leave Ravenclaw Tower, he paused before a mirror, studying his reflection thoughtfully. The face looking back was undeniably that of Alexander Nightwood, grey eyes like Eleanor's, straight nose like Thomas's, features still holding childhood softness despite their serious expression. Yet behind those features resided the consciousness, knowledge, and core identity of Severus Snape, transformed but not erased by his second chance at life. Who exactly would emerge from tonight's ritual? Not fully Severus nor solely Alexander, but something unprecedented, a consciousness existing simultaneously on both sides of death's boundary, partitioned yet connected, divided yet whole. If successful, he would pioneer an existence unlike any previously documented in magical history. The theoretical uniqueness of his situation might have appealed to the academic in him under different circumstances. Now, it simply represented necessary adaptation to survive while preventing catastrophic magical consequences. As evening approached, Alexander made his way to the East Wing where final ritual preparations were underway. The corridor outside the sealed chamber had been transformed into a staging area, with Department of Mysteries specialists finalizing equipment calibrations while Cordelia oversaw the integration of containment fields and support spells. Potter approached as Alexander arrived, his expression guarded. "Any word on Blackthorn?" Alexander asked immediately. Potter shook his head. "Nothing definitive. The Aura Department has detection teams monitoring magical signatures consistent with boundary manipulation throughout Britain, but so far no confirmed activity." "He's planning something," Alexander stated with certainty. "His timing is too deliberate to be coincidental." "I agree," Potter acknowledged. "Which is why we've implemented additional security measures for tonight's ritual. The chamber has been warded against external magical interference, and we've stationed Aurors throughout the castle as precaution." Alexander nodded, though inwardly he remained unconvinced these measures would prove sufficient against Blackthorn's determination. The professor had been researching barrier manipulation for years. Conventional protective measures might not anticipate his specialized approach. As he surveyed the preparations, Alexander noticed Cordelia incorporating elements from Cassie's research notes, the Egyptian boundary anchors now integrated into the primary ritual circle, creating additional stability points at key transition phases. Catching his eye, Cordelia nodded in acknowledgement of the improvements these additions represented. "Miss Potter's research was surprisingly valuable," she commented as Alexander joined her beside the ritual diagram. "Particularly the oscillating anchor points that maintain equilibrium during consciousness extension across the barrier. She has remarkable intuition for theoretical applications." "She does," Alexander agreed, feeling an odd pride in Cassie's contribution. "Though I suspect her access methods for obtaining the reference materials might not withstand close scrutiny." A hint of amusement touched Cordelia's expression. The Selwyn family has historically maintained that research objectives occasionally justify procedural flexibility. A diplomatic phrasing, Alexander noted dryly. As midnight approached, final preparations accelerated. Alexander was guided through ritual preparation procedures, changing into specially prepared robes embedded with protective enchantments, consuming a modified draft of magical focus to enhance precise control during the procedure, and reviewing the exact sequence of magical engagements required for successful reinforcement. The energy sphere that manifested his connection to the partition had continued evolving throughout the day, now pulsing with increasing intensity as the ritual time neared. Monitoring equipment showed strengthening resonance between Alexander's magical signature and the manifestation, suggesting growing readiness for the reinforcement procedure. "The connection is stabilizing naturally," Nathaniel Clearwater observed as he reviewed measurement data. "Your communication last night appears to have initiated preliminary synchronization between consciousness aspects." "Promising for the reinforcement," Cordelia agreed. "But potentially concerning if Blackthorn has identified the same pattern. A naturally stabilizing connection would be easier to exploit for unintended purposes." This observation heightened Alexander's existing concerns about Blackthorn's absence. If the professor had indeed determined that the connection was strengthening independently of institutional intervention, he might be timing his own plans to coincide with this natural synchronization, utilizing the enhanced stability for his own ritual purposes. At 11:30, McGonagall arrived to oversee final preparations, her expression revealing both concern and resolute determination. All castle security protocols have been activated, she informed them. Professor Longbottom is coordinating with the Auror team, and all students have been secured in their dormitories under enhanced protection spells. Still no sign of Blackthorn? Alexander asked. None, McGonagall confirmed grimly. Though we've discovered something potentially significant. His personal research materials included extensive notes on a specific location, an ancient stone circle near Blackwood Forest itself. Aurors are investigating now. Blackwood Forest, the site of the original anomaly 17 years ago that had facilitated Severus Snape's consciousness transferring to newborn Alexander. The connection couldn't be coincidental. He's there, Alexander stated with sudden certainty. Using the original transfer location to enhance whatever ritual he's planning. The magical resonance would be significantly stronger at the site where the initial boundary crossing occurred. Potter, who had been consulting with the security team, turned at this declaration. I've already dispatched an additional Aura unit to that location based on similar reasoning. If he's there, they'll find him. Perhaps, Alexander acknowledged. Though I suspect he's taken precautions against conventional detection methods. Further discussion was interrupted as Cordelia announced it was time to begin pre-ritual positioning. Alexander was guided to the center of the elaborate circular diagram inscribed on the chamber floor, surrounded by concentric rings of protective runes and stabilization anchors. The energy sphere hovered directly before him at eye level, pulsing now in perfect synchronization with his heartbeat. Department specialists took positions at cardinal points around the outer circle, each monitoring specific aspects of the ritual energies. Cordelia stood at the eastern point, traditionally associated with new beginnings, while Potter positioned himself at the western point symbolizing transition and change. McGonagall remained near the chamber entrance, overseeing the entire procedure while maintaining communication with external security teams. We begin at exactly magical midnight, Cordelia reminded everyone. Synchronization must be precise to the second for successful reinforcement. Alexander, prepare your initial focus now. Alexander centered himself, bringing forward the mental disciplines he had practiced earlier. His consciousness needed to remain perfectly balanced, present enough in the physical world to maintain control while extended sufficiently toward the barrier to engage with his partitioned aspects. Too far in either direction would compromise the reinforcement structure. As the final minutes before magical midnight ticked away, Alexander found his thoughts turning unexpectedly to the Nightwoods, Eleanor and Thomas, who had raised him with loving attention despite his peculiarities, who had no idea their son was about to attempt an unprecedented magical procedure that would fundamentally alter his existence. They deserved better than the half-truths and official explanations they had received thus far. Potter, he said suddenly, causing the man to look over questioningly. If this doesn't proceed as intended, tell my parents the full truth. They deserve to understand who their son really was. Potter's expression softened with understanding. I will. Though I firmly expect to be having that conversation with you present, afterward. Alexander nodded once, appreciating both the commitment and the optimism, however forced it might be. 1 minute to magical midnight, Cordelia announced, her voice cutting through the tension that had settled over the chamber. Final position checks. Containment fields at maximum. The energy sphere before Alexander began pulsing more rapidly, its blue-white light intensifying as tendrils reached outward with greater purpose. Through it, he could almost see the barrier between realms thinning, becoming translucent enough to glimpse shadows moving beyond, his partitioned self waiting with equal focus for the connection to fully establish. 30 seconds, Cordelia continued. Alexander, prepare initial engagement sequence. Alexander raised his hands to either side of the sphere without touching it, feeling the magical resonance building between his consciousness and the manifestation. The sensation was both familiar and alien, like reaching for a part of himself that existed just beyond physical perception. 15 seconds. Department team, initiate containment field oscillation. The protective barriers around the ritual circle began shifting in carefully calculated patterns, creating momentary synchronization points through which controlled connection could occur while preventing unintended breaching. 10 seconds. Magical signatures aligning. Alexander felt his consciousness extending toward the barrier, the partitioned aspects of himself reaching back with equal intent. The connection between them strengthened, creating a preliminary bridge across which the reinforcement structure would be built. 5 seconds. Boundary thinning at optimal parameters. The chamber around them seemed to fade slightly as Alexander's awareness shifted partially toward the realm beyond. The sphere between his raised hands became a window rather than merely a manifestation, revealing his older self waiting with characteristic intensity on the other side. 3, 2, 1. Initiate. At Cordelia's command, Alexander channeled his magic precisely as practiced, directing it into the reinforcement pattern designed to transform the deteriorating partition into a stable bridge between realms. Simultaneously, he sensed his partitioned self performing the corresponding sequence from beyond the barrier, their efforts synchronizing with remarkable precision. The energy sphere expanded rapidly, enveloping Alexander in blue-white light as the boundary between realms thinned to its minimum sustainable threshold. Through this near-transparent barrier, Alexander could clearly see not just his partitioned self but the entire landscape beyond, a strange, shifting reality where shadows and light intermingled in patterns that defied physical laws. Connection established, Cordelia's voice came distantly, as though reaching him across great distance. Beginning primary reinforcement sequence. Alexander focused his magic into the specialized reinforcement pattern, feeling the partition structure responding as designed. Where before it had functioned as a severed division, it now began transforming into an integrated bridge, maintaining separation between consciousness aspects while creating stable pathways for controlled interaction. Initial anchor points stabilizing, came Clearwater's voice, equally distant. Proceeding to secondary reinforcement phase. The procedure was working precisely as designed. Alexander could feel the partition restructuring itself, becoming stronger and more sustainable with each completed sequence. His partitioned self beyond the barrier maintained perfect synchronization, their combined efforts creating something unprecedented yet remarkably stable. Then, without warning, Alexander felt a violent surge of magical energy from somewhere outside the ritual chamber, powerful, focused, and unmistakably aligned with the reinforcement frequencies they were generating. External magical interference detected, one of the department specialists called urgently. Massive power spike originating from, we can't pinpoint the source. It's resonating with our ritual energies, another specialist reported, alarm evident in her voice. Creating some kind of sympathetic amplification effect. Alexander knew immediately what was happening. Blackthorn, he stated with grim certainty. He's conducting a parallel ritual synchronized with ours, using our energy to amplify his own procedure. Through the thinned barrier, Alexander saw his partitioned self react with similar recognition, turning slightly to observe something beyond Alexander's field of vision. When Severus spoke, his voice reached across the barrier with unusual clarity, the binding is destabilizing. He's using our reinforcement energy to create his own access point. Horror washed through Alexander as he understood the full implications. Blackthorn wasn't merely observing or interfering, he was deliberately exploiting their ritual to create his own pathway across the death barrier, potentially compromising the binding spell containing Voldemort's essence in the process. We need to abort, Clearwater called urgently. The interference is creating unpredictable energy patterns throughout the reinforcement structure. We can't abort, Cordelia countered immediately. The partition is mid-transformation. Interrupting now would collapse both barriers completely, ours and whatever Blackthorn is manipulating. Alexander found himself in the impossible position of needing to complete their ritual successfully while somehow countering Blackthorn's exploitation of their energy. Through the barrier, he could see his partitioned self confronting the same dilemma, their shared consciousness working simultaneously from both sides of the divide. "We need to adapt the reinforcement pattern," Alexander called out, his voice sounding strange to his own ears as it resonated across the barrier. "Incorporate defensive elements into the bridge structure itself, without disrupting the primary reinforcement." Cordelia questioned, though her tone suggested she was already calculating possibilities. "That would require fundamental reconfiguration mid-process." "It's theoretically possible," Alexander insisted. "If we integrate Cassie's Egyptian boundary anchors as defensive barriers rather than merely stability points." From beyond the barrier, his partitioned self nodded in agreement. "The oscillating anchor points can be inverted to create repulsion fields against unauthorized access while maintaining our own connection." This exchange, conducted across the death barrier with both aspects of his consciousness contributing specialized knowledge, represented exactly the integrated functionality the reinforcement ritual was designed to establish. Even in crisis, the partition was already functioning as intended, allowing coordinated action from both sides of the boundary. "Implement the modification," Cordelia decided quickly. "Department team, recalibrate anchor points to defensive configuration. Potter, reinforce the primary containment field to compensate for energy fluctuations during transition." As the ritual team scrambled to implement these emergency modifications, Alexander maintained his focus on the central reinforcement pattern while his partitioned self did the same from beyond. Together, they began reshaping the emerging bridge structure, incorporating defensive elements that would prevent exploitation while preserving their own connection. Through the thinned barrier, Alexander could now see more clearly what his partitioned self had noticed earlier, a dark disturbance forming at the edges of perception, where Voldemort's bound essence pulsed with increasing strength. The interference from Blackthorn's parallel ritual was indeed affecting the binding spell, creating vulnerability in its structure. "The binding is failing," Severus called across the barrier, his focus divided between the reinforcement ritual and the deteriorating containment. "His interference is creating resonance patterns that weaken the magical constraints." Alexander understood immediately the catastrophic implications. If Voldemort's essence escaped containment during this unprecedented thinning of the barrier between worlds, nothing would prevent him from attempting another crossing, potentially following whatever pathway Blackthorn was creating for his own purposes. In that moment of crisis, Alexander made a decision that would fundamentally alter the ritual's original design. Instead of merely reinforcing the partition between his consciousness aspects, he would extend the protective structure to incorporate the binding spell itself, integrating both magical constructs into a single reinforced framework. "We need to expand the reinforcement to include the binding spell," he called out to both the ritual team and his partitioned self. "Create a comprehensive barrier structure that secures both the partition and Voldemort's containment simultaneously." "That wasn't part of the design," Clearwater objected immediately. "The magical requirements would be exponentially more complex. We haven't calculated the interaction parameters." "We don't have a choice," Alexander countered urgently. "If the binding fails while the barrier is this thin, we face catastrophic breakthrough." Through their strengthening connection, Alexander felt his partitioned self's immediate agreement. Without waiting for consensus from the ritual team, they began adapting their combined magic toward this expanded objective, Alexander extending the reinforcement pattern outward from their connection point while Severus simultaneously reinforced the binding spell structure from within. "What are they doing?" Alexander heard someone ask distantly, the ritual team's voices increasingly remote as his consciousness extended further across the boundary. "Improvising," came Cordelia's voice, somehow clearer than the others. "And brilliantly, if they can sustain the magical precision required." The challenge was indeed monumental. Extending the reinforcement pattern to encompass the binding spell required navigating magical currents of terrible complexity, particularly while countering Blackthorn's external interference. Yet the unique structure of Alexander's consciousness, existing simultaneously on both sides of the barrier, created unprecedented capability for exactly this kind of integrated magical manipulation. Working in perfect synchronization, Alexander and his partitioned self gradually extended the reinforcement framework, incorporating the binding spell's essential structure while strengthening its resistance to external influence. The dark essence of Voldemort fought against these constraints, sending tendrils of malevolent energy against the forming barriers, but the coordinated magic from both sides of the divide proved stronger than his fragmented will. Just as the expanded reinforcement began stabilizing, a massive surge of external energy slammed into their ritual structure, Blackthorn's parallel procedure reaching critical intensity. The impact sent shockwaves through the thin barrier, momentarily disrupting the careful balance Alexander and his partitioned self had established. Containment fields failing, someone shouted from the ritual team. Barrier integrity compromised. Through the destabilizing connection, Alexander glimpsed something horrifying, a secondary tier forming in the barrier, not where their controlled reinforcement was occurring but several meters away, where Blackthorn's external interference had created a vulnerable point. Through this unauthorized opening, a figure was beginning to materialize, not crossing from life to death as Alexander had during the original incident, but attempting the reverse transition. "He's pulling someone through," Alexander called out in warning. Blackthorn's created his own crossing point. The partially materialized figure remained indistinct, features unformed as it struggled to complete the transition from death to life. Yet something about its emerging magical signature sent cold recognition through Alexander, not Blackthorn's wife as they had assumed, but something older, more powerful, and infinitely more dangerous. In that moment of horrified realization, Alexander felt his partitioned self reach the same conclusion. Their shared knowledge assembled the pieces simultaneously: Blackthorn's obsession with death magic, his extensive research into the Blackwood Forest incident, his specific interest in Alexander's successful consciousness transfer, and now this unauthorized extraction occurring during unprecedented boundary thinning. Grindelwald, Alexander and Severus stated simultaneously, their voices overlapping across the divide as the Dark Wizard's essence continued materializing through Blackthorn's unauthorized portal. The implications were catastrophic. Gellert Grindelwald, the Dark Wizard whose reign of terror had preceded Voldemort's, whose magical power and cunning had nearly succeeded in subjugating the non-magical world, and whose defeat had required Dumbledore at the height of his abilities. If Blackthorn succeeded in facilitating his return to physical existence, "We need to collapse his access point immediately," Alexander called out urgently. "Before the materialization completes. Without destabilizing our own reinforcement." Cordelia questioned, already calculating possibilities. "Yes," Alexander confirmed, his mind racing through potential approaches. "If we redirect a portion of our stabilized energy toward his breach point, we can create a controlled collapse that seals his pathway while preserving our reinforced structure." From beyond the barrier, his partitioned self added, "We'll need to create a temporary extension from our reinforcement framework, like a magical lightning rod that draws his transitional energy away from the materializing consciousness and back into the death realm." This strategy, formulated simultaneously by both aspects of his consciousness, represented exactly the integrated functionality the reinforcement ritual was designed to establish. Together, they began implementing this emergency response, extending a specialized magical construct from their reinforced partition toward the unauthorized breach point. The materializing figure of Grindelwald seemed to sense this intervention, its partially formed features contorting with rage as tendrils of dark magic lashed out against their approaching construct. Simultaneously, Voldemort's bound essence surged against its constraints, sensing potential freedom in the magical chaos engulfing the barrier between worlds. Alexander felt his consciousness stretching dangerously thin as he maintained multiple magical functions simultaneously: the primary reinforcement of his own partitioned consciousness, the expanded protection around Voldemort's binding spell, and now this specialized construct targeting Grindelwald's unauthorized materialization. Even with his partitioned self working in perfect synchronization from beyond the barrier, the magical demands threatened to overwhelm them both. "We need additional power," Alexander called out to the ritual team. "The construct requires more energy than we can channel independently." Potter responded immediately, stepping forward to the edge of the ritual circle. "Tell me what to do." "Channel your magic into the eastern anchor point," Alexander directed without hesitation. "Raw magical energy focused through the Egyptian boundary rune. Don't attempt to direct it further, we'll guide it from there." Without questioning these instructions, Potter positioned himself at the designated point and began channeling pure magical energy into the ritual structure. His power, considerable even by adult wizarding standards, flowed into the reinforcement framework, providing critical additional resources for Alexander and his partitioned self to direct toward their emergency countermeasure. Cordelia joined him moments later, adding her own specialized expertise in boundary magic to the Eastern Anchor. Together, they created a powerful magical reservoir that Alexander could draw upon while maintaining the primary reinforcement structures. With this additional energy at their disposal, Alexander and his partitioned self accelerated their counterintervention. The specialized construct extended fully toward Grindelwald's materialization point, surrounding it with complex magical barriers designed to isolate and then collapse the unauthorized passage. Grindelwald's partially formed essence fought viciously against this containment, dark magic lashing out with terrible power born from decades of accumulated knowledge and hatred. Yet the combined will of Alexander's unified consciousness, powered by Potter and Cordelia's additional magical resources, proved stronger than even this legendary dark wizard's desperate resistance. Containment established, Alexander announced as their construct fully encircled the unauthorized breach. Beginning controlled collapse sequence. From beyond the barrier, his partitioned self coordinated the corresponding action, ensuring the collapse would direct Grindelwald's essence back into the death realm rather than simply dispersing it unpredictably. Together, they initiated the precise magical sequence that would seal this dangerous breach while preserving their own reinforced connection. The unauthorized portal began contracting rapidly, forcing Grindelwald's partially materialized form back toward the death realm. The dark wizard's essence fought desperately against this reversal, sending waves of malevolent magic against their containment barriers, but the specialized construct held firm against his increasingly frantic assaults. As the unauthorized breach collapsed completely, a final surge of dark magic erupted from Grindelwald's essence, a desperate, furious attempt to maintain some connection to the living world. This violent magical discharge slammed into Alexander's extended consciousness, momentarily disrupting his concentration and threatening the stability of the entire reinforcement framework. In that critical moment of vulnerability, Alexander felt something else emerging from beyond the barrier, not Grindelwald's dark power but supportive magic from an unexpected source. Through his connection with his partitioned self, additional magical strength flowed into the reinforcement structure, stabilizing it against Grindelwald's final assault. Dumbledore, Alexander whispered in astonishment, recognizing the distinctive magical signature accompanying his partitioned self-support. From beyond death, Albus Dumbledore was lending his considerable power to their defense of the barrier between worlds. With this unanticipated assistance, the reinforcement structure stabilized completely, allowing Alexander and his partitioned self to maintain their connection while successfully collapsing Grindelwald's unauthorized breach. The dark wizard's essence was forced fully back into the death realm, his attempted crossing thwarted by their coordinated intervention. As Grindelwald's breach sealed entirely, Alexander became aware of a secondary magical disturbance manifesting within the ritual chamber itself, a localized tear in space through which a figure stumbled, looking disheveled and furious. Professor Blackthorne had somehow transported directly into the heavily warded chamber, bypassing all exterior security measures. "No!" Blackthorne shouted, his composure completely abandoned as he surveyed the collapsed breach point. "Do you have any idea what you've done? Years of preparation, the only chance to retrieve the knowledge we need to prevent what's coming." "Stand down, Blackthorne," Potter commanded, his wand immediately trained on the professor while maintaining his position at the eastern anchor point. "Whatever you intended, it's over." Blackthorne's eyes fixed on Alexander with terrible intensity. "It was never about my wife," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "That was merely the cover story. Grindelwald's knowledge of the coming magical convergence is the only hope we have of surviving what approaches. I identified the pattern 17 years ago when the first boundary thinning occurred. It's happening again, but on a global scale. Without his expertise. You've been deceived," Alexander stated with certainty born from decades confronting dark wizards and their manipulations. "Grindelwald showed you what you wanted to see, validation of your theories, confirmation of your fears. His only interest was escaping death's constraints, not saving the magical world." Blackthorne's expression contorted with rage and desperation. "You don't understand. I've seen the calculations, the magical decay patterns accelerating throughout the global field. Something is coming that will devastate magical stability worldwide. Grindelwald experienced the early manifestations during his own lifetime, he alone understood their true implications. And used that understanding to manipulate you into facilitating his return, Alexander countered firmly. The oldest strategy of dark wizards, identify a legitimate fear, position themselves as the only solution, then exploit the resulting dependency for their own purposes. As they argued, Alexander remained acutely aware of the still active reinforcement ritual surrounding them. The expanded framework he and his partitioned self had created continued stabilizing, gradually transforming from emergency intervention to permanent magical architecture spanning the boundary between worlds. Blackthorn seemed to realize his persuasion attempts were failing. With sudden violence, he raised his wand toward the central reinforcement nexus, the point where Alexander's consciousness connected most directly with his partitioned self across the barrier. If I cannot bring him through, then I'll take his knowledge directly. Blackthorn declared, beginning a complex incantation clearly designed to extract information forcibly from the death realm. Before he could complete the spell, multiple responses converged simultaneously. Potter cast a powerful shielding charm between Blackthorn and the reinforcement nexus. Cordelia released a specialized binding hex designed to neutralize complex spellcasting. And from within the ritual structure itself, Alexander and his partitioned self directed a precisely focused magical countermeasure, not attacking Blackthorn directly but creating a localized boundary reinforcement that prevented his spell from reaching across the death threshold. Caught between these coordinated defenses and cut off from his intended target, Blackthorn's spell collapsed inward, its considerable power rebounding toward its caster with amplified force. The magical backlash struck Blackthorn directly, lifting him off his feet and slamming him against the chamber wall where he crumpled, unconscious but alive. Department team, secure Professor Blackthorn, McGonagall ordered immediately. Full magical containment protocols. As Blackthorn was restrained, Alexander returned his focus entirely to the reinforcement ritual, which had continued functioning throughout the confrontation. The framework he and his partitioned self had created was nearing completion, the temporary emergency measures gradually transforming into permanent magical architecture that would maintain stable separation while allowing controlled communication across the barrier. The reinforcement is self-stabilizing, Cordelia observed with professional amazement as she reviewed the monitoring instruments. The expanded framework you created is actually more sustainable than our original design. Because it integrates multiple boundary functions rather than isolating them, Alexander explained, his voice reflecting the curious dual perspective of his increasingly unified consciousness. Separation and connection in balanced relationship rather than opposition. From beyond the thinning barrier, his partitioned self nodded in agreement. The principle applies equally to consciousness division. Not isolation of aspects but integrated relationship between them. This exchange, conducted seamlessly across the death threshold, demonstrated the successful transformation of the partition. Where before Alexander's consciousness had been divided, knowledge without emotional context on one side, burden without practical application on the other, now a balanced relationship was establishing itself, allowing controlled flow of experience between aspects while maintaining necessary separation. As the ritual entered its final phase, Alexander felt the barrier between himself and his partitioned self changing, not disappearing but becoming selectively permeable, allowing conscious communication while preserving distinct existence on either side of the threshold. The sensation was extraordinary, like regaining access to a part of himself long forgotten without being overwhelmed by its intensity. The reinforcement is complete, Cordelia announced finally, monitoring instruments confirming stable magical patterns throughout the expanded framework. Barrier integrity at optimal parameters. Binding spell fully integrated into the reinforcement structure. Alexander felt the connection with his partitioned self shifting into its final configuration, a permanent bridge between consciousness aspects that would allow continuous communication without either side dominating the other. The practical result was immediate and profound. He could access the emotional depth and experiential wisdom of Severus Snape's full lifetime without being crushed by its darker elements, while his partitioned self gained connection to the renewed perspective and unburdened existence Alexander had developed. As the ritual energies gradually dissipated, Alexander became more fully aware of his surroundings again. The department team was securing monitoring equipment while Potter and McGonagall conferred quietly near the restrained form of Professor Blackthorn. Cordelia approached Alexander, her expression revealing professional satisfaction tempered by personal concern. "How do you feel?" she asked simply. Alexander considered the question carefully, taking inventory of his transformed consciousness. "Integrated," he replied finally. "Not merged completely, but connected in sustainable balance. I can access aspects of myself previously partitioned without being defined by them." Cordelia nodded thoughtfully. "And the emotional components?" "Those were the most concerning elements of potential reintegration. Present but contextualized," Alexander explained, finding language inadequate for the nuanced reality he was experiencing. "I remember the pain, the regret, the darkness, but as educational rather than defining. They inform my perspective without controlling it." This description, while technically accurate, couldn't fully capture the remarkable equilibrium he now experienced. The reinforced partition allowed him to recognize Severus Snape's emotional burdens as valid components of his identity while preventing them from overwhelming the balanced perspective he had developed as Alexander. Simultaneously, the knowledge and resilience forged through those difficult experiences remained accessible as resources rather than merely painful memories. "Fascinating," Cordelia murmured. "A truly integrated consciousness spanning the life-death boundary. The theoretical implications alone can wait for another time," Potter interjected gently, joining their conversation. "The immediate priority is ensuring everyone's well-being after what just happened." He turned to Alexander, genuine concern evident in his expression. "Are you all right? That was considerably more complicated than the planned ritual." "I'm fine, Potter," Alexander replied, his tone carrying echoes of Severus's dry delivery but without the underlying bitterness. "Though I believe we need to address Blackthorn's claims, however manipulated they may have been." Potter's expression turned more serious. "About the coming magical convergence? The department has actually been monitoring unusual patterns in global magical fields for several years. Nothing suggesting catastrophic breakdown, but definitely anomalous fluctuations that warrant investigation. Grindelwald didn't invent the concern entirely," Alexander noted. "He merely exploited legitimate observations to manipulate Blackthorn's response. Classic dark wizard methodology, identification of real threats followed by positioning themselves as the only viable solution." This assessment, combining Severus's extensive experience confronting dark wizards with Alexander's balanced analytical perspective, represented exactly the kind of integrated insight the reinforced partition now facilitated. Neither purely Severus nor solely Alexander, but a unique consciousness drawing from both while transcending their limitations. As the department team completed securing the ritual chamber and prepared to transport Blackthorn to ministry custody, McGonagall approached Alexander with uncharacteristic hesitation. "Mr. Nightwood," she began formally, then paused and corrected herself. "Alexander. Or would you prefer?" "Alexander is appropriate, headmistress," he assured her, understanding her uncertainty about how to address him following the reinforcement ritual. "While I now have integrated access to all aspects of my consciousness, my current existence remains primarily in this form." McGonagall nodded, something like relief crossing her features briefly. "Then, Alexander, I must ask, what are your wishes regarding continued attendance at Hogwarts? Given tonight's events and your unique circumstances, alternative educational arrangements could be made if you prefer." The question was reasonable yet somehow unexpected. Alexander had been so focused on surviving the immediate crisis that he hadn't considered the longer-term implications for his educational situation. With his consciousness now reinforced rather than simply partitioned, his relationship to formal education would inevitably be complicated. "I believe continuing at Hogwarts remains appropriate," he answered after consideration. "While my knowledge base exceeds standard curriculum in certain areas, my practical magical development still requires structured education." Additionally, he added with unexpected honesty, the social aspects of Hogwarts attendance have proven more valuable than I anticipated. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. I suspected you might say that. Very well, we shall continue as before, with appropriate accommodations for your unique learning requirements. Though I imagine certain professors might find themselves receiving unexpected insights during advanced discussions. This subtle acknowledgement of how his integrated consciousness might manifest in academic settings drew a slight smile from Alexander. I'll endeavor to maintain appropriate first-year limitations in classroom settings, headmistress. See that you do, she replied with mock sternness before her expression grew more serious. And regarding tonight's events, the attempted retrieval of Grindelwald, Professor Blackthorn's claims about magical convergence, and your role in preventing potentially catastrophic outcomes, the official record will reflect only those details necessary for ministry security protocols. Your personal circumstances remain protected under classification guidelines. Alexander nodded, appreciating both the practical security considerations and the respect for his privacy this approach represented. Thank you, headmistress. As the cleanup and documentation procedures continued around them, Potter approached Alexander once more, his expression suggesting he had been considering something carefully. I've been thinking about Blackthorn's claims, he said quietly. Not about Grindelwald specifically, but about the underlying magical patterns he observed. If there really are concerning fluctuations in global magical stability, that information shouldn't be lost simply because his response was misguided. Agreed, Alexander replied. His observational data should be preserved and analyzed independently of his conclusions. The Department of Mysteries would be the appropriate venue for such review. Potter nodded thoughtfully. Which brings me to an unusual proposition. Your unique perspective, combining advanced magical knowledge with unprecedented experience of boundary magic, would be invaluable in analyzing these patterns correctly. Would you consider consulting with the department on a limited, structured basis? Obviously with all appropriate accommodations for your academic schedule and age-related considerations. The proposal was indeed unusual, effectively inviting an 11-year-old to consult on advanced magical research with Department of Mysteries specialists. Yet given his unique circumstances, it represented a logical application of his integrated consciousness and specialized experience. A reasonable proposal, Alexander acknowledged. Those specific parameters would need careful definition to avoid compromising either my education or the department's security protocols. Of course, Potter agreed. Cordelia has already suggested a framework that would balance these considerations appropriately. We could discuss details once things have settled from tonight's events. This conversation, conducted with mutual respect between individuals who had once existed in bitter opposition, represented perhaps the most tangible evidence of how profoundly Alexander's consciousness had transformed since his rebirth. The integrated perspective facilitated by the reinforced partition allowed him to engage with Potter not as Severus had, through the distorting lens of painful history, but with balanced assessment of the man he had become. As dawn approached and the immediate crisis response activities wound down, Alexander found himself experiencing profound exhaustion, not just physical fatigue from the ritual's demands but deeper weariness from the emotional and mental exertion required to establish and maintain his newly integrated consciousness. Madame Wainscott, who had been summoned to assess all participants following the ritual, insisted Alexander return to the hospital wing for monitoring and recovery. Too tired to object, he allowed himself to be escorted from the East Wing, the events of the night settling into proper perspective as his integrated consciousness processed their significance. In the quiet privacy of the hospital wing, with privacy screens drawn around his bed, Alexander finally had opportunity to explore the full implications of his transformed existence. Closing his eyes, he deliberately engaged with the reinforced partition, reaching across the boundary toward his partitioned self with conscious intent rather than emergency necessity. The connection established immediately, not the strained, crisis-driven communication of previous encounters, but smooth, natural interaction like conversing with a deeply familiar aspect of himself. His partitioned self appeared in his mind's eye, no longer separated by a barrier but existing in parallel consciousness, accessible through the reinforced bridge they had created together. The reinforcement is functioning as designed, his partition self-observed, his mental voice clear and direct. More effectively, in fact, than originally anticipated. The integration of multiple boundary functions created unexpected stability, Alexander agreed. Particularly once Dumbledore contributed his expertise. A hint of dry amusement colored his partition self's response. Albus always did enjoy last-minute dramatic interventions. Though in this case, his assistance was genuinely valuable rather than merely theatrical. This exchange, conducted with shared understanding impossible in their previous separated state, demonstrated the unique functionality of their reinforced partition. Neither fully reintegrated nor completely divided, they existed in conscious relationship across the boundary between life and death, each maintaining their distinct perspective while sharing information and insight freely between them. "You should rest," his partition self-advised. Maintaining this level of integrated consciousness requires significant magical resources, particularly in early stages. Your physical form needs recovery time. Alexander acknowledged the wisdom of this assessment, allowing the direct communication to fade into more passive awareness. The connection remained, like background consciousness of a vital organ's function, present but not demanding constant attention. As he drifted toward much-needed sleep, Alexander found his thoughts turning toward the future his unprecedented existence now made possible. With integrated access to Severus Snape's complete knowledge and experience, balanced by Alexander Nightwood's unburdened perspective and developing relationships, his potential contributions to magical understanding were virtually limitless. Yet alongside these grand possibilities, smaller personal considerations held equal importance in his transformed consciousness, helping Cassie with her transfiguration essays, mentoring Hugo's developing potions skills, continuing his friendship with both despite their complicated family connections to his previous life. The reinforced partition allowed him to value these relationships without the distorting filter of past bitterness or obligation. Most significantly, he could now approach his relationship with the Nightwoods, Eleanor and Thomas, who had raised him with loving care despite his peculiarities, with integrated understanding of both their importance to his current existence and the complex truth of his dual identity. Whether this would eventually include sharing his full truth with them remained uncertain, but the reinforced partition gave him capacity to navigate that decision with balanced consideration rather than fear-driven avoidance. As sleep finally claimed him, Alexander's last conscious thought was not of grand magical theory or world-changing potential, but of returning to Ravenclaw Tower to tell Cassie that her Egyptian boundary research had proven instrumental in countering Blackthorn's scheme. The simple anticipation of her pleased response represented exactly the kind of ordinary human connection his first life had so rarely prioritized, and which his integrated consciousness now recognized as essential to truly living rather than merely existing. The aftermath of what came to be known among informed ministry officials as the Grindelwald incident unfolded gradually over subsequent weeks. Professor Blackthorn was placed under specialized magical custody pending comprehensive investigation of his unauthorized research and attempted extraction of a dark wizard's consciousness. The East Wing's reinforced barrier continued functioning exactly as designed, maintaining stable separation between realms while allowing Alexander's unique consciousness to operate across the boundary in controlled equilibrium. For most Hogwarts students, life returned to normal with remarkable speed, exam preparations, Quidditch finals, and anticipation of summer holidays quickly overshadowing rumors about mysterious magical events in restricted areas of the castle. Only those directly involved understood the catastrophe that had nearly occurred or the unprecedented magical solution that now maintained boundary stability. Alexander returned to classes 3 days after the reinforcement ritual, having spent the intervening time adjusting to his integrated consciousness under Cordelia and Madame Wainscot's careful monitoring. The transition proved smoother than anticipated, his mind adapting naturally to the balanced relationship between consciousness aspects as though this had always been its intended state. "You seem different," Cassie observed during their first library study session following his return. "More. I don't know, complete somehow. Is that weird to say?" Alexander considered her perceptive assessment. "Not weird at all. The reinforcement ritual succeeded in creating sustainable balance between consciousness aspects. I can now access all parts of myself without being overwhelmed by their more challenging elements. So you have all of Professor Snape's memories and feelings, but they don't control you? She asked, demonstrating the remarkable directness that reminded him simultaneously of both Lily Evans and Harry Potter. Essentially correct, Alexander confirmed. Though it's less about control and more about perspective. I remember the emotions that defined Severus Snape's existence, but I experienced them through Alexander Nightwood's balanced understanding. Cassie nodded thoughtfully. That sounds healthier than before. And definitely better than the complete separation after the first incident. She hesitated before adding, Dad says you're going to consult with the Department of Mysteries about those magical patterns Professor Blackthorne was obsessed with. In a limited capacity, Alexander acknowledged. The observational data he collected appears valid even if his conclusions and methods were deeply flawed. The department believes my particular perspective might prove useful in correct interpretation. This careful explanation, balancing transparency with appropriate discretion, satisfied Cassie's curiosity while respecting security limitations. Her acceptance of his complex situation without demand for complete disclosure represented a trust Alexander increasingly valued, particularly now that his integrated consciousness could fully appreciate its significance without defensiveness. As the school year approached its conclusion, Alexander found himself navigating the practical implications of his unprecedented existence with growing confidence. His academic performance remained exceptional though carefully calibrated, demonstrating appropriate first-year brilliance without revealing the full extent of his integrated knowledge. His relationships with fellow students developed along natural lines, his reinforced partition allowing genuine connection without the emotional barriers that had defined Severus Snape's interactions. Most significantly, his consultations with the Department of Mysteries regarding global magical fluctuations established a productive framework for utilizing his unique perspective while maintaining appropriate boundaries around his primary identity as a Hogwarts student. Under Cordelia's careful supervision, these specialized sessions provided valuable insight into concerning magical patterns while respecting the necessary limitations of his physical development and educational priorities. 1 week before term's end, Alexander received an unexpected invitation to meet with Potter in Professor Longbottom's office. Arriving at the appointed time, he found not just Potter but McGonagall and Cordelia waiting for him, their expressions suggesting significant matters for discussion. Thank you for coming, Alexander, McGonagall began formally. We've been reviewing long-term considerations related to your unique circumstances and wish to discuss certain proposals before the academic year concludes. I appreciate the consultation, Alexander replied, taking the offered seat. I presume these considerations relate to balancing my educational requirements with the specialized knowledge now accessible through my integrated consciousness. Potter nodded, looking both impressed and slightly amused by this direct assessment. Exactly. The reinforcement ritual's success has created unprecedented educational circumstances. You now possess comprehensive magical knowledge from an accomplished adult wizard while physically developing through normal childhood stages. Standard educational approaches seem inadequate for this situation. Yet accelerated advancement or exemption from regular curriculum would create its own complications, Alexander noted, demonstrating the balanced perspective his integrated consciousness facilitated. Both educationally and socially. Precisely our dilemma, McGonagall confirmed. Which is why we've developed a proposal for a customized educational framework that would provide appropriate challenges while maintaining normal social development opportunities. The proposal they outlined represented thoughtful consideration of Alexander's unique needs, continuation of standard class attendance but with specialized independent study components in selected subjects, controlled consultation with the Department of Mysteries regarding boundary magic and global magical fluctuations, and discretionary mentorship opportunities with subject specialists who understood his particular circumstances. The objective, Cordelia explained, is creating educational structure that acknowledges your integrated knowledge while respecting the important developmental experiences of normal academic progression. Neither pretending you're a typical first year nor treating you as a displaced adult wizard in a child's body. Alexander found the proposal remarkably well conceived, balancing practical educational considerations with respect for his complex identity. The integrated perspective facilitated by his reinforced partition allowed him to evaluate it with both Severus's extensive educational experience and Alexander's genuine appreciation for normal childhood development opportunities. "I find this approach sensible and well-balanced," he acknowledged after reviewing the complete proposal. "Though I would suggest incorporating periodic reassessment as both my physical development and consciousness integration continue evolving. What works optimally now may require adjustment as these parameters change." This suggestion, reflecting both practical wisdom and self-awareness, drew approving nods from all three adults. The conversation continued, addressing specific implementation details and potential adjustment mechanisms for the coming academic year. As their meeting concluded, Potter requested a moment of private conversation. Once McGonagall and Cordelia had departed, he turned to Alexander with unexpected directness. "There's something I've wanted to discuss since the reinforcement ritual," he began, seeming uncharacteristically uncertain. "Something personal rather than professional." Alexander raised an eyebrow, curious despite himself. "Yes. I've been wondering about your memories, specifically, whether the reinforcement affected how you remember certain people from your first life." Potter hesitated before continuing more specifically. "My mother, for instance. And me." The question was unexpectedly perceptive, touching on one of the most profound transformations facilitated by the reinforced partition. Alexander considered his response carefully, wanting to provide honest insight without unnecessary emotional complication. "The reinforcement created significant change in how I experience emotional memories," he acknowledged finally. "Before the partitioning, Severus Snape's feelings about your mother were overwhelming. Obsessive in their intensity, complicated by guilt and regret. When those emotions were partitioned during the first incident, I retained factual memories without their emotional weight. And now?" Potter prompted quietly when Alexander paused. "Now I remember everything, both the feelings and the facts, but experience them through integrated perspective." Alexander struggled to find precise language for this nuanced reality. "I remember loving Lily Evans with all of Severus Snape's desperate intensity, but I understand that love through Alexander Nightwood's more balanced emotional framework. The result is, healthier. Appreciative of what she represented without being consumed by her loss." Potter nodded slowly, seeming to understand what Alexander was attempting to articulate. "And regarding me? Our complicated history?" Here Alexander found himself smiling slightly despite the serious subject. "That transformation is perhaps even more dramatic. I remember Severus's complex feelings toward you, resentment of your father transferred inappropriately to you, frustration at your perceived recklessness, determination to protect you despite these negative emotions. But again, the integrated perspective changes how I experience these memories." "How so?" Potter asked, genuine curiosity evident in his expression. "I can now recognize that much of Severus's antagonism toward you was projection of his own unresolved issues rather than legitimate response to your actual behavior," Alexander explained with remarkable candor. "Additionally, I can appreciate the man you've become without that distorting filter, someone who has grown considerably beyond the teenager Severus knew and judged so harshly." This honest assessment, delivered without Severus's characteristic bitterness or defensive deflection, seemed to catch Potter by surprise. He studied Alexander for a moment before responding with matching honesty. "That's remarkably insightful. And generous, considering our history." A hint of humor touched his expression. "Though I'll admit some of Severus's criticisms of my teenage self weren't entirely unfounded. I did have a certain disregard for rules and excessive confidence in my own judgment." "True enough," Alexander acknowledged, sharing the moment of unexpected levity. "Though Severus hardly modeled perfect rule adherence himself in his youth." This exchange, acknowledging complicated history while transcending its limitations through mutual growth, represented precisely the kind of interaction Alexander's integrated consciousness now facilitated. Neither denying Severus Snape's experiences nor remaining trapped within their emotional constraints, he could engage with Potter as the complex individual he was rather than merely a symbol of painful past. As they concluded their conversation and prepared to part ways, Potter hesitated once more at the door. "There's one more thing I've been meaning to ask since the reinforcement ritual. During the emergency response to Blackthorn's interference, when you extended the protective framework to include Voldemort's binding spell, did you see Dumbledore on the other side? Actually helping contain the breach?" Alexander nodded once. Yes. His magical signature was unmistakable. He contributed considerable power to stabilizing the reinforcement structure when Grindelwald's final assault threatened its integrity. Potter absorbed this confirmation with visible emotion. "That's good to know. That he's still looking out for things, even from beyond. Some connections transcend conventional boundaries," Alexander observed quietly. "As we've both discovered in rather different ways." With this philosophical exchange concluded, Alexander returned to Ravenclaw Tower where end-of-term activities were in full swing, students preparing for summer holidays while completing final assignments and making plans for continued correspondence during the break. The normalcy of these activities provided welcome balance to the extraordinary magical and metaphysical matters he had been navigating. In the Ravenclaw common room, Alexander found Cassie waiting for him despite the late hour, having apparently convinced the eagle knocker to admit her with a particularly clever answer to its riddle. "Well?" she asked immediately as he entered. "What did Dad want? Something about the department consultations?" "Partially," Alexander acknowledged, settling into an armchair beside her. "They've developed a specialized educational framework for next year that balances standard curriculum with appropriate accommodation for my unique circumstances." Cassie nodded approvingly. "Good. It would be ridiculous to make you sit through basic theory lectures when you literally wrote some of the advanced texts. But it would also be weird to just let you skip ahead completely." Her practical assessment, delivered with characteristic directness, drew an actual smile from Alexander. "My thoughts precisely. So you're definitely coming back next year?" she asked, a hint of uncertainty beneath her casual tone. "I mean, the department might want you working with them full-time after everything that happened." "I am most definitely returning to Hogwarts," Alexander assured her. "My physical development still requires standard educational structure, regardless of my integrated knowledge. And besides," he added with uncharacteristic openness, "I find I've grown rather accustomed to certain social aspects of student life." Cassie grinned, correctly interpreting this formal statement as acknowledgement of their friendship's importance. "Good. Because Hugo and I have already planned a whole research project for next year on practical applications of transfiguration principles and potion stabilization, and we're definitely going to need your help." This simple declaration, so normal, so wonderfully ordinary amid the extraordinary circumstances of his existence, brought Alexander a sense of contentment his first life had rarely experienced. The reinforced partition allowed him to value such connections without the defensive isolation that had defined Severus Snape's interactions, while maintaining the knowledge and wisdom his complex history had forged. As term concluded and students departed for summer holidays, Alexander found himself approaching his return to the Nightwood cottage with integrated perspective that would fundamentally change his relationship with Eleanor and Thomas. While he had no immediate plans to reveal his complete truth to them, his reinforced consciousness allowed deeper appreciation for their role in his life, not merely as caretakers of his physical form but as genuine parents who had shaped Alexander Nightwood's development in ways that complemented rather than erased Severus Snape's essential nature. Standing on the Hogsmeade platform as the Hogwarts Express prepared for departure, Alexander found himself in conversation with Professor McGonagall, who had come to oversee the students' boarding. "A most extraordinary first year, Mr. Nightwood," she observed dryly. "Though perhaps not in the ways typically experienced by Hogwarts students." "Indeed," Alexander agreed with matching understatement. "Though educational in unexpected dimensions." McGonagall studied him with the perceptive gaze that had intimidated generations of students, Severus Snape included during his own school years. "You seem at peace with your situation. More so than I might have expected given its unprecedented complexity." Alexander considered this assessment thoughtfully. The reinforced partition provides balance that neither complete separation nor full reintegration could achieve. I remember everything that shaped Severus Snape's existence while experiencing it through perspective that allows appreciation without being consumed by its darker aspects. A remarkable equilibrium, McGonagall acknowledged. And your plans for the summer holiday? Beyond the scheduled department consultations, of course. Primarily normal activities appropriate for Alexander Nightwood's development, he replied. Though with periodic engagement with the specialized knowledge my integrated consciousness now facilitates. Balance remains essential to maintaining stable reinforcement. McGonagall nodded approvingly. A wise approach. And perhaps opportunity for experiences Severus Snape rarely prioritized, simple enjoyment of summer days, friendships without strategic calculation, family connections without complicated history. This gentle observation, offered without judgment but with clear understanding of what his first life had lacked, touched Alexander unexpectedly. Yes, he agreed simply. Precisely that. As the final boarding call sounded, Alexander took his leave of the headmistress and joined his fellow students on the train. Finding the compartment where Cassie and Hugo had saved him a seat, he settled in for the journey to London, participating in their animated conversation about summer plans and potential magical experiments with genuine engagement rather than merely tolerating their enthusiasm. Through the train window, Alexander watched Hogwarts Castle recede into the distance, the site of both his greatest triumphs and deepest regrets in his first life, now transformed into something new in his second. Not erasing that complex history but building upon it, creating unprecedented possibility from what once seemed irrevocable conclusion. As the Scottish Highlands gave way to rolling countryside, Alexander felt the continuous awareness of his partitioned self across the reinforced boundary, not as separate entity but as integrated aspect of his complete consciousness. The sensation brought neither pain nor disorientation but rather profound equilibrium, balance between remembering and becoming, between honoring the past and embracing the future. When Cassie asked his opinion about a particularly ambitious magical theory she and Hugo were debating, Alexander engaged with the discussion fully present rather than distracted by internal division or burdened by inappropriate emotional weight. This simple interaction, offering knowledge shaped by extensive experience while genuinely enjoying the student's creative thinking, represented exactly the kind of balanced existence his reinforced consciousness now facilitated. The Hogwarts Express continued its journey southward, carrying Alexander Nightwood toward summer holiday and eventually back for his second year, a journey both ordinary in its external parameters and extraordinary in its deeper significance. For aboard that train traveled a consciousness unprecedented in magical history, existing simultaneously on both sides of death's boundary while fully embracing life's continuing possibilities. Severus Snape had died at Voldemort's hands seeking redemption he never believed he deserved. Alexander Nightwood now lived with integrated understanding that transcended both regret and redemption, not forgetting the darkness that had shaped him but refusing to be defined by it, carrying knowledge forged through suffering while choosing connection rather than isolation. As the train rounded a bend and sunlight streamed through the compartment window, Alexander found himself smiling slightly at something Hugo said, a genuine expression uncommonly seen on Severus Snape's features throughout his troubled existence. In that moment of simple human connection, the unique magic of his reinforced consciousness achieved its most profound expression, not in boundary manipulation or metaphysical theory, but in the previously unimaginable ability to be truly, completely present in his own extraordinary life. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.